Chapter 1098. Not only was the tree huge, it was also very special. Golden leaves. Sima Yue and the rest looked at the golden book and stopped in their tracks, not daring to go near it. Golden leaves, what tree is this? Han Miao Shuang and the rest had never seen a tree with golden leaves, they didn't know what tree it was. Divine tree banyan. Little Seven muttered. Little Seven, you know this? Little Seven didn't answer Han Miao Shuang, she flew away from Little Rock and flew towards the banyan tree. Little Seven, Sima Yue subconsciously wanted to grab Little Seven, they didn't even know if the tree was dangerous, they couldn't just fly over. But Little Seven's speed was very fast, she only caught the wind that she brought out. Little Seven came to the front of the banyan tree, paused, flew into the leaves and disappeared, even her aura disappeared. Little Seven. Sima Yue kept Chongming into the spirit pagoda and flew towards the banyan tree with Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao. There's a spirit barrier in front. Su Xiao Xiao said. Sima Yue called out Little Roar and merged with him, then pulled one in each hand and brought them through the spirit barrier, stopping in front of the banyan tree. Where did Little Seven go? They looked around the tree but didn't see Little Seven's figure. Let's split up and see if she's in the tree crown. Han Miao Shuang said. The three of them nodded and each of them looked in a direction. Han Miao Shuang suddenly cried out. Sima Yue turned her head and saw her being wrapped by a ray of light, then she disappeared. Ugh! A groan came from Su Xiao Xiao's side. When Sima Yue looked over, he had disappeared as well. Senior brother, senior sister. She called out a few times, but no one answered her. She walked under the tree carefully, but what she didn't know was that as she walked, she disappeared under the tree. The banyan tree returned to its usual silence. A wave of dizziness hit her, she was wrapped by something and couldn't breathe properly. She tried to struggle, but she didn't have enough strength here. She felt that she was falling. She didn't know how many 100 meters she had fallen, but she still didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She mobilized the spiritual power in her body, trying to keep her body balanced so that she could fly down, but her body couldn't move at all. In a daze, she saw that she was getting closer and closer to the ground, but her body still couldn't move. She subconsciously closed her eyes and wondered if she would become the first spirit master to fall to her death. The pain she expected did not come. She opened her eyes and saw that she had stopped a few meters above the ground. Before she could react, the light dissipated and she fell heavily to the ground. It didn't hurt. She reached out and touched it. There were leaves all over her body. Judging from how soft they were, there should be a thick layer. She got up from the ground and looked at the dark place. She released a flame to illuminate the place. There was a sealed hole that was about the size of 2 basketball courts. It was surrounded by brown tree bark folds. It seemed like this was the tree hole of the dendrobium tree. Little Seven. Senior brother. Senior sister. No one answered her. It seemed like they were not here. She looked around. Other than the tree bark, there was nothing else. She looked up again. There was a dark hole above her. She tried to mobilize the spiritual power in her body again. It was useless. The spiritual power stayed in her dantian. There was no reaction at all. Without spiritual power, she could not fly. It was even more impossible for her to fly up. Chongming. She called out for Chongming. However, Chongming did not come out this time. Little Rock. 1,000 resonance. No one answered her. Don't waste your energy. You can't contact anyone here. A gentle voice suddenly sounded, giving her a shock. Who is it? She looked at the sky. No one was here. Suddenly, the tree trunk lit up with a golden light. In the light, the image of a cultured and elegant man appeared on the tree trunk. "You are the dendrobium tree?" Sima Yue asked with uncertainty. "Yes." The man smiled and said, "You can call me the Tree of Life." The Tree of Life of the elf tribe. She didn't know why, but seeing him like this, she subconsciously said this. Elf tribe. When did a new tribe appear in this world? The man muttered. His eyes unconsciously revealed a faint sadness. It seems like this is not the Tree of Life that I know of. Did you bring me here? She asked softly. Facing such a man, she couldn't bear to speak loudly. It was as if she was afraid that she would disturb his gentleness. Yes. The man admitted. Why did you bring me here? Sima Yue asked again. Those who can find this place are fated people. They can obtain the inheritance of the Tree of Life. However, before that, they have to go through a test. Then are my senior brothers and sisters the same? Yes. However, they are in another place. The man said, everyone's test is individual. Then what about my spirit beast? Are you talking about the one on you? It has already returned to your contracted space. Here, you can only rely on yourself. You can't rely on external forces. Is Little Seven the same? Who is Little Seven? The Eye of Earth. Oh, you're talking about her. She is too weak now. I will help her evolve. She is different from you. She doesn't need to be tested. The man said. You can help her evolve. Of course. Although she is not an ordinary plant, she can still do it. The man said. Not an ordinary plant. Then what is she? Have you ever seen a plant that likes to fight so much? The man asked. Sima Yue thought for a while. She didn't think so. Even if it was Huahua, she had a strong attack power. However, she wasn't particularly fond of fighting. But Little Seven was different. Every time she saw someone she didn't like, she would directly attack them. She always talked about beating people up. Plant-type spirit beasts were mostly gentle. They were filled with love and vitality. However, Little Seven. Sigh, just thinking about it gave her a headache. Then what is Little Seven? Sima Yue asked. The Eye of the Earth was a race with very strong fighting power in ancient times. They belonged to the plant-type spirit beasts. Later on, they gradually declined. Until now, I have only seen this Eye of the Earth. The man said, do you know what the Eye of the Earth does? Sima Yue shook her head and said, I only know that the Eye of Earth can help in cultivation. I don't know what else it can do. The Eye of Earth's chi can indeed help you humans in cultivation. However, it has an even greater use. What? It can help in advancement. The man said. Seeing Sima Yue's disapproving face, he added, if a monarch rank expert wants to become a monarch, with the help of the Eye of Earth, the success rate will increase by 70%. If a monarch wants to advance, with the help of the Eye of Earth, the success rate will also increase. Chapter 1099. Sima Yue was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. After living for so many years, she was rarely so surprised. After a while, she finally regained her focus. At the same time, a deep sense of worry welled up in her heart. With such a heaven-defying effect, wouldn't Shao Qi be in even more danger if others knew about it? Perhaps it is because of this that the Eye of the Earth has become like this. She sighed. If she is strong, the danger will be much less. The man had been observing her. After learning about the heaven-defying effect of the Earth's Eye, she didn't have a trace of greed or excitement. She was only surprised and worried after the surprise. Unlike the people he had met in the past, they would become greedy after knowing some good things. You don't want to take her for yourself. As far as I know, there is no contract between you and her. Do you want to form a contract with her before she becomes very strong? He asked tentatively. Sima Yue shook her head. I have never thought of forming a contract with little Seven. Even though I now know that she has a greater use, I never thought of it that way. Why? With her, you will become stronger and go further. Without her, I can become stronger and go further. Sima Yue said. Don't tell me you don't want external help. Continue to walk on your own. The man asked. Of course not, Sima Yue said. I'm not a cultivator, I'll naturally use external forces if I need them. It's just that little Seven is my friend, my little sister. She's someone I've set my mind on. In my eyes, she's not a cultivation treasure. She's just my friend. I won't sacrifice my friends for my own improvement. The man stared at Sima Yue and sighed in his heart. In this place, he was the master. Whether Sima Yue was telling the truth or not could not be hidden from him. He could feel that when she said those words just now, she really did think of little Seven as a companion, and not a treasure. I hope you'll stick to what you're thinking now, he said softly. I hope it will always be like this. Sima Yue said, perhaps in the future, when my realm changes, some of my thoughts will also change. But I hope that no matter how far I go, I can always stay the same. What a great sentence. The man's voice was a little excited. He hadn't heard such words for a long time. It was impossible for a person to have the same mentality for their entire life. With the increase of strength, the difference in realm, the richness of experience, and the change in living environment, people would always change. But no matter how much she changed, as long as her heart remained the same, she was still her. I didn't expect you to be able to see things so clearly at such a young age. The man said, it's a pity that you're in a bad situation now. I don't know if you can stay like this forever. Ha! Sima Yue did not understand what he was talking about. Your body is very bad. The man said, I haven't seen a god-devil body for many years. Fortunately, you've trained your body well. Otherwise, you would have exploded and died. Sima Yue did not expect him to find out about her problems so quickly. She was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Although I've trained well, it's still a threat if it's not solved. Your Tao heart is firm. You'll find a way. The man said, I believe in my judgment. You're more confident than me. Sima Yue said. You're actually not that worried yourself, right? The man smiled and exposed her thoughts. It's not that I'm not worried. I just feel that if I can find a way, I'll find one. If I can't find one, then I can only accept it. Sima Yue said, but before I die, I want to complete my task and die without regrets. You're quite open-minded. Didn't the ancients say that everyone will die sooner or later? As long as I don't have any regrets, even if I die, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't die before I complete my task, it's fine. The man chuckled, your way of thinking is really different from others. But it's to my liking. Initially, I wanted to give you something and let you go. But now, I've changed my mind. Didn't you say that there's still a test? Sima Yue asked curiously. The test is already over. You've passed the test. The man said. Chatting is the test. Sima Yue blinked. Was the test that easy? What else did you think it was? The man chuckled, what kind of physical torture and mental torture do I have to give you? That was what she really thought. I already knew about your matters when you entered this place. The man said, your talent, your perseverance, I've already known about it from what happened in the past. So I don't have to test you on these. You know everything about me. Did that mean that he knew about her secrets too? You don't have to worry about others knowing about your secrets. The man said, I've accumulated many people's secrets here. I don't have the heart to reveal all of them. Hee, it's inevitable that I'm worried. Sima Yue chuckled. In the past, those who passed my test would obtain my essence. However, I think that I can give you something else if you can obtain it. The man continued. So you're saying that I might not be able to obtain it? Sima Yue asked. Yes and no. The man said. Then can I exchange it for something else? Sima Yue asked. Exchange it for something else? Yes, how about this? I'll exchange it for something else. I don't want it anymore. Come with me. Sima Yue said shamelessly. Hee. The man was amused by Sima Yue's idea. However, he did not agree to her request. The golden light dispersed and the image on the tree trunk disappeared. The tree veins here contain a lot of meaning. If you can understand it, you can leave this place. If you can't, you'll have to stay here until you understand it. Hey, you can't be like this. Aren't you kidnapping me? Sima Yue shouted. Even if the joke she made with him just now made him unhappy, there was no need for him to be like this. Qing. What? My name. The man said. Qing. Aren't you yellow? Why are you called Qing and not Huang Yi? Qing decided to ignore her. This guy was indeed a hooligan. Qing, if I understand it, will you come with me? Sima Yue asked the heir. He still ignored her. If you don't answer me, I'll take it as a yes. When I come out of seclusion, you'll have to come with me. I'll bring you to see the outside world. Qing was a little regretful. He shouldn't have allowed her to comprehend his Tao. Chapter 1100. Read 336, the silent aura in the tree hole enveloped her. She seemed to feel that he was a little angry. Although he wasn't really angry. At his age, there were very few things that could anger him. Sima Yue walked around, but there were only tree folds around her. Could it be that he wants me to comprehend some principles by looking at these things? She slowly sat down. The soft leaves exuded a faint fragrance, which made her feel comfortable all over after smelling it. Tree folds, what kind of logic can be contained in tree folds? She stared at the tree folds, but tree folds were tree folds, she did not find anything different. At the same time, in the other tree holes, Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao were also comprehending. But unlike her, they were in an illusion. What they saw were different environments, not the most primitive tree folds like hers. Qing. Little Seven lay on a tree branch and called out to the person beside her. Qing turned her head to look at the young lady in front of her. She used to be her friend, a very, very good friend. Qing, I remember you. Little Seven said, I'm sorry, I forgot about you. Qing smiled and reached out to pat her head, saying, I didn't expect you to degenerate to this extent. You must have suffered a lot over the years. Little Seven shook her head, without memories, there is no pain. As she spoke, she sat up and leaned on Qing's body, saying, but after so many years, you still remember. You remember what happened in the past. You are in much more pain than me. Qing hugged Little Seven. Her small body was different from before. The feeling was different, but the smell was the same as in his memory. How many years had it been? He couldn't remember how many years he hadn't seen her. When you were captured, your spirit energy was sucked dry by them. From then on, no one knew if you were dead or alive. I thought I would never see you again. He caressed her hair like before, his movements as gentle as ever. Unfortunately, they were no longer the same people as before. Little Seven laid in his embrace, absorbing the scent of his body. Qing, did you know? When I was conscious, I always thought that I was just a newborn baby. I was like a baby who was curious about the world and slowly grew up. But the moment I saw you, my memories were completely restored. Only then did I realize that things were not as I thought they were. I am very happy to be able to see you again, to be able to remember our past. It's a pity that we weren't strong at that time. If not, we wouldn't have to watch them take you away. Qing was regretful. Little Seven raised her head and saw him blaming himself, her heart. What happened back then wasn't your fault at all. You didn't have to punish yourself like this. You came here and stayed for so many years. I can't imagine how you have survived all these years. How lonely must it be for you to be here alone? Qing just smiled faintly. Lonely. Should be. But he was so lonely that he had forgotten what loneliness was. Sigh, what should we do? Little Seven sighed. What? Little Seven reached out and pinched Qing's face, then touched her own little face and said, what should I do? Although I've recovered my memories, I still feel that I'm so young and you're so old. Will there be a generation gap between us? Qing was speechless. Seeing the smile in Little Seven's eyes, he helplessly and lovingly said, Little Seven, you're being naughty. Little Seven, you have become bad. How have I become naughty? This is indeed a problem between us. Don't you think that I am very young now? Little Seven stared at Qing, as if she was going to get angry if he said no. Hee hee. Qing laughed. Yes, you are very young now, like a little doll. Che, you are laughing at me. Little Seven pouted. No. Qing said. Seeing that she was angry, he was not anxious. Say, if Sima Yuyue knows that I am teasing her, will she be angry with me? No, Yuyu is not that easily angry. Little Seven said. Moreover, you are not teasing her. If she can understand her own Tao from you, she will be grateful to you. She is indeed not bad. She is also good to your heart. Qing said. I will be at ease if you follow her. You are not coming with me. Little Seven grabbed Qing's clothes and looked at him nervously. If you don't come with me, what if you can't protect me? What if one day I am taken away again? If my spiritual energy is sucked dry again, can I still regain my consciousness? What if I forget about you again? The more Little Seven said, the sadder she became. She burst into tears. Qing saw Little Seven's tears and panicked again after so many years. Thinking about what she said, if it all became true. No, it won't, he will not let it become true. Alright, don't cry. I didn't say that I won't go with you. Qing gently wiped her tears and comforted her. He originally wanted to say that he was used to this place, but he could not let anything happen to her. He did not know if he could bear the pain of losing her again. Really? Little Seven asked while sobbing. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Before you grew up, when I was still a dumpling, you would always lie to me. Little Seven brought up their childhood. That was already a few 100,000 years ago. Qing was helpless. No matter how long ago it was, it still existed. Little Seven snorted. Alright. After we grew up, I didn't lie to you. That's because after I grew up, I became smarter. You can't lie to me anymore. You have become narcissistic now. Alright, I already said that I'll go with you. Don't cry. Qing saw her tears and his heart ached. That year, when she was taken away in front of his eyes, the tears on her face made him hurt for tens of thousands of years. Now, he did not want to see her tears at all. He could not bear her tears. I can't control myself. Who told you to tease me? Little Seven complained. It's all my fault. Be good, don't cry. Ching-yi hugged Little Seven and patted her back gently. But, I have a condition to go with you. What condition? Little Seven leaned on his chest and asked in a muffled voice. Although I'm going out, unless you are in danger, no matter what happens, I will not make a move. Ching-yi said. I don't want you to make a move. I know that you are restricted by the heavenly Tao. I won't let you be in danger. Little Seven said, after we go out, I will protect you. Hee hee. Alright, you protect me. Ching-yi smiled. Although her personality had changed quite a bit, she still treated him the same as before. This happiness that was hard to come by, he would not let anyone take it away from him. Not even the heavens. This book came from Pin and Book #. Chapter 1101. Crazy Wife, Godly Doctor 5th Mish Chapter 1101, Love from a Few 100,000 Years Ago, 2, Chapter 1101, Love from a Few 100,000 Years Ago, 2, Chapter 1101, Love from a Few 100,000 Years Ago, 2, Little Seven fell asleep in Ching-yi's embrace. That quiet look was poles apart from her usual self. Ching-yi caressed her face, his gaze gentle and satisfied. Ching-yi, a murmur in her sleep melted his heart. But the following words made 3 black lines appear on the back of his head. Good for you guys, so savage, come over and let your little grandaunt beat you up. He shook his head helplessly, saying softly, It's still you, why did your personality change so much? But you're still as cute as ever. He leaned over and kissed Little Seven's forehead lightly. Looking up, he saw her bright eyes. You're sneakily kissing me again. Little Seven smiled. Ching-yi didn't feel awkward about being caught, saying, All right, you should go and evolve. You won't run away while I'm evolving, right? Little Seven asked. That's true. Little Seven nodded, sighing, saying, We were about the same in the past. When it comes to fighting, you're not as good as me. But now you're so far ahead of me. I'll wait here for you to catch up to me. Ching-yi said, Go on, I'll wait for you to evolve. Right, you have to slow down the time, I still have to go to the ruins with you to get the treasure. Little Seven said. Aren't you worried that she won't be able to come out? Ching-yi asked. Of course not, who is you, how can she not come out? Little Seven said confidently, even if the entire world can't comprehend it, you won't have a problem. It's just that it's a bit difficult to comprehend it just by looking at your tree, you just have to give her more time to prepare. Since I'm done evolving, we can come out together. Alright. Ching-yi nodded. As a godly tree of life, it had the ability to adjust time in its own body. Then I'll go in. Little Seven said reluctantly. Go. I'm really going in. I'll wait here for you to come out. Vomit. Little Seven pouted and pulled on Ching-yi's clothes. She pulled him in front of her and gave him a big kiss on the lips. Then, she went into the tree hole with satisfaction. Ching-yi stood rooted to the ground. Then, the corners of his mouth rose and he smiled shyly. Naughty fellow. Although he said that, he was actually very happy. He savored the aftertaste for a while before his body melted into the tree trunk. On the other hand, a few days after Sima Yuyue and the rest arrived at the island, more and more people arrived at the island. Those people waited for the seawater to change. Plus, the boat was not as fast as the ship. By the time they reached the island and saw the corpses of the Yin-Yang Palace people, the corpses were already highly decomposed. However, they were still able to recognize their identities through their attire and some of their symbolic items. These wounds should have been caused by sea beasts. Why are they all from Yin-Yang Palace? I don't see anyone from Kong Valley and Heartbreak Valley. They must have separated after arriving on the island, someone guessed. I think so. Heartbreak Valley and Yin Yang Palace people don't know each other. They were only brought here because of Kong Sang-yi's request. Now that they're on the island, they naturally have to separate from them. Otherwise, it would be hard to split the treasures. Poor Yin Yang Palace people. They came to the island so early. In the end, they didn't encounter anything and turned into a pile of broken limbs. Who asked them to come so early? It feels like they were rushing to their deaths. Hee hee. Maybe the people who came first are all in trouble. Then, we're the earliest people. There are so many people. It's impossible that they're all dead. Instead of talking about this here, why don't we look for the ruins now? That's right. Let's go. Poor Yin Yang Palace people. Even if they were discovered, no one took care of their corpses. They continued to be exposed to the sun on the island. In the middle of the island, there was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. In front of the mountain range, there was a large patch of green grass. There were a few stone pillars on the grass. When Shimin Fong and Kong Sang-yi brought people here, there were many scattered footprints on the grass. Seems like someone found this place. Kong Xiang-chi said. But they might not have found the ruins. Bai Xing said. Why do you say that? Look at those stone pillars. If not, it wouldn't be the ruins. Bai Xing said, this should be something like a teleportation array. Can it bring us to the ruins after we enter? If we're really looking for the ruins of an emperor, it might bring us there. But how do we activate it? The people who came before us should have successfully activated it. Let the array masters try. Kong Sang-yi said. Kong Valley and Heartbreak Valley both brought array masters. When Kong Sang-yi said that, they took the lead and walked towards the stone pillars. After studying it for a while, they waved to the people behind them. Valley Lord, this is indeed a small teleportation array. However, this teleportation array is random. We don't know where it will send people. An array master from Heartbreak Valley said. Will it split us up? N.I.N.E. asked. There are a few nodes in this array. People standing on different nodes will be sent to the same place. If they were not on the same node, they would naturally be sent to different places. That's right. We don't know what's behind this array. It might be the ruins, or it might be a very dangerous place. Activating this array isn't difficult. However, I'm afraid of the uncertainty behind. Valley Lord, do you want to advance? Shimin Fong looked at the disciples behind him and said, we don't know what's behind us. Hence, everyone can do whatever you want. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. You can go elsewhere to look for opportunities or wait for us here. Valley Lord, let's go in together. That's right. Valley Lord, we used to be fugitives. What kind of danger have we not seen before? Yes. Let's go in too. The people from Kong Valley had the same thought. Since they were here to look for opportunities, how could they give up because of some unknown factors? Shimin Fong looked at Kong Sang-yi. Kong Sang-yi walked over and said, I'll go with you. Kong Xiang-chi looked at his little sister and felt a little disappointed. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. Since you've decided, let's go in. Shimin Fong said. They came to the middle of the stone pillars. Those who were close to them stood together. The array master activated the array and the group of people disappeared. Not long after they disappeared, a few more people came here. After a round of investigation, they all entered the teleportation array. As for the others, they went around in circles and actually came to where Qing Yi was. Look, a golden tree. Those people shouted in surprise. Their voices woke Qing Yi up from her slumber. Could this be the legendary tree of God? An old man recognized it and was so excited that his whole body trembled. Chapter 1101, Love from a Few 100,000 Years Ago, 2. Chapter 1102. Read 336, The legendary Tree of Life is indeed the Tree of Life. The old man said as he took out an ancient book that was so rotten that it was missing a few corners. He flipped to a page and compared it with the tree in front of him. After confirming that it was the Tree of Life that he had been searching for many years, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Tree of Life. What kind of tree is that? The disciple beside the elder asked. The Tree of Life, also known as the Dendrobium banyan tree, is the oldest tree in the world. After it matures, it will be completely golden. It can be used as medicine, it can help in cultivation, and it can also help in comprehending the Tao. The old man explained, once you reach the monarch level, you need to comprehend the Tao every time you advance. Only by comprehending the Tao can you advance further. Then isn't this Tree of Life very useful? The essence of the Tree of Life can increase a person's cultivation. Just one drop is enough to increase a person's cultivation by a small level. If it's an expert above the monarch level, even if they haven't comprehended the Tao, as long as they absorb its essence, they can still advance. The more the old man spoke, the more agitated he became. It was as if he could see himself advancing all the way to becoming a god monarch or even stronger. Really? The disciples were also excited. If they could obtain the essence of the Tree of Life, would they still need to worry? Their clan would definitely become a clan that could rival the forces in the inner regions. The ancient books said that the Tree of Life was extinct a long time ago. I never thought that there would be one here. The immortal realm is indeed the immortal realm. They even have such a treasure. Tree of Life, Tree of Life. This was a genuine Tree of Life, a fully evolved Tree of Life. There had been a few dendrobium trees on the continent before, but those that had not turned golden could not be called life tree, so they did not have the same effects as the Tree of Life. But the one in front of him was different. It was a real Tree of Life. Patriarch, let's move the Tree of Life back. Don't worry. The Tree of Life is not that easy to deal with. The old man said, the ancient books said that the outside of the Tree of Life will form a barrier to protect itself. We have to find a way to break that barrier first. They slowly approached Qing Yi. When they were about 100 meters away from him, they encountered an invisible obstacle. This should be where the barrier is. Ancestor, what should we do? All of you, step back. I'll try to see if I can open this barrier. The old man instructed the people around him. The old man's strength was close to that of a venerable one. His attack was not something that an ordinary junior could withstand. Hearing that he was going to attack, everyone hid far away. The old man flew into the air and gathered his spiritual energy. After mobilizing all the spiritual energy in his body, he attacked the barrier with all his might. Boom! The huge impact sent the old man flying. He spun a few times in the air before landing on the ground. The shock waves spread out for thousands of miles before dissipating. Those juniors who were hiding in the distance were also struck by the shock waves. The weaker ones were directly killed, and only the stronger ones were left. However, all of them were heavily injured. Patriarch. The survivors crawled up and ran towards the old man. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, they flipped him over and found that his face had been blown beyond recognition. Fortunately, he wasn't dead yet. He was still hanging on by a thread. They hurriedly fed him the pill. After a while, he finally opened his remaining eyelids. Tree of Life, Patriarch, don't worry. The Tree of Life is still intact. A junior said. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He had used all his strength to strike, yet he had ended up in such a state. Yet, the Tree of Life was completely undamaged. Then wouldn't he be injured for nothing? But that junior still comforted him, saying that the Tree of Life was still intact. He was so angry. Patriarch, don't be angry. Another junior comforted, when your body gets better, we will think of another way. How can we wait for my body to get better? The impact just now must have alerted the people nearby. If others come and discover the tree of life, what can we get? The old man roared. If someone really comes, it's not bad. What did you say? Patriarch, don't be anxious. Let me finish. That junior said, this tree of life's barrier is so powerful. Even if you use all your strength, you won't be able to move it. Even if your injuries are healed, with all of our strength, we might not be able to open this barrier. What little brother said is right. Someone agreed. Patriarch, if we can't open this barrier and subdue this tree of life, no matter how useful it is, it's useless to us. No, why don't we spread this news and let others open a path for us? That's right, Patriarch. If we can't get it, there's no point in watching. The old man hesitated. This junior's words were not without reason. Guarding the treasure and not being able to get it, it was indeed useless. Patriarch is already half a step into the paragon level, but it's useless. If it's just an ordinary person, it's useless. So not only do we have to spread the news, we have to spread it more and more, so that more experts will come. After struggling for a while, the old man finally agreed to this method. Relying on their current strength, they were indeed unable to contend against the tree of life. Borrowing the strength of others, this was indeed the only way now. Then you guys go and do it. When he said this, he felt his heart ache. His treasure awe. The treasure that he discovered. Now that he had to share it with others, he felt that his heart hurt more than his body. The two of you first help the patriarch to a secret place to recuperate. Another two stay and clean up their corpses. The rest of you come with me. The two of them helped the old man back to the forest on the other side of the mountain, while the others went out to spread the news. The legendary tree of life could increase one's strength and help in advancement. This news spread very quickly. Not only did the people on the island know, even the people outside the island knew. More and more people rushed here. The people on the island did not search for the historical remains. There might be treasures in the historical remains, but it would definitely not be as precious as the tree of life. Furthermore, the historical remains might only have treasures, or it could be a place where the emperor lived. However, compared to the real tree of life, the historical remains were not that important. More and more people came, and more people were blocked outside the barrier. No matter how strong they were still helpless against the barrier. Sima Yue, who was staring blankly at the creases in the tree hole, did not know how lucky she was to be able to come here. Although she had LoveLore fused with her and was immune to the barrier, if Qingyi did not attack them, they would not be able to get close to him unharmed. More than 10 days later, the place was filled with people, but no one broke the barrier. More than a month later, the grassland was already filled with people. There were also many experts who came. They were all determined to get the tree of life. This book came from the book and book #web. Chapter 1103. Sima Yue was in the tree hole and had no idea what was happening outside. Boring, this was the only feeling she had right now. She sat cross-legged on the leaves with her hands on her knees, supporting her chin as she stared at the tree creases. Folds, folds. Aren't you tired of staring at me like this? If you're annoyed, why don't you just tell me what kind of Tao is contained in your body? Endless silence. Of course, Treefold wouldn't tell her what kind of Tao he had. He said that he didn't even know what he had, because different people would see different things when looking at it. In fact, she couldn't be blamed for being impetuous. There was nothing here except for the wrinkles, but it was impossible to see anything if she kept staring at the bark. If it was a day or two, it would be fine. Or maybe a month or two, she could accept it. However, she felt that she had been here for at least a year. Facing those wrinkles every day, her heart began to feel restless. Qing observed the situation of the 4 people in his body. Since little Seven had already recovered her memories, this evolution was something she was already familiar with. There was no need to worry too much. Su Xiao Xiao and Han Miao Shuang were in the illusion, comprehending and seeing through the illusion. They were mainly testing one's mental strength. As long as one could break through the illusion, they would be able to improve. Only Sima Yue had nothing. Seeing that she was getting more and more impetuous, he wondered if he had overestimated her. She might not really be able to comprehend anything. Seeing that she didn't get anything, Qing Yi decided to change his mind. After little Seven evolved successfully, he would let her out and give her something else as compensation. Boom! The people outside were attacking the barrier again. They hadn't rested for more than a month. No matter how good his temper was, he was still angry. His gaze darkened as he walked out from the tree trunk. However, he did not reveal himself, so those people would not be able to see him. Xing Yi looked at the densely packed people and narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, those who were attacking the barrier received an even stronger counterattack and were sent flying a few thousand meters away. The Tree of Life is retaliating. Someone shouted. If they wanted to retaliate, they would have done so long ago. Why did it take so long for them to react? You must be mistaken. How could I be wrong? His strength is obviously much stronger than before. Sigh, we have been attacking for more than a month, but we can't even break through this barrier, let alone get close to the Tree of Life. Could it be that this barrier is unbreakable? There's no barrier that can't be broken. We just have to find the wrong way. Previously, everyone's attacks were too scattered. What if we all attacked the same spot? Maybe. Sigh, don't waste your energy. If it's really possible, it won't be your turn. Those forces in the inner regions are all ready to make a move. I guess they're going to join forces. There's nothing we can do if they don't join forces. More people are coming. Xianqiu he walked over in a wheelchair, followed by the guards of the Xianqiu clan. Some of the people in the inner circle saw the logo on Xianqiu he's clothes and were very surprised. The people from the Yin clan are here too. Young master, there's a barrier here. The man behind Xianqiu he stopped in front of the barrier. Xianqiu he stretched out his hand and touched it. An invisible barrier blocked him outside. Stop, he ordered the people behind him. That guard let go of him. He put his hands on the wheel and pushed forward. The wheelchair brought him through the barrier. He went in. God, how did he go in? Those who didn't know Xianqiu his identity were very surprised. Those who knew his identity were very emotional. As expected of the people from the Yin clan. He went in just like that. Sitting in a wheelchair and proficient in barriers. This should be Xianqiu he of the Xianqiu clan. How did he go in? I heard that Xianqiu he is proficient in all kinds of barriers. No barrier can stop him. So it's not strange for him to go in. He went in just like that. If only we could go in too. You can only watch. There's no point in being envious. That's right. Sigh, let's continue to break the barrier. I wonder if he'll be attacked when he gets close to the Tree of Life. It should be. This barrier is so aggressive. It can be seen that the Tree of Life isn't easy to deal with either. He's close. He's close. It didn't attack him. He's gone. It didn't attack him. He's gone. Could it be that he disappeared after being attacked? He didn't resist. It can't be. I'm so envious. Sigh, continue to attack, continue to attack. Qing Yi was a little surprised when he saw Xianqiu he. He didn't expect to see the man in Little Seven and Sima Yoyu as memories. After Xianqiu he woke up from his dizziness, he saw Qing Yi on the tree trunk in front of him. He wasn't too surprised. "Tree of Life, you're really here," he said faintly. "You're not surprised to see me?" Qing Yi said, "There's something in your brain that makes me unable to see through your memories. It's that thing that makes you unable to see and walk." "Yes, I have a friend who said that before." "You're not worried?" "What's there to worry about?" Xianqiu he smiled, "It's fate. Since it's already like this, what's there to worry about?" "You're not worried that you won't live long?" "I'll live as long as I can. It's just death. There will be such a day." "You're quite similar to her. No wonder you can be friends," Qing Yi said. "My friend?" "That's right." Qing Yi said, "Since you're here, I'll give you a chance too." Xianqiu he didn't have time to ask the next question before the image on the tree trunk disappeared. The environment he was in changed too. He turned into a baby and saw a group of people surrounding him. They were discussing anxiously. He couldn't hear what they were saying. He only felt that it was noisy. Then, he saw those people moving around on his body. From then on, he never saw the colors of this world again. "Contract with me. I'll make you the master of this world." A voice in the darkness bewitched him. "Who are you?" "I'm you." "Impossible. I'm your body. We're one." That voice said, "Contract with me. I'll bring you to the top of the world and look down on everything in this world. What price will I pay?" "Price? No, there's no price. We're one. There's no need for you to pay any price. We're one. Why do we need to contract? We're only compatible with our bodies now. This isn't enough. We need to be compatible with our souls. Our bodies and minds are one. Only then can we truly release our powers. When that time comes, you can walk on your own. You can also see the world. Come, let's contract." Chapter 1104. I know who you are. Xianqiu he said, "You are the thing sealed in my brain, right? You want to use me and the contract to break the seal. We were born together. I am you, and you are me. We are inseparable." The voice laughed strangely. "Without me, you won't be able to live either. Then I'd rather die. At least, if I die, you'll be my scapegoat. It won't be too miserable." Xianqiu he said faintly. "You want to die? How could you want to die? You are a genius, and the heavens have given you such good talent. Why don't you want it? This is a gift from the heavenly Tao to you." "Gift? You? Do you think I'll treat you as a gift from the heavens?" Xianqiu he smiled bitterly, "You are a punishment given to me by the heavens. That's why I have you in my body. I will find a way to get rid of you. Don't you want to stand at the top of the world? Don't you want others to crawl at your feet? You desire these things too, don't you?" "No, don't say you didn't." The voice interrupted him. "If not, you wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't exist in your body. There is a desire in your heart, a desire for all of this." Xianqiu he was silent as he pursed his thin lips. "Yes, you're right. I do have thoughts and desires, but my desire is to see this world with my own eyes, not to be controlled by you." Xianqiu he said, "I will fight for everything that I want myself, and not rely on selling myself to get it. You don't have to waste your energy on me." His words were sonorous and forceful, and his attitude was resolute. After he finished speaking, the surrounding darkness disappeared, and everything returned to normal. "Be magnanimous, don't forget your original intentions." These words resounded between heaven and earth. Suddenly, 8 golden words appeared in the sky. After flying in a circle, they stopped above the tree of life. A golden light appeared, and Xianqiu's figure appeared on the crown of the tree of life. Look, he's out. Shrouded in golden light, the Sanskrit chants of heaven and earth. He has obtained his Tao. The grassland was in an uproar. Very few people could truly comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Once they did, they would receive the Tao bestowed by heaven and earth. Then, their future cultivation would be smooth. The 8 words flew around the tree of life and then entered Xianqiu's body. The people of Xianqiu clan were even more excited. Before they came in, they had received guidance from Master Yinlin. He said that there would be great opportunities when they came in. They didn't expect that their young master had actually comprehended the way of heaven. This was something that hadn't happened for many years. In the future, the Xianqiu clan would definitely become the #1 hidden clan. When the 8 characters of Heavenly Tao entered Xianqiu's body, he felt that the seal in his body became even stronger. He could even see some white light in his eyes. Although it was still a blur, at least it wasn't the endless darkness of the past. You have already obtained your Tao. Leave. As soon as Qingyi finished speaking, Xianqiu felt his body being pushed out by a boundless force, arriving outside the barrier. Young master. The people of Xianqiu clan surrounded him. Let's go, Xianqiu, he instructed. Yes, young master. The people of Xianqiu clan pushed him out. Before he left, he turned back to look at the tree of life. He seemed to have seen that man again. His friend. Who was he talking about? Was it Sima Yue? He didn't know why, but he felt that the person Qingyi was talking about was Sima Yue because he didn't have many friends. The people of Xianqiu clan came and left after a few days. This made the others very envious. They also wanted to obtain the gift from the Tree of Life. In the next few months, some hidden clans and powers from the inner regions came one after another. They knew more about the Tree of Life than the others. They didn't think of uprooting it because it wasn't something that they could take for themselves. They only hoped to obtain some of its gifts. Even if it was just a little, it would benefit them immensely. Especially when Xianqiu comprehended his own Tao in the Tree of Life. This news caused many people in the immortal land to come here. They hoped that they could be as lucky as him. Some people went in. Like Xianqiu, they also entered the Tree of Life. They were given a similar test, but no one comprehended their Tao. However, they received other things from Qingyi. Although they weren't as powerful as the Tao they comprehended, they were still very useful to them. A small portion of the people who came previously left. They realized that they couldn't open the enchantment and couldn't get close to the Tree of Life. They couldn't obtain its gifts. Since they were not fated with this opportunity, they might as well give it up and go to other places to find something that belonged to them. Although the remaining people didn't leave, they understood that it was useless to attack forcefully. They could only think of other ways to enter the enchantment. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people coming here. If they were here for the historical remains before, they were all here for Qingyi now. In the tree hole, Sima Yue kept staring at the folds in a daze. She didn't know about the battle outside. However, when Xianqiu succeeded in comprehending his Tao and the heaven and earth bestowed his Tao, she seemed to feel the Buddha's voice trembling. Her heart also trembled. Could it be that senior brother or senior sister succeeded? She stood up and walked around. Until now, she still couldn't use her spiritual power. She couldn't even climb up. I'm so sleepy. Why don't I take a nap? She stretched her waist and laid down on the ground. She just happened to lie in the middle of the tree hole. Looking at the black hole right above her, she seemed to be sucked in. She was obviously very sleepy, but she couldn't sleep. She kept staring at the hole above. As she stared, the hole became a fold on the tree trunk. She rubbed her eyes. It was still the same. She shouted, "Am I possessed?" She closed her eyes and forced herself not to think about anything. However, those folds still appeared in front of her eyes. It's over. I've been looking at this for so long. It's already filling up my head. She knocked on her head and opened her eyes. She looked at those folds filling up the black hole. Why is it getting more and more blurry? She looked at the wrinkles. Originally, the layers were very orderly, but the lines slowly bent and merged together. It was as if it had become a barren land. She seemed to have become a part of the air. She followed the wind and hung on the bare and exposed ground. This place is really barren. There's not even a blade of grass. She thought to herself. She floated around with the wind. However, no matter where she floated to, there were only pieces of rocks. The scorching sun was scorching. The rocks were so roasted that they were smoking. Sima Yue felt as if she was going to be roasted into human jerky. Damn, what kind of place is this? It's good to have some saliva too. Just as she finished speaking, a sweet spring suddenly appeared from the cracked ground. She was shocked. Chapter 1105. Sima Yue looked at the spring water that came out and licked her dry lips. She could not wait to squat down and use her hands to feed herself. The spring water was refreshing and sweet. After drinking it, the heat in his body dissipated by more than half. Only when she felt better did she have the energy to look around. What the hell is this place? There's nothing here except for this cracked earth. Could it be that I'm hallucinating and seeing the prehistoric continent? She muttered to herself. She didn't know how long she had been here. It had always been daytime, and there had never been a night. Isn't this a world? Otherwise, why would there be only day and no night? If this was my place, I would definitely make it dark. Only then would it be complete. Just as she thought this, the sun slowly set in the west and night came. F*CK, could it be that I can do whatever I want here? She was shocked by her own thoughts. However, ever since she thought about day and night, this place had indeed become alternating between day and night, confirming her thoughts. This place was indeed what she wanted it to be. What was the world like? She couldn't remember what the world was like. She clearly had an idea in her mind, but she just couldn't remember what it should be. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. That's right. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Her eyes lit up as she finally remembered what she was thinking about. The world, heaven and earth, could accommodate all things, and not be as bare as it was now. Tao begets one. A small fish appeared in the spring, and a blade of grass grew beside the spring. Then, the spring water turned into a stream, and then into a river. At the end of the river, a vast ocean slowly formed. One small fish turned into two small fish, two fish turned into three fish, and three fish turned into even more fish. One blade of grass became two blades of grass, two blades of grass became three blades of grass, and three blades of grass became even more blades of grass. Both sides of the river bank turned green. One animal appeared, two animals appeared, and then all kinds of animals. Sima Yue sat on the peak of the mountain and watched the world below slowly become the world she was familiar with. Her heart was filled with satisfaction. There was heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, birds and beasts, night and day, yin and yang. Is this the world I want? She held her chin and muttered, I wonder if there's anything else. She didn't know how long she had been here, nor did she know what she was doing. She just kept thinking. Seeing the desolate land slowly become full of life, she was very happy. She even forgot to think about where she was and what she was doing. Qing Yi had been testing those who came in recently and did not pay much attention to the four of them. When he turned around to look at them, he was shocked by their current appearance. Especially when he saw Sima Yu's current state, he was fiercely shocked. How could this be? With a thought, he came to the place where Sima Yu was and looked at the other world that was formed in the tree hole. Tao begets one, one begets two, then three begets all things. He looked at Sima Yu who was lying in the middle. She was no longer surrounded by his tree hole, but another world. Territory, you've actually comprehended a territory. Did your rebirth make you understand the meaning of life? The tree of life, a tree that was rich in life energy. He did not expect that one day, someone would comprehend a territory from him. Her territory was still unstable and there were not many things in it. She was still perfecting it. He was very curious. He did not know what kind of territory she would form in the end. Sima Yu did not know that she was comprehending a territory. She was just subconsciously perfecting it, making it more stable and wider. The territory that you've comprehended here contains the way of heaven. I'm very curious about what it will be like after you come out. I think those supremacy's territories can't compete with yours. Boom, the intense collision made him frown. He turned around and was already outside. Dozens of monarchs were attacking his enchantment together. There were even two supremacies among them. They could not enter the enchantment and could not get close to the tree of life. However, when they saw others enter and gain many benefits, they were unwilling to give up. Hence, they discussed attacking together. If it was before, Qing Yi might not care about them. However, now that Sima Yu was comprehending a territory, he could not let these people interrupt this rare opportunity. Even if Sima Yu became stronger and could better protect Little Seven, it was enough for him to protect her. Those who attack the enchantment, die. This was the first time Qing Yi had spoken, and the people outside had indeed stopped attacking. Please, Tree of Life, give us this opportunity. Someone shouted. Those who are fated will naturally be able to enter my enchantment. If you can't, it means that we are not fated. You can leave. Qing Yi said calmly. Tree of Life, we've been waiting here for so long. You can give others, but can't you give us some too? I said, those who are fated will naturally be able to enter. Those who can't, it means that we are not fated. You can wait here for a year, 10 years, 100 years. It has nothing to do with me. However, if anyone dares to attack my enchantment again, don't blame me for being impolite. Qing Yi threatened. Qing Yi's words did not give the people outside much of a sense of crisis. This was because they had been here for almost half a year and they had never seen Qing Yi attack anyone. They did not believe that he would attack. A bad-tempered monarch rank expert was angered by Qing Yi's words. He condensed his spiritual energy and attacked the enchantment. So, pooh, a branch extended from the tree trunk at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, it was outside the enchantment. When people could see it clearly, it had already pierced through the man's heart. Everyone was stunned. A monarch rank expert was killed by him so easily. With such strength, who would dare to go against him? Those who attacked the enchantment were terrified. They suddenly felt lucky that the Tree of Life was not a bad-tempered person. He did not attack them from the start. Otherwise, even if there were twice as many of them, they would not be his opponent. The branch dragged the corpse into the enchantment. Then, it threw the corpse on the ground. His eyes were wide open, showing his shock and unwillingness. It warned the people outside not to be reckless. Seeing Qing Yi kill someone, they remembered that no one had been able to break the enchantment for more than half a year. Many people wanted to retreat. They no longer dared to attack the enchantment. Since they were not fated, they should leave and look for their own opportunities elsewhere. Pavilion Master, let us give it a try. A tender voice attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1106. Read 336. Everyone looked over, just in time to see the two women remove the veils of their cloaks, revealing their stunning faces. Please search, pin and book yen. Com to see the most complete. Update the fastest. Loner, Hanyu, are you too sure you want to try? Yu Qingbi asked. Master, this tree of life is not a merciless killer. He killed that expert just now because he attacked the barrier. If we don't do anything, it shouldn't hurt us. That's right, Pavilion Master, let us try. Zongjing Hanyu said. Hanyu, you are our holy maiden. Loner, you are my disciple. If anything happens to you, I might not be able to protect you. Yu Qingbi said. Master, when seeking the great Tao, you shouldn't care about these things. Yu Qingbi thought for a moment and said, then you guys can go. After getting permission, Zongjing Hanyu and Neilanlan were very happy. They took out the things they had prepared and walked towards the spirit barrier. The two of them stood in front of the barrier and looked at each other. Whether or not it works depends on now. Zongjing Hanyu said. You have the clan's treasure. It is effective against all kinds of enchantments. You don't have to worry. Neilanlan said. With your physique, this barrier can't stop you. Zongjing Hanyu envied her, but she wasn't bad herself. Neilanlan smiled and said, then let's give it a try. The two of them took a step forward at the same time. When they passed through the spirit barrier, the thing in Zongjing Hanyu's hand emitted a white light, allowing her to step over easily. However, the thing in Neilanlan's hand was useless as she was stopped outside. It seems that I am someone recognized by the Tree of Life. Then I'll go in first. Zongjing Hanyu turned around and glanced at her, then turned and walked towards the Tree of Life. Neilanlan looked at her complacent expression and hatred flashed across her eyes. However, now was not the time to be jealous of her. She had to think of a way to enter. She tried 2 more times, but it still didn't work. The people behind her began to whisper. Hearing the discussion behind her and seeing Zongjing Hanyu disappear from under the tree, she clenched her fists in her sleeves. She used so much force that her nails dug into her flesh and blood dripped down her fingers. She couldn't accept this. She had a lotus physique that was second only to a saint physique. How could she not enter? I'll definitely succeed if I try again. This time, she put away the thing in her hand, closed her eyes and took a step forward. When she encountered the enchantment, the blood in her hand emitted a white light when it came into contact with the enchantment. After the light faded, she was already inside the enchantment. I passed. When the people behind saw that Neilanlan still wanted to try, they were still laughing at her for overestimating herself. However, they didn't expect that the plot would suddenly change and she would actually enter. Neilanlan opened her eyes. When she saw that she was inside the enchantment, her eyes flashed with joy. She knew it, how could she not be able to enter? She continued to walk forward. When she passed by the corpse, she stopped and glanced at him. Her eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, but her back was to the crowd, so no one saw it. She leaned over and brushed her hand across his face, closing his eyes. As expected of the Sage Pavilion's Pavilion Master's disciple, he has such a good heart. That's right, this woman looks like a kind-hearted person. Unlike that young lady just now, she didn't even look at it when she walked past. Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. If it were us, we wouldn't necessarily pay attention to it either. That's why this Neilanlan is even more precious. That's right. This Yu Qingbi has taken in a good disciple. When Neilanlan heard those praises, the corner of her mouth rose. She came to the Tree of Life and looked up at the huge tree crown, waiting for the Tree of Life's gift. Qing Yi knew this woman from Sima Yoyue's memories. Just like the woman just now, she more or less had some grudges with Sima Yoyue. However, since they had entered, he had to give them a chance. This was the condition that he had agreed with heaven. Go in. He waved his hand and Nalan was enveloped by a ray of light, disappearing in front of everyone. Qingyi laid on the tree branch, thinking about how Sima Yuyue would react if she knew that these two women were here with her. 2 days later, Zhongzheng Hanyu came out. Unlike the others, she didn't comprehend anything and didn't get her things in the tree hole. After the assessment, she was brought outside the Tree of Life. A tender yellow branch floated in front of her. Zhongzheng Hanyu felt the strong vitality in the branch and knew that it must be the essence of the Tree of Life. She excitedly took out a bottle and put it under the branch. The Tree of Life shook and a few drops of essence dripped from the branch. Once the essence left, the branch withered and fell to the side of the tree root. Zhongzheng Hanyu kept the jade bottle and bowed to the Tree of Life, saying, "Thank you, Tree of Life, for your gift." The other people who entered also got the essence, so this gift wasn't bad. However, Qingyi was still tempted and gave her less than 2 drops. He scanned with his divine sense and didn't expect Nalan to comprehend Heaven Dao in the assessment. According to the rules, he couldn't interrupt her now and could only let her comprehend. Body refinement is indeed different. It's so easy to comprehend Dao. I just don't know what she will comprehend. However, no matter what she comprehends, as long as she stepped on this path, she was destined to be different from other cultivators. Han Miaoshuang didn't know how long she stayed in the tree hole. During this period of time, she experienced everything again. Bullied, abandoned, adopted by Su Jin, brought by him to find the Han family to settle the score, came to the academy to study alchemy. No matter how big or small the matter was, she experienced everything again. Going through the past again, she thought she would be angry, sad, angry, and break down uncontrollably. However, in the end, she didn't experience any of these. On the contrary, she was very calm. She looked at those things as if she was looking at other people's things. Why am I not angry or sad? She asked herself, is it because my state of mind is different from before? No one could answer her. She thought for a long time and said, yes, it should be like this. I'm different from before. In the past, when I was bullied, I only felt sad and angry. But now I have master, senior brothers and junior sisters. They gave me warmth and made my state of mind different from before. That's why I'm so calm even if I experience the past again. Let the past be the past. I have to look forward and cherish the warmth now. I have to protect this warmth. Yes, cherish, protect. This was her future Tao. Thinking of this clearly, her body seemed to be injected with energy, making her whole body comfortable. Her limbs and bones stretched out. Every pore seemed to open up and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Dong, a Zen sound came from the sky again, indicating to the people outside that another person succeeded in comprehending Tao. This book came from the Book and Book #website. Chapter 1107. The people outside all thought that one person had succeeded in comprehending the Tao, but only Qingyi knew that there were 2 chants. 2 people had succeeded in comprehending the Tao. Nalan was very excited. She had been able to comprehend her own Tao in such a short period of time. It must be her physique that allowed her to enter the sect so easily. Holy Lotus Heart. The voice that sounded between heaven and earth was deafening. She accepted it with a smile. As expected of the lotus body. The Tao he comprehended is all holy, someone said. Cherish and protect. A second voice sounded between heaven and earth. Could it be that she comprehended 2 Taos? Ha, Master, junior sister comprehended 2 Taos. Comprehending 2 Taos, this is unprecedented. Pavilion Master your beloved disciple's future is limitless. Ha! Yu Qingbi was overjoyed. Even though he couldn't enter, it wasn't a bad idea for his disciple to take out 2 portions. Why are there 2 people? When the crowd saw the person on top of the tree, they cried out in surprise. Before Yu Qingbi could finish laughing, he was choked by the 2 figures on the treetop. As the light dissipated, Nailan Lan and Han Miao Shuang appeared at the same time. It's really 2 people. Could it be that it wasn't one person comprehending 2 Daos, but 2 people comprehending Daos at the same time? A golden light flashed in the sky, and the words, Treasure Protect, and Holy Lotus Heart, appeared in everyone's eyes. The 8 words chased after each other in the air. Han Miao Shuang was speechless when she saw the golden words chasing after each other like children. She glanced at Nailan Lan and naturally knew that this was the person who wanted to kill her junior sister. He didn't expect that the 2 of them would succeed in comprehending the Tao at the same time. It really made him unhappy. Nailan Lan didn't know Han Miao Shuang's identity. Seeing that she was looking at her with hatred, she thought that she was jealous of her beauty. The 2 of them glanced at each other before shifting their gazes to the 8 golden characters, calling for them to quickly enter their bodies. The golden words circled around the treetop and then found their own hosts. The words, Cherish and Holy, flew into the 2 people's bodies at the same time. However, the 4 words Guard and Heart Link weren't in a hurry. They circled around the 2 of them again. Then, the 2 words Guard entered Han Miao Shuang's body, while the word Lotus entered Nailan Lan's body. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, a shocking scene occurred. After the word Heart circled around Nailan Lan, it didn't enter her body, but flew into Han Miao Shuang's body instead. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The word Xian had actually abandoned Nailan Lan. Nailan Lan and Han Miao Shuang were stunned. What was going on? In her body, there were the words Cherish, Protect and Heart, but in Nailan Lan's body, there was only the 3 words Holy Lotus. What's going on? The onlookers felt that it was inconceivable. This was a word formed from Tao. It was the Tao that Nailan Lan comprehended. How did it run into Han Miao Shuang's body? This was not child's play. If he lost 1 word, wouldn't that mean that he had lost half of his comprehension of the Tao? Moreover, she was missing the most important part. How was she going to walk her path in the future? Han Miao Shuang didn't think that something like this would happen. She was just guessing. What they didn't know was that the Tao that Han Miao Shuang comprehended, Cherish, and Protect, had to be done with heart. Compared to the Tao that Nailan Lan comprehended using the lotus body, the word Xian was more willing to go to Han Miao Shuang. Who are you? Hurry up and return my heart to me. Nailan Lan shouted at Han Miao Shuang. Han Miao Shuang recovered from her initial shock. Although she didn't know what benefits she would get from doing this, but seeing Nailan Lan so angry and thinking about how she got a word from her, she was overjoyed. What do you mean by returning your heart to you? Han Miao Shuang stood up and pulled her skirt. This heart is bestowed by the heavenly Tao. It's not like I can control it if it chooses me. It's you. If you weren't with me, why would it run into your body? Nailan Lan shouted. You're wrong to say that. What do you mean by, with you? I came in before you. If we're talking about being together, it should be you and me. Han Miao Shuang said. Do you know why the word Xian doesn't want you? Why? Someone outside joined in the fun and asked. Of course it's because she doesn't have a heart. Since she doesn't have a heart, the word Xian naturally wouldn't want to go. Han Miao Shuang said with a smile. That makes sense. It seems like that's the case. Otherwise, why would the word Xian dislike her? Han Miao Shuang felt that the voice was familiar. Turning her head, she saw Shi Qianji fanning himself and smiling at her. Flirt. Han Miao Shuang rolled her eyes at him, then stared at Nailan Lan vigilantly. Don't be fooled by her pure and gentle appearance. From Sima Yu's description, this girl was definitely a ruthless character. As expected, without a trace of warning, Nalan Lan condensed her spirit energy and attacked her. The two of them were so close to each other. If she wasn't vigilant, her sneak attack would have succeeded. Nalan Lan was about the same age as Sima Yu. Although her level wasn't as high as hers, with the help of the Lotus Physique, she had advanced rather quickly these few years. She had already advanced to the beginner stage of Divine Overlord. However, her strength was still lacking compared to Han Miaoshuang. She didn't succeed in her sneak attack. Instead, Han Miaoshuang grabbed her wrist and flung her to the ground. If she didn't take out a sword at the last moment to support herself on the ground, her body flipped in the air and landed steadily, she would have been embarrassed in front of everyone. Nalan Lan wanted to attack Han Miaoshuang but was stopped by Qin Yi. He waved his hand and a force pulled her out of the spirit barrier. Qin Yi's figure appeared on the treetop. He looked at everyone outside and said, "Heaven's choice isn't something that can be controlled by humans. No matter what happens in the end, it's Heaven's choice. The matter has been decided. If you continue to argue here, kill." Nalan Lan originally wanted to rush in and find trouble with Han Miaoshuang. However, after Qin Yi said that, she had no choice but to stop. She could kill Han Miaoshuang, but she couldn't ignore Qin Yi's warning. That monarch-ranked expert's corpse was still on the ground. Qin Yi's words weren't for fun. Zhongzheng Han Yu was originally jealous of Nalan Lan. She didn't even have enlightenment, but this little girl did. Wasn't she just relying on her good physique? Now it seemed that she didn't have anything good. She comprehended half of it. She had nothing to show off in the future. Pavilion Master, this tree of life seems to be protecting that person. She came to Yu Qingbai's side. Although junior sister's Tao is incomplete, she still comprehended Tao. It shouldn't matter if it's missing a bit. Master, we can't afford to offend this tree of life. We have plenty of chances in the future. Yu Qingbai looked at Han Miaoshuang with murderous intent. Chapter 1108. Nalan Lan didn't expect Zhongzheng Han Yu to say that and shouted at Yu Qingbai, "Master." She was afraid that Yu Qingbai would really let it go. Yu Qingbai looked at Qin Yi. From the moment he only sent Nalan Lan out, he knew that he was biased towards Han Miaoshuang. He didn't know what method Han Miaoshuang used to make Qin Yi treat her differently, but he knew that with Qin Yi around, they couldn't kill Han Miaoshuang. "Let's go," he said to Nalan Lan. "Master." Nalan Lan didn't think that he would really give up. That was the Tao that she had comprehended. She was unwilling to give up just like that. Han Yu is right. If you want to kill her, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to go against the tree of life now. Yu Qingbai said. But what about her Tao? Little junior sister, the heart word has already entered her body. It's a foregone conclusion. Even if you kill her now, it won't become yours. Zhongzheng Han Yu said, "We can understand your feelings of wanting to kill her, but do you want Pavilion Master and the entire Sage Pavilion to go against the Tree of Life because of you? Even if they worked together, they would not be a match for the Tree of Life." Nalan Lan saw that everyone was looking at her. Even though she was sad in her heart, she couldn't risk everyone's lives. If she really did that, then she would no longer have a foothold in the Sage Pavilion. Then let's listen to senior sister. I can't implicate everyone because of my personal grudge. She bit her lips, looking as if she had been wronged but had no choice but to think for everyone, which moved everyone present. Lan, don't worry. We will definitely avenge you in the future. This person will not leave the immortal land alive. Yu Qingbi patted her head and comforted her. Thank you, Master. Let's go. Since no one else could enter the Sage Pavilion, there was no point in them staying here any longer. When Nalan Lan left, she turned around and looked at Han Miao Shuang with hatred in her eyes. Han Miao Shuang looked at her and was secretly pleased. She lifted her chin at her and saw that she was even angrier and happier. Seeing Nalan Lan leave unwillingly, Han Miao Shuang cupped her hands towards Qin Yi and said, "Thanks. You're quite proud of yourself." Qin Yi placed his hands behind his back and saw through her thoughts. Yeah. That woman wanted to kill little junior brother in the past. I'll feel good every time I screw over someone like her. Han Miao Shuang said, "Anyway, I didn't do it on purpose. I wasn't the one who asked it to choose me. If we didn't succeed in comprehending the Tao together, you wouldn't have taken advantage of his Tao." Qin Yi said. Han Miao Shuang's behavior was a classic case of taking advantage and still acting innocent. This isn't something I can control. This is called fate. Han Miao Shuang said. Tree of Life, where are my junior brothers? Where is little Seven? They are all still comprehending their own opportunities. Qin Yi said, also, don't call me the Tree of Life. Then what should I call you? Qin Yi. Han Miao Shuang sized him up. It's obviously a golden tree of life. Why is it called Qin Yi? Qin Yi was speechless. Why did she say the same thing as Sima Yue? If you don't want to get killed when you go out, then be quiet. Qin Yi said and disappeared from the tree crown. Han Miao Shuang looked at the crowd outside the spirit barrier. She stood on the tree crown as if she was being watched. It made her feel uncomfortable. Since Qin Yi didn't chase her away, then she wouldn't go out first. Otherwise, she might be caught and killed. Anyway, she just comprehended the Tao. It was a good time to consolidate it. To be able to consolidate her Tao heart at the Tree of Life was something that others couldn't even ask for. She went into the tree crown and found a branch that was thicker than her body. She sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate her Tao heart. When the people outside saw that she could cultivate in the Tree of Life, they were envious and jealous. It would be great if we could go in too. Forget it, let's not think about it. I'm planning to leave. Do you want to go with me? Where are you going? Isn't there an emperor's historical remains on this island? Why don't we go there and take a look? That historical remains have been long gone. There won't be any treasures there. Isn't that so? We just came from the historical remains. That place is about to be emptied. Really? Of course it's true. Are there so few things in the historical remains? It's not that there are few, but not everyone can go in. What do you mean? The Emperor's place has all kinds of restrictions. We can only go in if the restrictions are broken. Those powerful people can go in directly. We can only wander around outside. That's right. But there are only so few places to break the restrictions. They have been searched many times. Sigh, then what's the point of staying on this island? Let's leave early. We can still find some things in other places yesterday. Hey, have you heard? Heartbreak Valley's Valley Lord brought a group of people into a place where the restrictions are not broken. I heard that there are many mechanisms and arrays in addition to restrictions. I don't know if they are alive or dead. Ah, isn't that the new force? I heard that they are quite powerful. Especially that Sima Yue. She is simply a demon. Did Sima Yue also go into the historical remains? I don't think so. They said that they didn't see her in the historical remains. If something happened to her, then it's a pity. She is such a demon. If she is fine, then if something happened to the Valley Lord, wouldn't she be the Valley Lord? She is so young, it can't be right. Those people are from Blood Fiend City. They are not so easy to conquer. I think she is the one who conquered those people. Have you forgotten what happened in Blood Fiend City? You mean? It seems so. That lightning struck for so many days. Wasn't she the one who attracted it? That's why I said that Sima Yu is still the one in charge. However, I see that Sima Yu is rather respectful towards the Valley Master. You are talking about whether they are dead or not. Maybe they are all fine. Don't forget, Master Lin is very close to this force. If they died so easily, why would he bother to be on good terms with them? That's true. Qing Yi heard the discussion outside and frowned slightly. When he noticed the change in Sima Yue, he quickly went to Tree D. He didn't expect that Sima Yue's domain would be exposed and let her hear these people's words. Hearing that the life and death of Shimen Feng and Heartbreak Valley's people were unknown, her breath became very unstable. Even her domain started to crack. It looked like it was going to collapse completely. All her previous efforts were going to be wasted. Don't let it collapse. If you miss it once, it won't be easy for you to comprehend another domain. He said worriedly. Chapter 1109. Sima Yue did not know what she was doing. She saw that the flowers were withering, the leaves were turning yellow, and the water in the river was decreasing. The lotus pond was drying up, and the mountains and rivers were collapsing. Other than the mountain she was on, all the other mountains had collapsed and sunk. What's going on? She shouted in panic. This was the world that she had painstakingly constructed. Why did it suddenly collapse? What are you doing? She heard a voice scolding her. She held her head with both hands and squatted on the ground, saying, I didn't do it, I didn't do anything. That's right. It's because you didn't do anything that the world became like this. Sima Yue looked up and saw a faint shadow. It looked like her, but it also didn't look like her. I didn't do anything, yes, you watched them collapse. You could have stopped it, but you didn't do anything. You watched as the animals died, the flowers withered, the rivers dried up, and the mountains collapsed. Think about it, isn't this all your fault? It's my fault. Then hurry up and save him. How can I save it? Do what you did to build them up before, and do what you did now. You have to believe in yourself, you can do it. The shadow gradually faded, and Sima Yue's dazed eyes gradually became firm. Following the change in her state of mind, the world no longer collapsed. Water slowly appeared in the riverbed, and the dead flowers and trees slowly came back to life. In the tree hole, Tsing Yi saw that the domain had stabilized once again, and his hanging heart also settled down. Just now, it was really close. Only the area around her had not collapsed. If even this area had collapsed, then she would have completely failed. Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things. Sima Yue said these words subconsciously. She repeated them over and over again. Her territory was even more stable than before. Qing Yi looked at the domain that was even stronger than before, and the shock in his heart continued to grow. Is this the so-called rise after destruction? Looks like I was worried for nothing. After the reconstruction, the development of the domain was even faster than before. Soon, it spread to the outside, beyond the barrier, and encompassed a radius of 100 miles. What's going on? Why do I feel like I am being controlled by something? I feel the same way. Did something happen? What a strange feeling. There's nothing left. Was that feeling of being controlled real? It must be true. Is it the tree of life? Dong, 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 3 Zen chants rang out in the air, each louder than the previous ones. It was not only deafening to the people present, but almost everyone on the island heard it. The people nearby were attracted by the 3 Zen chants and flew over. Could it be that all 3 of them comprehended their own Tao at the same time? It can't be. Just now, it was already very surprising that 2 people succeeded in comprehending the Tao at the same time, let alone 3 people. What if one person didn't take 3 Tao? The people at the scene were discussing incessantly. They were really curious about such a thing. Time is endless, space is endless, life is endless. These words reverberated between heaven and earth. Those who heard them seemed to feel the vicissitudes of time, the vastness of space, and the greatness of life. Who comprehended this Tao? It's so, they could no longer find the words to describe the shock in their hearts. It was as if this was not a Tao comprehended by one person, but the real Tao of heaven. Sima Yue woke up and was brought to the top of the tree by a ray of golden light. The illusion ring was useless in front of heaven and earth. Although she was wearing men's clothes, she did not hide her female characteristics and aura. Her long hair fluttered behind her head. Her beautiful facial features were less masculine and more feminine. Even though she had the same facial features, she gave people a different feeling. The golden light dissipated and Sima Yue was completely exposed in front of everyone in the form of a woman. Isn't this Sima Yue? This can't be her, right? She is a woman. Sima Yue is a man. But they look exactly the same. Twins. Since when did you hear that she has a twin sister? Then, is that really Sima Yue? She's a woman. Isn't this too unbelievable? This Sima Yue is not only an evildoer, she's also a woman. God, do we still want to live? The disguised Jiang Junxian stood beside Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang. He looked at Sima Yue and opened his mouth a few times without saying a word. Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang were not surprised at all and said, "You know she's a woman." Shi Shuang rolled her eyes and said, "When she treated me, she saw me naked. If she's not a woman, do you think she can still live?" Jiang Junxian was depressed. Sima Yue was his junior. Shi Qianji and the others always knew, but she did not tell him that she was a woman. When he knew there were ruins here, he wanted to come and take a look. He did not expect to meet Shi Shuang and the others before crossing the sea. They were all heading towards the same place. Naturally, he could not refuse and followed them. But he did not expect to see this. "I'm surprised every time I see it." Shi Qianji sighed. Shi Shuang saw the surprise in Shi Qianji's eyes. She did not know why, but she felt uncomfortable. 12 heavenly Tao. Everyone was shocked by the 12 golden words that appeared in the air. Xian Qiuhe's Tao was 8 words. Han Miao Shuang and Nailan Lan's Tao were 4 words. But Sima Yue's Tao was 12 words. And from the content, Sima Yue's Tao was obviously much more powerful. Time is endless, space is endless, life is endless. The 12 words floated in the air and flew around the tree of life. Then, they circled around Sima Yue twice before entering her body. Sima Yue felt her body become much more comfortable the moment those 12 words entered her body. Furthermore, those 12 words circled around her body before finally attaching themselves to her meridians and imprinting themselves on her bones. Even her dantian was imprinted on it. Time is endless, space is endless, life is endless. This was her Tao. It was a kind of enlightenment towards time, space, and life in the world. "Wow, junior sister, you're amazing." Han Miao Shuang saw that she had finished her enlightenment and flew out from the tree crown to her side. "Hee, I can openly call you junior sister in the future. Your female appearance is so beautiful. I will never get tired of looking at it." Sima Yue glanced at her long hair that was scattered in front of her chest. She knew that her female identity was exposed in front of everyone. There may be a lot of trouble in the future. Although she said that, she did not care about those troubles at all. "Why are you alone? Senior brother and little 7 are not out yet." "Nope. From what Qingyi said, they should be out soon." Han Miao Shuang said, "Little 7 is at the final stage of evolution. Junior brother is also in the midst of enlightenment. Chapter 11:10. Sima Yue looked at the crowd outside and found the people who were talking about the relics. When she was comprehending the Tao, her domain just happened to spread to the top. When she heard these people talking about Feng, and Heartbreak Valley, she was worried and almost caused her domain to collapse. Her Tao and domain were linked together. If her domain collapsed, her Tao would also end. "Wait here," she said to Han Miao Shuang, then flew towards the spirit barrier and came in front of those people. "You said before that the people from Heartbreak Valley entered the remains." Those people were stunned when they saw Sima Yue flying over. They only regained their senses when they heard her question. Yes. They entered a restriction. I wonder if they have come out yet. When did this happen? Sima Yue frowned. How did they enter the restrictive spell? Several months, the man replied. Can you tell me where the restriction is? Sure. However, that restriction seems to be very powerful. Although your background is relatively strong, that place is not a place where background matters. That person hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sima Yue was stunned for a moment before she reacted. He was saying that she was not strong enough and should not take the risk. What a tactful way to put it. However, the other party was just reminding her out of goodwill and did not mean to belittle her. Thank you. I'll be careful. She smiled at him, then turned and flew back. Her smile made that person's nose bleed. Yue, let us in too. Shi Qianji shouted at Sima Yue's back. Sima Yue flew to the top of the tree and turned around to see Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang standing outside. Qingyi, can I? She asked. She didn't know the relationship between Qingyi and Little Seven. She just felt that Qingyi should be a good person since he helped her understand her domain and her own Tao. If she knew how Qingyi treated the people outside in the past year, she probably wouldn't think that way. Han Miao Shuang had already woken up for a period of time and understood Qingyi's character a little. Although he was a tree of life, he didn't have a good impression of people, let alone being close to them. Therefore, she did not think that he would agree to Sima Yue's request. Qingyi didn't appear and didn't answer. Just when Han Miao Shuang thought he wouldn't agree, 3 branches flew out instantly. When everyone reacted, Shi Qianji, Shi Shuang, and Jiang Junxian were already under the tree of life. The 3 of them didn't expect that they would change positions in the blink of an eye. If that branch had been aimed at them, they wouldn't have been able to resist at all. They probably wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking of this, the 3 of them felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, this was not real. The other party did not attack them and only brought them in. Qingyi's speed once again shocked everyone present. At the same time, it made them more cautious. With such speed and power, they didn't dare to act rashly. At the same time, they were envious of Shi Qianji and Shi Shuang. Because they knew Sima Yue, they went in again. Just like the people from Kong Valley who knew her, they could board Heartbreak Valley's ship and reach this island earlier. At this time, everyone just remembered a fact. Speaking of which, they didn't see Sima Yue and Han Miao Shuang go in, but they were inside. What did this mean? They had discovered the tree of life long ago and were enlightened inside. Looking at Sima Yue, they were really envious. No wonder Master Yin Lin was so close to her. She was really someone with great luck. Sima Yue didn't expect Qingyi to bring an unfamiliar man in. Seeing him looking at her, her heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, Han Miao Shuang jumped up and grabbed Jiang Junxian's clothes and punched him in the face. Jiang Junxian. You still dare to appear in front of me? I said, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Jiang Junxian didn't fight back. He let her punch him again and again. This was the first time they were in close contact after they separated in the ancient tomb. When they were in Cloud Sea City, they didn't really have any contact. Fortunately, Han Miao Shuang didn't use spirit power. She only used her fists to hit him. In the end, her hand still hurt. Sima Yuyue went forward and pulled Han Miao Shuang. Maybe because she didn't live with Jiang Junxian for a long time, she didn't feel as much pain as Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao. It was easier for her to forgive him. Forgive. So she had forgiven him long ago. Alright, senior sister. If you continue, your hand bones will break. Han Miao Shuang's hand was pulled by Sima Yuyue. She just looked at Jiang Junxian's unfamiliar face. Why, you don't dare to face us with your real face. She stared straight at her. She didn't know why, but tears fell instantly. Sima Yuyue saw Han Miao Shuang's tears. She saw the way she looked at Jiang Junxian. It was a painful love. She let go of her hand. It turned out that she didn't pay enough attention to them. She didn't realize that Han Miao Shuang actually. She looked at Jiang Junxian again. He looked at Han Miao Shuang with emotions. Maybe the two of them had always lived together, so they didn't really reveal their relationship. But after going through these things, they understood each other's hearts. Jiang Junxian had never seen Han Miao Shuang cry. He took off the mask on his face uncomfortably and said, "I didn't wear this mask to avoid you." Seeing his face, Han Miao Shuang's tears fell even harder. Jiang Junxian went forward helplessly and reached out to wipe her tears. He frowned and said, "Why did you cry so much after not seeing you for a few years?" The more Jiang Junxian said this, the more Han Miao Shuang felt wronged and sad. Her tears fell even harder. The two of them didn't realize that the people around them were whispering about them. Cough cough, this, senior brother, senior sister, you guys go inside and settle old scores. Sima Yuyue coughed dryly and pushed the two of them into the canopy. With Qingyi around, these people's divine senses couldn't enter. The two of them could cry and comfort however they wanted. Besides, without these third wheels in the way, the two of them could deal with their feelings more clearly. Cough cough, I've been with him for so long. I never knew that he liked Han Miao Shuang. Shi Qianji said. I didn't expect senior sister to also. When we lived in Parting Garden, the two of them didn't flirt like this. Sima Yuyue said. Didn't you say that senior brother wasn't with you? Why are you together again? We met before we came to the island. Because we had to come to a place and we were worried that something would happen to him alone, so we let him come with us. Shi Qiu Shuang said. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 11:11. Sima Yuyue sighed in her heart. It was hard to say when it came to relationships. Usually, she didn't feel anything, but after going around in circles, it turned out that she still had that person in her heart. Thinking of this, she looked at Shi Qianji and Shi Qiu Shuang, wondering what would happen between the two of them. Shi Qiu Shuang had someone else in her heart, but she could tell that Shi Qianji liked Qiu Shuang. He just didn't know what would happen to them later on. She frowned when she thought of Wu Lingyu, who was still unconscious. He didn't know how long he had been comprehending it, but it definitely wasn't a short time. Counting the time he spent in the spirit pagoda, he didn't know how long he had slept. He still hadn't woken up after such a long time. She was a little worried about his situation. Qingyi. She called out. An azure-robed figure appeared. Looking at Shi Qianji and Shi Qiu Shuang, he said, since you've come in, then go and try. With a wave of his hand, Shi Qianji and his companion were wrapped in golden light and disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Jun Xian, who was about to kiss Han Miao Shuang in the treetop, also disappeared. Han Miao Shuang was waiting for her first kiss with her eyes closed, but why did this person suddenly disappear? She opened her eyes and saw the empty branches. She couldn't react. However, she couldn't help but blush when she recalled what had just happened. Fortunately, he was gone, otherwise Sima Yue flew into the treetop and said, "Qing Yi, do you know why my senior brother hasn't woken up yet? How much time had passed? How long have I been in the tree hole? From the time you guys came here, it's been more than a year." Qing Yi said, "As for the time you stayed in the tree hole, it's been a few decades." "Decades?" Sima Yue cried out. "Counting the time in the spirit pagoda, wouldn't Wu Lingyu have slept for a few hundred years? Why are you so surprised?" Qing Yi said, "The time in the tree hole is controlled by me. It has nothing to do with the outside world. It won't affect your body. You're still in your 30s. That's not what I'm worried about." Sima Yue said, "You know my secret. Are you worried about the people in the space?" Qing Yi knew what she was thinking. Its time is the same as the time outside. It has nothing to do with the time I created. Sima Yue heaved a sigh of relief, but she was still worried. More than a year outside means more than 10 years inside. Senior Marshal brother slept for more than 10 years without waking up. As long as I'm here, he won't wake up even if he sleeps for 100 years. Why? Although he has returned to his original position, he has been wandering for so many years and his soul is injured. Qing Yi said. "What does this have to do with you?" Sima Yue was confused. "Have you forgotten what I am?" What was he? The tree of life. The fact that I can become a tree of life naturally means that I have life force. My aura is both a great supplement and a suppressive force to him. Qing Yi continued. Sima Yue understood. Will it affect him if he continues to sleep like this? Does helping him repair his soul count? Qing Yi said, "Actually, he's quite lucky. If it were you, I'm afraid you'd never wake up." Why? Han Miao Shuang asked. Although she didn't understand what they meant when they said those things about Wu Lingyu, when it concerned Sima Yue, she immediately became nervous. Sima Yue knew the reason. Is it because of the ghost clan in my body? Yes. Qing Yi said. Ghost clan. What does this have to do with you? The ghost clan mainly absorbs dark spiritual energy and death energy. And these are restrained by life force. Sima Yue explained. If I fall into a coma, I definitely won't be able to resist his life force. There's no chance of winning. Fortunately, your body hasn't been completely controlled by the ghost clan's aura. Han Miao Shuang said. Yeah, or else I wouldn't be able to comprehend this realm in Dao. Sima Yue was also glad. Realm? What's that? You didn't comprehend it. I only comprehended my Dao, but nothing else. Han Miao Shuang said. What's a realm? Realm, how should I put it? It's equivalent to my own time and space, a world. Sima Yue said. In this world, I'm the master. It's a little similar to the space sealed by an array master, but one uses the current space, while the realm is my own space that I comprehend. Isn't that even more awesome? Han Miao Shuang said excitedly. An array master space seal is already very powerful, but yours sounds even more powerful than that. I'm considered lucky, I happened to comprehend it at Qing Yi's place and borrowed his power. Sima Yue said. Realm can only be comprehended by spirit masters who are paragon rank and above. At your age and power, it has never appeared before. Qing Yi said. This was also the reason why he was so surprised when he first saw her comprehend a realm. You've always been in the immortal land, how do you know if other places have it? Han Miao Shuang didn't believe it. Although I didn't go out, people kept coming in. Qing Yi said. From their memories, I can know a lot of things that happened outside. Han Miao Shuang stared at him with wide eyes. He was so awesome. If someone could comprehend a realm at her age, it would have spread across the entire continent. It wouldn't be unknown. Those who came in here would definitely know, so I would naturally know too. Qing Yi said. How would you know? You're not a roundworm in their stomach. Unless. Han Miao Shuang reacted. You can see other people's memories. Qing Yi silently agreed. Han Miao Shuang subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but there was no path behind her. She almost fell down. It was a good thing that Sima Yu pulled her back. She stood still and looked at Qing Yi. You're so scary. No one can keep secrets from you anymore. Not really. Qing Yi said. There's one person, I can't see his memories. Who? Xian Qiuhe. That person's brain is protected by something, not letting the outside world know. Thinking of Xian Qiuhe, he didn't know why, but he felt that something would happen to him in the future. Xian Qiuhe. He came too. Sima Yue asked. A few months ago, he came and left. He comprehended Tao very quickly, he's also a genius. Is his body better? Sima Yue asked. With the support of Tao, he won't be too far off. Qing Yi said. Seems like there are quite a lot of people who comprehended Tao. Han Miao Shuang said. But it's also true. Even someone like Nalan Lan comprehended it. It's not strange for others to do it. Nalan Lan. She comprehended Tao too. Sima Yue narrowed her eyes. Not only did she come, Zhongzheng Han you came too. Qing Yi said. But your senior sister already helped you get some interest. Chapter 11-12. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Interest. Speaking of this, Han Miao Shuang was in a good mood and said, Little junior sister, you don't know. That Nalan Lan actually succeeded in enlightenment at the same time as me. Hee, guess what happened next? Sima Yue felt much better when she saw how happy she was. She shook her head. I can't guess. I guess you won't be able to guess it either. Han Miao Shuang laughed mischievously. Our Tao appeared at the same time. Mine was the 4 words cherish and protect. Hers was the 4 words holy lotus heart. In the end, my words entered my body, but her heart didn't want her and ran into my body. Ran into your body. Wouldn't you be stealing her Tao then? Sima Yue said in surprise. What do you mean I stole her Tao? That heart character ran into my body on its own. I didn't do anything. Han Miao Shuang said. Hee, then wouldn't her Tao be incomplete? Sima Yue was in a good mood. That's right. It's probably because that heart saw that she was so evil and pretended to be pure outside, so it didn't like her and came to me. Han Miao Shuang giggled and said, You didn't see it. At that time, Nalan Lan and the people from the Sage Pavilion were so angry, but they could only stare. With their temper, they won't let you go. Qing Yi helped me. With him protecting me, those people wouldn't dare to do anything here. I can't do anything. Han Miao Shuang said proudly. They couldn't enter the enchantment and couldn't get close to her. They couldn't take revenge even if they wanted to. Then it's best that you don't act alone in the future. The people from the Sage Pavilion might make a move on you at any time. Sima Yue warned. If it were any other matter, there might be a possibility of resolving it. However, this matter was related to the heavenly Tao. Even if it were her, she could not pretend that nothing had happened. Especially when Nalan Lan continued to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Every time she thought about how her heavenly Tao was incomplete, Han Miao Shuang stole the most important word, heart. She would probably vomit blood frequently. We have a holy son of the Sage Pavilion by our side. What am I afraid of? Han Miao Shuang said, even without your senior brother, I wouldn't be afraid. Isn't it just the Sage Pavilion? It's not like they're invincible. Yes, I know. Senior sister, you have senior brother protecting you now. With senior brother around, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Sima Yue joked. Great, junior sister, you're making fun of me. Watch how I'm going to shut your mouth today. Han Miao Shuang took out a spirit fruit and stuffed it into Sima Yue's mouth. Sima Yue lightly stomped her feet and flew from one branch to another, dodging her attack. What's wrong? Are you angry? Sima Yue said with a smile, I haven't asked you what's going on between you and senior brother. What do you mean what happened? There's nothing between him and me. Han Miao Shuang chased after her. What do you mean nothing? Why are you looking at my senior brother and crying so sadly? TSK, look at my senior brother's eyes, he's so heartbroken. Stop right there. Sima Yue flew to another branch and Han Miao Shuang chased after her. I used to think that senior brother was lazy and didn't care about anything. He only knew how to sleep all day. I didn't expect him to be such a gentle person. TSK, I can't help but feel heartbroken. Go away. You're the one feeling heartbroken for your senior brother. I also feel heartbroken for my senior brother. Sigh, if he knew that you're not admitting it, I wonder if it would affect him from passing the test. Why didn't I realize that you're so talkative? You might as well keep wearing men's clothes. You're so gossipy when you're a girl. Stop right there. Hee, if you want me to stop, you'll have to chase after me first. Wait till I catch up with you, see how I'll deal with you. You'll have to catch up with me first. Qingyi returned to the tree trunk and didn't look at the two of them who were like lunatics. When the people outside heard that they were chasing each other on the Tree of Life, they were envious. Why did the Tree of Life treat them differently? After chasing for a while, Sima Yue and Han Miao Shuang finally stopped. Each of them sat on a branch and leaned against the tree trunk. The first time I saw him, I saw the pain hidden in his eyes and the anger towards life. At that time, I thought that this guy was so happy, but why did he still look so smelly? Until I knew his identity, I then knew why. Han Miao Shuang muttered. You were attracted by his gaze. Sima Yue laid on the branch, her long hair fell on both sides like a waterfall. I guess so. Han Miao Shuang said, that guy only knows how to sleep. He doesn't care about anyone, but he's obsessed with alchemy. Why didn't I notice it at all after living in the parting garden for so long? Sima Yue said, is it because you guys hit it too well, or is my reaction too slow? That's because I hit it very carefully. Han Miao Shuang said, you know, I was abandoned by the Han clan. At that time, I thought he was the Jiang clan's young master. Even if we're together now, he would have to return to the Jiang clan in the future. So I didn't think that I would be with him. But I didn't expect him to be abandoned too. Then I realized that you guys are quite compatible. Sima Yue smiled as she continued. But we didn't meet after that. Han Miao Shuang said, when we met this time, I suddenly felt wronged and couldn't control myself. I thought he would laugh at me. After all, he didn't show anything special before. I'm quite surprised too. I didn't expect senior brother to have such a side. It's true that even tempered steel can become soft. Sima Yue said. I don't know when they'll come out. Han Miao Shuang said. Sima Yue took out Shimen Feng and the other's life jade. They were all fine, which meant that nothing happened to them in the restriction. So she wasn't in a hurry to go over. Oh right, little junior sister, did you realize that Qingyi treats us differently from the others? Han Miao Shuang imitated her and laid down. She turned sideways and said to Sima Yue. Really? Sima Yue didn't think so. You just came out, so you don't know. Han Miao Shuang said. She told Sima Yue about the things she saw during this period of time. Compared to them, she realized that it was indeed different. Hearing you say it, it's indeed different. Sima Yue said. Why do you think it's like that? You can't be saying that we're charming, right? Han Miao Shuang said half-jokingly. Pfft. Sima Yue laughed and said, if it's really about charm, then it's Little Seven's charm. You're saying that he treats us so well because of Little Seven. Chapter 11-13. Read 336, Little Seven. Yeah. Sima Yue said, think about how Little Seven reacted when she saw Qingyi. That means that she and Qingyi know each other. Han Miao Shuang thought about it for a moment. Little Seven's reaction was really strange. But Qingyi has been here for a few decades, and Little Seven has never been to the immortal realm before. How did they know each other? She couldn't figure it out. Sima Yue wasn't sure either. Maybe they knew each other before. We'll ask Little Seven when she comes out. Before coming in, Little Seven said that she might evolve in here. I didn't expect her to really evolve. Little junior sister, tell me, Little Seven is already so powerful. If she evolves again, what level will she reach? Han Miao Shuang said. Seeing that Sima Yue wasn't listening to her, she shouted, Little junior sister. Junior sister. I'm here, senior sister. What's wrong? Sima Yue asked. I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Nothing. Sima Yue smiled. She recalled what Qingyi had said to her before. He said that other than helping with cultivation, Little Seven could also help people advance, especially those at the Imperial Emperor level. She didn't notice it at that time, but now that she thought about it, Qingyi's voice was a little unsteady when he said that, which meant that his emotions were a little unstable at that time. Why did his emotions become unstable when he talked about this? Was it because he had seen it before? Or had Little Seven experienced something like this before? Han Miao Shuang saw that Sima Yue was distracted again after a few sentences. She knew that she must be thinking about something, so she didn't say anything to disturb her. There were fewer and fewer people outside. Many of them had figured out Qingyi's temper. They knew that it was hopeless and there was no point in staying. After a few more days, Su Xiaoxiao also succeeded in comprehending the Tao. His Tao was very simple, perseverance. Although it was only 2 words, it was already very good for Su Xiaoxiao, who was not very talented. Xiaoxiao is out too. Now we're just waiting for Little Seven and Jiang Junxian. Han Miao Shuang was sincerely happy for Su Xiaoxiao. Senior brother is here too. Su Xiaoxiao asked. They're here. Not only did he come, he even made up with senior sister. Sima Yue said. Little junior sister, your mouth is broken again. Han Miao Shuang pretended to be angry. Su Xiaoxiao was big, but she wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what was going on when they talked back and forth. Senior brother and senior sister are together. He looked at Sima Yue and asked. Yue nodded with a smile. I really didn't expect that. But it's a good thing. Otherwise, you'll feel so bad every time you think of him, Su Xiao said. Who would have thought that he would feel uncomfortable? Han Miao Shuang refused to admit it. You think I don't know? It's normal that little junior sister doesn't know since she's not with us. We've always lived together. I know every time you cry, Su Xiao said. Since you knew, why didn't you come to comfort me? Han Miao Shuang reached out and pinched Su Xiao Zhao's hand. I'm not your senior brother. What's the point of comforting you? Su Xiao said. All right, it really wouldn't be of much use. But it was better than nothing. Especially since she felt that she hid it well. She didn't expect Su Xiao to know from the beginning. Qing Yi came out because Su Xiao succeeded in enlightenment. He suddenly felt the change in Little Seven. His expression changed slightly and he went back in. Sima Yuyue happened to be standing not far from him. She frowned when she saw him in a hurry. Did something happen to Little Seven? In the tree hole, Little Seven was moaning in pain. The white light that wrapped around her was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Little Seven. Qing Yi condensed his spiritual energy and injected it into the white light to replenish the energy she needed. Qing Yi. A weak voice was heard. It showed how uncomfortable Little Seven was. Little Seven, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. Qing Yi encouraged her while injecting his spiritual energy. You. Little Seven said twice and went silent again. Qing Yi was stunned. Then, he disappeared from the spot. He came to the branches and grabbed Sima Yoyue's hand and brought her into the tree hole. Qing Yi, what are you doing? Sima Yoyue's hand hurt because of him. Seeing Little Seven who was wrapped in white light, she ignored the pain and ran over. What's wrong with Little Seven? Why is her aura so unstable? She's evolving. Originally, there was no problem. However, she has an old illness in her body. It's suddenly consumed a lot of her energy. Now, she doesn't have enough energy to evolve. Qing Yi said. He didn't think that Little Seven's body would have an old illness. He also didn't think that it would affect her evolution. He kept injecting his spiritual energy into her, but it didn't have much effect on Little Seven. Sima Yuyue took out all the pills and precious herbs from the spirit pagoda and injected them into Little Seven's body. However, it still wasn't enough. Damn it! Little Seven's spiritual energy is draining too fast. We can't replenish it at all. She said anxiously. It's all my fault. I didn't check her body before letting her in. Qing Yi blamed himself. If he didn't let Little Seven evolve, this wouldn't have happened. Qing Yi, it's not your fault. Little Seven's voice rang out again. Even if she didn't evolve this time, the next time she evolved, something like this would still happen. What should we do? Sima Yuyue realized that Little Seven's spiritual energy was still draining and was extremely anxious. Power. She suddenly thought of the thunder spirit liquid that she obtained last time. Previously, she said that she would use it to nourish their bodies. However, she didn't have the chance to do so. Would it work if he used that? Now, she couldn't care less about whether it would be useful or not. She took out all the thunder spirit liquid and poured bottle after bottle onto Little Seven's body. The thunder spirit liquid slowly merged into Little Seven's body. It gave her a lot of spiritual energy. This made Qing Yi, who was at the side, shocked. Thunder spirit liquid. Little Seven's spiritual energy was replenished a little. However, it wasn't enough for her to evolve. Furthermore, the spiritual energy was still draining quickly. Qing Yi saw that the thunder spirit liquid was useful and said, "The thunder spirit liquid is useful. Do you have any more?" "No more. I took out all that I had." Sima Yuyue said. "No more. What should we do?" If they didn't stop the spiritual energy from draining, Little Seven might not even be able to keep her life, let alone evolve. Little Seven, I didn't think that we would only be reunited for such a short time. I even said that I would protect you in the future. You have to protect yourself in the future. After Qing Yi finished speaking, he retracted his hand and turned himself into a ball of golden essence. He slowly floated towards Little Seven. Little Seven knew what Ching-Yi wanted to do. She shouted, "Ching-Yi, don't do anything stupid. I won't accept you. You want to exchange a life for a life. I won't agree." Little Seven didn't accept it. Ching-Yi's spiritual energy couldn't enter the white light. "Little Seven, there's no more time. I can't watch you die in front of me again." Ching-Yi shouted. Sima Yoyue's heart subconsciously shrank. Die again. Little Seven had died once before. Ching-Yi, I won't agree. I have other ways. Little Seven's voice was weak but her attitude was firm. This book came from Book and Book #web. Chapter 11-14. Read 336. Ching-Yi stopped and looked at Little Seven, waiting for her to tell him her plan. If that didn't work, he would still use his own method. He had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, so he no longer had any attachment to life. If he could exchange it for Little Seven's life, he was willing to do it. Little Seven, do you have any ideas? Contract. Little Seven's voice was soft but it made Sima Yue tremble. She wanted him to make a contract with her. No, there must be another way. Sima Yue said. Yu, I know that even if I form a contract with you, you won't treat me as a contracted beast. Little Seven said, look at Little Roar, Little Rock, Hua Hua, and Little Mang. You treat them like your own family. You did not treat them as your servants, your accessories. You treated each of them well. I believe that even if I form a contract with you, it won't do me any harm. On the contrary, because of my identity, I will definitely bring you trouble. I won't let Ching-Yi exchange her life for his. Other than this, there's no other way. Yu, if you're worried that I'll bring you trouble, then don't sign the contract. I won't say anything, Sima Yoyue's tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked at Little Seven and shook her head continuously. She didn't know if she wanted Little Seven to stop talking or if she didn't want to form a contract with her. Yu, I have never regretted meeting you. Little Seven's voice was intermittent, the energy from the Thunder Spirit liquid was almost depleted. Ching-Yi, I'm sorry. I just gave you hope, but I have to disappoint you again. Is there a need for you to watch me leave? The white light gradually dissipated, and they could see Little Seven's appearance clearly. She couldn't do it anymore. Sima Yue did not expect Little Seven to become like this when she hesitated for a moment. No. Shao Qi, I won't let you die. She bit her finger and drew a pentagram on Little Seven's body. She quickly chanted, time is endless, space is endless, life is endless. Time is endless, space is endless, and life is endless. Heavenly Tao, lend me your strength. 12 golden words flew out of her body and circled around her and Little Seven. Then, they entered Little Seven's body and flew out again, returning to Sima Yoyue's body. Dong, the heartbeat sounded again. It was so weak, but it was caught by Ching-Yi and Sima Yue. Sima Yue was overjoyed. She placed her hand on Little Seven's root and said, with my blood, I will merge with your body. From now on, we will be connected by blood and live and die together. The God of heaven above, overlooking all living things, established the contract, never leaving. Little Seven, are you willing to form a contract with me? Silence. Sima Yue panicked and repeated herself, with my blood, I will merge with your body. From now on, we will be connected by blood and live and die together. The God of heaven above, overlooking all living things, established the contract, never leaving. Little Seven, are you willing to form a contract with me? There was still silence. Seven didn't say anything after the time limit of the contract passed. Sima Yue was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. Every contract had 3 chances and they had already wasted 2 chances. If the last time was the same, she and little Seven wouldn't be able to form a contract today. With my blood, I will merge with your body. From now on, we will be connected by blood and live and die together. The God of heaven above, overlooking all living things, established the contract, never leaving. Little Seven, are you willing to form a contract with me? After asking for the last time, little Seven was still silent. This made Sima Yue almost break down. I am willing. At the last moment, little Seven's weak voice sounded. The light of the contract enveloped both of them. Sima Yue felt that there was an additional layer of contract between her and little Seven. Then, she felt an endless amount of energy entering her body. Sima Yue sat on the ground, her tears still flowing out. But this time, the tears were tears of joy. Qi Ni turned into his human form and looked at Sima Yue who was crying in the ruins. He thought that this was probably the first time in history that someone cried like this during a contract. Before Sima Yue could wipe her tears, she felt a surge of energy entering her body. The contract gave back her energy. If she didn't guide the energy properly, she would be the one in trouble. She quickly sat cross-legged and guided the energy so that it wouldn't crash around in her body. Very quickly, the light of advancement enveloped her. One advanced and the other evolved. Luckily, both of them were fine. He looked at Sima Yue's calm face and thought about what happened just now. Initially, she didn't want to form a contract with little Seven. Just like what she said before, she wouldn't make use of little Seven. After forming a contract, little Seven would be at her mercy. She rejected little Seven's request, but she didn't expect little Seven to suddenly lose all signs of life. At this moment, she was regretful and sad, but she didn't panic. This was the first time she used the power of Tao to save someone. She injected the energy of life into little Seven's body, allowing her to come back to life. Her decisiveness and intelligence weren't something that ordinary people could compare to. Now, after experiencing great sadness and joy, she was able to quickly enter a state of cultivation and absorb the energy brought to her by the contract. This left a good impression on him. Little Seven's evolution this time was very good. The contract healed her old illness and at the same time gave her the energy she needed for the future. It could be said that her evolution this time was no longer a problem. Sima Yue had advanced by a large level, allowing her to jump from a mid-level God Emperor to a mid-level God Venerable. Moreover, she hadn't fully absorbed the energy of the contract. The Spirit Pagoda helped her to store a portion of the energy, so she didn't advance too quickly. Qi Ni naturally saw her suppression. When he saw her open her eyes, he wanted to say something but was immediately interrupted. Quickly bring me out, the further the better. Sima Yue stood up and grabbed his hand. Qi Ni didn't know why she made such a request, but once he sensed the situation outside, his face instantly darkened. If you asked him what he was most afraid of, one would be the sovereign flame, and the other would be the lightning tribulation. If it was a normal lightning tribulation, it would be fine. But that wasn't the case for the black tribulation clouds. This fellow's advancement actually attracted lightning tribulation. Han Miao Shuang, Su Xiao Xiao and the others were outside. When they saw the sky suddenly turn dark, they shouted, "Little junior sister advanced." Those outside didn't know the situation. When they saw the tribulation clouds, they thought that someone had violated the heavenly Tao and was about to be punished. Han Miao Shuang and the others only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A piece of paper wrapped around Sima Yue and flew far away. The speed almost caused sparks to appear on her clothes. Sima Yue moved, and the tribulation clouds moved with her. It chased Sima Yue into the forest on the other side of the mountain. Some people had never seen such a huge lightning tribulation. They ran over to take a look. When they saw that Sima Yue was undergoing the tribulation, especially when they saw that Sima Yue didn't avoid the tribulation clouds, but faced it head-on, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This book came from the Book and Book #web. Chapter 11:15. Read 336. I heard that Sima Yuyue would be struck by lightning every time she advances, someone said. That seems to be the case. Someone from the academy once said that. She'll be struck every time she advances. Doesn't that mean she's been struck many times already? I remember that time in the dark forest. We lost a lot of monarch-level experts. Who asked those people to force her? Isn't this kicking an iron plate? That's right. Do you think Sima Yuyue is a pushover? Look at the aura of this lightning tribulation. Which one of you can withstand it? Just this point alone is enough to look down on all living things. Goddess. My goddess. Go away, she's my goddess. It's clearly mine. Go away. She's my goddess. Do you dare to walk up to her and call her your goddess? Do you dare? I don't dare. Do you? I dare in my dreams. Tisk, Sima Yuyue, who was in the middle of her tribulation, did not know that she had become a goddess. She only knew that the power of faith in her body had increased by a little. F***CK, who's trying to kill me? She couldn't help but complain. Now that she had to deal with this lightning tribulation, it was enough for her to drink a pot of water. If the power of faith was not content, she would probably be struck down by lightning. Pa! Another bolt of lightning struck her body, causing her to grimace in pain. At this moment, she missed Cloud's spirit. Although that little guy could also hack, he would show mercy. He wondered if this tribulation cloud had anything to do with the Cloud spirit. If it recognized it, could it give him a discount? The onlookers trembled when they saw the thick lightning bolt strike her body. If the lightning struck them, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it even once. On the other hand, Sima Yuyue seemed fine except for her pained expression. Only Sima Yuyue knew that if it wasn't for the purple lightning in her dantian, she would have died a long time ago. The lightning tribulation above the tribulation cloud was also depressed. Such a powerful lightning bolt was actually unable to strike a small human to death. If word got out, it would be too shameful. Therefore, it began to strike several lightning bolts at the same time, but it failed to kill Sima Yuyue no matter how many lightning bolts it released. Cough, cough, Sima Yuyue was lying on the ground. Her long hair was naturally curled. If she wanted to have a curly hairstyle in the future, she would not need to specially do her hair. Leveling up too many times is really inhumane. She tried her best to stand up, rejoicing that this set of clothes was specially made for her by Fatty Chu to protect her from lightning. Otherwise, she would be completely exposed today. Cough, cough, she coughed twice and spat out a puff of black smoke. She didn't need to look to know what she looked like. Hey, you want to die? If you don't come out from there, I will be struck to death. She said to the little fellow that was swimming happily in her dantian. The purple lightning had just eaten a lot of lightning bolts and was in a good mood. Its attitude towards Sima Yuyue was also much better. Seeing that she was indeed in a miserable state, it slowly climbed up from the dantian and climbed up to sit on top of her head. What is that thing? The people outside looked at the purple lightning and exclaimed. I don't know. Is it her contracted beast? It doesn't look like a spirit beast. Pa! Another lightning tribulation struck. This time, Sima Yuyue did not move. She just stood at the same spot and watched as the lightning bolts were all swallowed by little purple. SSS, did you guys see that? That lightning was eaten by that thing on top of her head. Did I see wrongly? No, I saw it too. What exactly is that thing? It actually ate the lightning tribulation. I don't know, but one look and I can tell that it's very powerful. That thing seems to have come out from her body, right? No wonder she is not afraid of the lightning tribulation at all and dares to resist it. When the lightning tribulation saw the purple lightning below, its body trembled and it almost fell from the cloud. Purple lightning tribulation. How could there be purple lightning in this person's body? No wonder no matter how many lightning bolts it released, it could not kill her. It was simply feeding the purple lightning tribulation. The purple lightning tribulation sat on top of Sima Yoyue's head. It had eaten all the lightning bolts that struck down just now. It was just a shapeless thing, but the lightning tribulation seemed to see it licking its lips and looking at it with shining eyes, as if waiting for it to continue feeding it lightning bolts. The lightning tribulation was depressed. No matter how many lightning bolts it struck, it was meaningless. The harder it struck, the happier the purple lightning tribulation was. Therefore, it just dealt with the remaining lightning bolts hastily and left with its tribulation cloud. Sigh, after so many years, it finally found a person that it could strike, but in the end, she was still like this. It felt that it was injured, a very, very serious internal injury. Sima Yue looked at the weak look behind the tribulation cloud and could almost imagine the shadow in its heart. She stretched out her hand to grab the purple lightning tribulation, but the little fellow went back into her body and did not let her grab it. Sima Yue pursed her lips. This fellow was really arrogant. It just did not want her to grab it. The surrounding trees were all implicated by her. The lightning tribulation had created a 1-kilometer wide vacuum. She felt a little apologetic. These were already ordinary trees. Now, they were struck by lightning because of her. Sima Yue, you're so awesome. Goddess, you're my goddess. Yue, can I join you? Sima Yue was surrounded by those people. Every one of them was expressing their admiration for her, which increased the power of faith in her body. She groaned in her heart. She really did not need these people's faith. She tried her best to squeeze past them, wanting to return to Qing Yi. As long as she was inside the enchantment, these people would not be able to surround her. She nodded her head and dealt with these people as she walked towards the mountain. However, when she crossed the mountain and stood at the top of the mountain, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Not only her, but the others were stunned too. A group of petrified people stood on the mountain ridge, forming a unique scenery. How did this happen? When did this happen? It's gone. It's gone just like that. He knows how to run away. Are we sure that he only went to see Sima Yue undergo the lightning tribulation? He didn't do anything else. How did he disappear just after turning around? Sima Yue looked at the boundless grassland and pursed her lips. She only went to undergo the lightning tribulation. Why did Qing Yi and her seniors disappear when she returned? Did they run away? Even if they ran away, they should have brought her along. A bunch of heartless people. She cursed in her heart. However, if they really waited for her to return before running away, they probably would not have been able to leave. This book came from the website. Chapter 11:16. By the time those people reacted and wanted to talk to Sima Yue, they realized that she had left too. In order to not let them stop her, she used teleportation. In a few flashes, she was already far away from them. Teleport. This was something that only array masters or monarch level experts could do. I didn't expect her to know it too. Someone shouted. What's so surprising about that? My goddess knows everything. That's right. Her strength hasn't reached the monarch rank, which means that she's an array master. She's number 1 in the pill competition. I didn't expect her array formations to be so powerful as well. My goddess is really omnipotent. Alright, don't look so smitten. He's already gone. Sigh, the goddess has left just like that. Alright, it's useless for you to sigh. There's nothing left here. Let's go take a look at the ruins. Weren't the people of Heartbreak Valley still in the ruins? Maybe Sima Yue will go to the ruins to look for them. Yeah. Let's hurry up and find the ruins. When they heard that Sima Yuyue might go to the historical remains, many of them flew towards the historical remains. Soon, there was no one left on the grassland. Looking at the peaceful grassland, Sima Yuyue and Han Miaoshuang sat on Qing Yi's tree trunk and wiped their non-existent sweat. At this moment, the Tree of Life was still in the same place, but it was hidden by Qing Yi's magic power. Qing Yi, why are we doing this? Han Miaoshuang asked. To get rid of these people. You almost fooled me too. Sima Yuyue said, if I didn't sense that little Seven was still here, I would have gone far away. How is little Seven now? Very good. It's almost done evolving. Qing Yi said. That's right, junior sister, what happened just now? How did you suddenly rise by so many levels? What happened to little Seven? Han Miaoshuang asked with concern. There was a problem with little Seven's evolution, so I made a contract with her. The power of my advancement was given by the contract. Sima Yuyue didn't mention how dangerous the situation was. She just explained it briefly. Even so, Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miaoshuang could guess how dangerous the situation was. It wouldn't be solved with the contract because of Sima Yuyue and little Seven. It's good that she's fine now. Han Miaoshuang patted her shoulder. I'll go wash up. Although she wasn't seriously injured, she had been struck by lightning and was rolling on the ground. She was in a terrible state. Are you going to dress as a woman in the future? Han Miaoshuang asked. Sima Yuyue tugged at her skirt and said, let's wear female clothes. To be. All right. Han Miaoshuang held her hands and smiled, you're a girl. It's better to be in female clothes. After those people left, Qing Yi was finally able to live a peaceful life. Although there would be people coming in every time the immortal land opened, and he didn't care about it. But with little Seven around, he had no patience for those people. I'll go take a look at little Seven. Sima Yuyue said to Qing Yi. Qing Yi waved his hand and she appeared in Tree D where little Seven was. Little Seven was almost done with her evolution. Sima Yuyue sat beside her. She wanted to reach out and touch her, but she was afraid to disturb her evolution. She still remembered Qing Yi's anxious look at that time. She remembered him saying that she had already died once. You've known each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Then little Seven, have you lived for hundreds of thousands of years? She thought to herself, but your memory is less than 10,000 years. Is it related to the time you died? Why did she and her contract beast have such a painful past? She bore the grudge of her clan's extermination in her past life. Little Dream was the same as her. She didn't expect the carefree little Seven to have an unknown past. Just as she was staring at little Seven in a daze, little Seven transformed into her human form. She pounced on her and pushed her to the ground. After evolving again, her body grew a lot. She already looked like a teenage girl. The danger of evolution didn't affect her good mood. Her eyes were full of smiles. You're done evolving. Sima Yuyue was happy to see her wake up. I've been done for a while. But you've been in a daze and didn't pay attention to me. Little Seven pouted. Really? Sima Yuyue smiled. Why is your personality still the same even after growing so much? Let me up first. No. Little Seven giggled. Say, if Brother Lingyu finds out that you're so easy to push down, will he be happy? Sima Yuyue's face darkened. This little girl. How's your body? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Is your hidden injury healed? She asked. Speaking of the past, little Seven got down from Sima Yuyue's body and said, the hidden injury was healed when we made the contract. It won't happen again in the future. What did Qing Yi mean by what he said? What's up with you guys knowing each other for hundreds of thousands of years? Don't you only have less than 10,000 years of memory? What's up with dying once? Sima Yue asked after making sure that she was fine. Qing Yi came to their side and looked at them. Little Seven glanced at Qing Yi and said, Qing Yi and I have known each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Qing Yi leaned on his tree trunk. His eyes were filled with pain. Qing Yi and I are companions. We're plants that grew together. Little Seven said, speaking of which, I'm quite lucky. At that time, there weren't as few earth eyes as there are now. But I'm the only one that grew together with the banyan tree. You guys are companions. That means you're childhood sweethearts. Sima Yue said. No wonder Han Miao Shuang said that Qing Yi treated them differently. There was a reason behind it. She guessed that it had something to do with Little Seven. That wasn't wrong. But she didn't expect them to have such a relationship. Little Seven nodded and continued, I evolved earlier than Qing Yi. When I became a mature Earth Eye, he was still a small green tree. After that, I was captured by someone to help someone break through to the monarch level. My spirit energy was sucked dry by him. But it wasn't enough. He sucked my life force dry too. Luckily, I managed to protect a little bit of my life force at the last moment. That's why I didn't die completely. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. Qing Yi blamed himself and said, I said that I would protect you. But I watched as you were captured and sucked dry by them. They threw you in an unknown place to be battered by the wind and rain for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 11-17 CPA 300_4 Seeing Qing Yi blaming himself, Little Seven got up and came to his side. She held his hand and said, Qing Yi, I've never blamed you. Don't blame yourself. Although it was very painful at that time, it's all in the past. I'm living very well now. You know, I'm living very happily now. Qing Yi looked at Sima Yue gratefully. He knew that it was because of her that Little Seven was so happy. However, this did not change the fact that he blamed himself. And then Sima Yue asked, even if you don't have any signs of life, your flesh is a great supplement for humans. How did you survive? The last thing I heard was someone attacking the sect. As for how they managed to survive, I have no idea. Little Seven said, but that's not important. There's no way to verify what happened in the past, no way to take revenge. Just let it be. I'm a brand new me now. Sima Yue smiled. She was not as open-minded as Little Seven. But it was also true. After hundreds of thousands of years, things had changed. Those people must have died long ago. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't be able to find the target of revenge. It was better to let those things go and give himself a carefree future. However, when I left, Qing Yi was still a dendrobium tree. When we met again, he had already evolved into a true tree of life. Little Seven hugged Qing Yi's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder, full of attachment. Now that you're so strong, you have to protect me in the future. Yes. Qing Yi replied. There were no superfluous words, no flowery words, no earth-shattering vows, but Little Seven knew that he would use his actions to prove it. Sima Yue looked at Little Seven's adorable face and thought about how she always said that she wanted to beat people up for no reason. She smiled. She was very happy that Little Seven had found someone she could rely on, even though this happiness came so suddenly. If she was like this in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about Little Seven being too violent. However, she seemed to have thought too early. Because, oh right, Qing Yi, are there a lot of people out there who have designs on you? Let's go out and take care of them. It's a good opportunity to see how strong I am after my evolution. Little Seven said as she pulled Qing Yi out. Sima Yue sat on the ground, looking defeated. She sighed in her heart. Indeed, it was easier to change a leopard than to change its spots. Qing Yi was already used to the current little seven. He patted her head and said, "Those people have already left, there's no one outside now." "Ah. They all left. How can he be so fast?" "Fortunately, they all left. Otherwise, they would have been beaten up by you." Sima Yue snorted in her heart. "Now, we just have to wait for eldest senior brother and the other two to come out. When they come out, we will go find Feng, and the others." She stood up and said. "They have already come out." Qing Yi said, "I came down just now to tell you about this." Sima Yue blinked. They were so fast. Not everyone can comprehend the Tao here. However, the things they obtained were not bad. All right, she thought that everything was fine. "Let's go then." "Qing Yi, you said that you would leave with me." Little Seven shook Qing Yi's hand. Qing Yi nodded, then said to Sima Yue, "I will plant the source in the spirit pagoda." Sima Yue nodded and brought them into the spirit pagoda. Before she comprehended the Tao, she was still thinking if she could seduce Qing Yi to leave with them. She didn't expect Little Seven to settle this matter so quickly. Qing Yi went to choose a spacious area, then opened his right hand. A miniature version of the tree of life appeared in his palm. He planted the small seed in the soil. That tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was the same size as the tree outside. "It's done." Little Seven moved her original body over and planted it next to Qing Yi's tree. This way, the two of them could be together forever. This is the legendary Tree of Life. Thousand Resonance looked at the Tree of Life excitedly. In his inheritance, the Tree of Life was unreachable. He didn't expect it to appear in front of them. "Ayaya, then can we cultivate here in the future?" Ye Guang asked. "Of course you can." Little Seven held Qing Yi's hand and looked up at him. "Qing Yi, is there a problem?" Qing Yi was already used to the silence and solitude. He didn't really like having people around him. But Little Seven had already agreed. He didn't want her to be unhappy. And he could tell that Little Seven liked them a lot. Since that was the case, he would slowly get used to it. Qi Yan suddenly appeared and looked at Qing Yi. "I want your 10,000-year essence." Qing Yi looked at Qi Yan and said, "The divine vermilion bird actually suffered such a serious injury. Give me the 10,000-year essence. I can give you something in exchange." Qi Yan said. "I don't have anything I want." Qing Yi shook his head. He didn't have any desires. Now, he only had one request, and that was Little Seven. So, Qi Yan didn't have anything that could attract him. Sima Yue always knew that Qi Yan was injured, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. She thought that he was already quite injured. If even Qing Yi said that it was serious, then how serious was his injury? But Qi Yan never asked for anything. This time, he directly asked Qing Yi for it. It meant that the thing was very important to him. "Qing Yi, can you help Qi Yan?" She was a little embarrassed. It seemed like she asked him to come in for something. But Qi Yan's health was very important, so she had to ask. "Qing Yi." Little Seven shook Qing Yi's hand and looked at him with a smile. Her meaning was self-evident. Qing Yi shook his head helplessly. Why did he have a feeling that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home? But as long as she was happy. Anyway, he would keep this thing anyway. It wasn't of much use to him. Only, like animals to their skins, and birds to their feathers, which they do not allow others to touch, they have a different feeling for their own things. A golden branch flew down from the tree and landed in Qi Yan's hand. "For you." Qi Yan caught the branch and could feel the vigorous vitality flowing inside. "In the future, you can rest on my tree." Qing Yi said. N. Sima Yue and the others didn't understand. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree, the sparrow perches on the tree. Shi Yen said. This sparrow was referring to the divine vermilion bird. Okay. Little Seven replied, but Shi Yen, you can't poop on my head. Everyone was speechless. Little Seven was too. Little Seven didn't care. In the past, there was a bird that landed on Qing Yi and pooped on her head. She would always remember how she felt at that time. From then on, she hated those birds that pooped on trees. Chapter 11:18. Crimson Flame ignored Little Seven and thanked Qing Yi. Then, he took his essence and flew to the tree crown. Sima Yue looked at the tree of life and thought of the phrase, Phoenix perches on the parasol tree, sparrows perch on the tree. She wondered if Rainbow and the rest came in. She wondered how Feng, and the rest were doing. Alright, since we've settled down, let's go outside. Little Seven felt that Sima Yue was worried about Shimen Feng and said. Sima Yue brought them to the tree hole and Qing Yi brought them out. Han Miao Shuang and the rest were waiting outside. When they came out, they flew to them and said, Little Seven, you evolved successfully. I said something happened to you before. Are you okay now? No, I'm fine. Little Seven said. Han Miao Shuang touched Little Seven's head and sighed. Little Seven has grown so big. She's a big girl now. Little Seven slapped her hand away. You sound like an old woman. So you think you're old? Old? How can I be old? I'm forever 16. Han Miao Shuang said with her chin raised. Yes, you'll always be a little girl. Little Seven giggled, but whether you're old or young, it's all the same in his heart. After speaking, she even raised her chin at Jiang Junxian. Alright, you've grown up. Your bad heart has also grown up. See how I'll deal with you. Han Miao Shuang said and went to hit Little Seven. Little Seven ran towards Jiang Junxian. When Han Miao Shuang was about to grab her, her figure flashed and hid behind him. Han Miao Shuang immediately jumped into his arms. Alright, Little Seven is like this. Why are you fighting with her? Jiang Junxian held on to Han Miao Shuang's waist and said softly. Han Miao Shuang's face flushed red. She came out from his arms and said, help me catch her. She dares to laugh at me. I'll teach her a lesson today. Little Seven flew between Sima Yue and Qing Yi and said, you found a helper. I also found a helper. You have one, I have two. Han Miao Shuang saw her holding on to Qing Yi's hand and scoffed, you're good. Hee. Little Seven smiled proudly. Alright, since everyone is out, let's go to the ruins. Feng and the others are still inside. I'm a little worried and want to take a look. Sima Yue said, then looked at Shi Shuang and asked, what about you guys? Shi Shuang looked at Shi Qianji and Jiang Junxian. She hesitated and said, we also want to go to the ruins to take a look. Why don't we go together? We'll split up after we leave this island. Alright. It's dangerous for both of you to walk on this island. Sima Yue said. Qing Yi, quickly begin. Once you're done, we'll leave. Little Seven let go of Qing Yi. Qing Yi nodded and let everyone leave. He flew into the air and waved his hand. Specks of golden light scattered from his hand and enveloped the entire tree of life. What is he trying to do? Han Miao Shuang asked. He wants to keep the tree. Little Seven said. Why did you put it away? Take him away. Qing Yi wants to go with us. Little Seven said. What? He's coming with us. That's right. Why are you so surprised? Little Seven saw that Han Miao Shuang was stuttering and covered her mouth as she laughed. Humph, who told you to bully me? Now I'll let you be surprised. Sima Yue, who felt her thoughts, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. When did this little guy get bullied? She was the one who bullied others in the past. Why does he want to go with us? Shi Qianji and the others were stuttering. Qing Yi shrunk the tree of life slowly and finally flew into his hand. All right. Little Seven flew over and came to his side. Qing Yi opened his palm and a small tree of life laid in the middle. Why is your incarnation so cute? Little Seven saw the pocket-sized tree of life and said in surprise. Do you like it? Qing Yi asked. So cute. It's much better than mine. Little Seven said. Can you wear it if you like it? Qing Yi took out a green rope from nowhere and rubbed it on the tree of life. The green rope passed through the tip of the tree and he pressed it with both hands and the tree of life became a small pendant. He leaned over and put it on for Little Seven and whispered in her ear, you have to bring it wherever you go, okay? Little Seven touched the little tree in front of her chest and nodded subconsciously when she heard his gentle words. Good girl. Qing Yi kissed Little Seven's forehead. Oh my God, is this what it means for the two of them to be together? Shi Qianji and the others rubbed their eyes hard. Not only did Qing Yi want to leave with them, he even wanted to be with Little Seven. What was wrong with this world? Only Little Seven laughed and shook her head. Little Seven was going to flip out. As expected, Qing Yi, why are you so annoying? You actually treat me like a child. Little Seven punched Qing Yi's shoulder but didn't use much strength. Wasn't the phrase, good boy, meant for a child? Hee. Qing Yi grabbed her hand and laughed in satisfaction. Oh my God, this is completely different from the tree of life from before. Shi Qiu Shuang muttered. Although Qing Yi had only killed one person, everyone could feel his indifference and alienation. And this person who was smiling so warmly, was he still the same person from before? Let's go. Sima Yue waved to Little Seven and the others, called out Chongming and flew up. Do you know where the historical remains are? Qing Yi let go of Little Seven and held her hand instead. I have their direction. Sima Yue took out the scroll and frowned. What's wrong, junior brother? Sima Yue waved her hand on the scroll and the image of the scroll was projected in the air. We can't find Feng, and the others. Sima Yue said. Han Miao Shuang and the others looked through the entire image and didn't see Shimen Feng and the others. Qing Yi brought Little Seven and flew over. He glanced at the scroll and said, if it's inside the restriction, it won't show up here. Then let's go to the historical remains to take a look. Sima Yue said. Qing Yi, you've been here for so long. Do you know where the historical remains are? Little Seven asked. Qing Yi nodded. He indeed knew where it was. I'll bring you there. He casually drew a circle in the air and a faint golden light circle was formed. Let's go in. Sima Yue glanced at Qing Yi and flew into the light circle first. Then, Han Miao Shuang and Jiang Junxian flew in, followed by Su Xiao and the others. After they all went in, Qing Yi held Little Seven's hand and went in. Everyone thought that he would bring them through the air, but they didn't expect that after Qing Yi entered, the light circle brought them underground. Then, it sped towards a direction. Along the way, if they encountered tree roots, those tree roots would give way in advance. Chapter 11:19. Little Seven sat beside Qing Yi, looking at the dark surroundings. She asked, Qing Yi, why don't we walk by air or underground? Sometimes the space looks the same, but there are distortions. We may look like we are walking straight, but we might go astray. Qing Yi explained, also, I'm more familiar with the land, I'll know where we are if we walk underground. I see. Everyone's doubts were solved. They didn't expect there to be such a thing. Others didn't know, but Sima Yue understood. It was definitely not easy to find the remains of an emperor. It was a piece of cake for them to make some changes in space. She estimated that they traveled underground for 5 to 6 days before Qing Yi brought them back to land. He waved his hand, and the light circle disappeared. Is this the remains? They looked around. There wasn't a single person. We're outside the remains. There are restrictions in the remains. It'll be dangerous if we continue walking. Qing Yi said. Sima Yue looked around. The flowers were still lush. There weren't any traces of being stepped on, which meant that no one came here recently. Han Miao Shuang and the others also noticed this and said, no one came here before. Is this really outside the remains? The aura is right. Qing Yi didn't say anything after he finished speaking. He stood quietly at the side. He brought them here, but it didn't mean that he would always help them. He couldn't help them for everything, he said before. Unless little Seven's life was in danger, he wouldn't do anything else. Sima Yue knew this too, so she was very grateful that Qing Yi brought them here. The remains are so big, it's impossible to find every place. She said, I'll let the bees observe the environment here. She called out a few hundred scarlet bees and let them fly around. A few of them flew into the restrictions by mistake and lost contact immediately. Such a strong restriction. Sima Yue gasped. What's wrong? That restriction can actually break the contract. Sima Yue said, maybe it's because the bees and the queen bee have a master-slave contract. It's one to many. It can break the contract, which means that it's very strong. As expected of an imperial emperor. Even though it's just a ruin, it's still so powerful. Shi Qianji sighed. If we can get his things or inheritance, that would be great. Han Miao Shuang said. There's actually nothing here. Qing Yi suddenly said, the immortal realm has been opened many times, and the things inside have all been taken away. You know that too. Many people have come here in the past, so I've heard about what they obtained. But this ruin is so big, it can't be that everything was taken away, right? There might be some that slipped through the net. Shi Qianji said. There are many people who are stronger than you. Although Qing Yi's words were not pleasant to hear, it was the truth. Are they all that powerful? I don't think those people are much. The immortal realm doesn't only open in this realm. The people from other places are much stronger than your realm. Qing Yi said. However, these people were much more talented in comprehending the Tao than people from other places. Other realms. This world isn't just limited to this place. The entire world is infinitely big. Even I don't know how many there are. Qing Yi said. No problem, I'll bring you around the world in the future. Little Seven said with a smile. All right. Qing Yi smiled, making Little Seven dazed. They looked for the entrance while waiting. After more than a day, the scarlet bees finally sent back news. Sima Yue summarized their information and said, we're now in the east of the ruin, which is the closest to where Feng, and the others went missing. It said that this place has the most powerful restrictions, so very few people come here. That's good, no one will steal our things. Little Seven said. If we want to go in, we have to break these restrictions first. Shi Qianji said, the more powerful it is, the harder it is to break. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Little Seven didn't know much about making these things, but she knew from Sima Yue and the others' expressions that it shouldn't be easy. And Jiang Jun Xian, Han Ming Xiang, and Su Xiao Xiao were alchemists. Shi Qianji was an alchemist and poison master, and Shi Qiu Shuang wasn't a professional master, so they weren't good at making these things. And Little Seven, she couldn't count on her. So Yue had to solve these restrictions herself. But, Yue, have you solved this restriction before? No. Sima Yoyue's words almost made everyone choke on their own saliva, but this restriction is similar to enchantments and arrays, so it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Maybe. But, in the end, you've been studying for a few days, but you still haven't found a way. Little Seven squatted beside Sima Yuyue and looked at her drawing on the ground. No. Sima Yuyue threw away the branch in her hand and sighed. Although this restriction is similar to those, I can't find a way at all. Even you can't do it, so how did they get in? Little Seven asked. No one in Heartbreak Valley seems to know how to break this restriction, right? No, but what? Sima Yuyue thought of someone. Before she came in, she called Shimenli out to join everyone. After Shimen Feng left, Shimenli followed him. Maybe this restriction was opened by the thing in her body. She didn't know why, but she felt that this possibility was very high, and this was the only reason she could think of that Shimen Feng and the rest could enter without breaking the restriction. Then what do we do now? Let's find a place to enter the historical remains first. Sima Yuyue said. If this place didn't work, then they would go in from another place, maybe they would find another way inside. Okay. They took a detour for 2 days and came to a mountain near the south. The restriction here had been broken by someone before. There were more people here, and they met people very quickly. Fortunately, Qingyi had changed his appearance before those people came, or else he would have been recognized. But even so, Sima Yuyue and Han Miaoshuang's appearance here caused quite a commotion. Very quickly, many people inside and outside the historical remains knew that she was here. Sima Yuyue would be surrounded by people everywhere she went, and now she finally understood how those famous people felt. Unfortunately, she didn't like this kind of treatment. But this also brought her a benefit. Those people knew that she was looking for people from Heartbreak Valley, and those who knew some clues told her, letting her know a lot about Shimen Feng and the rest. At the same time, it also confirmed her guess. The people from Heartbreak Valley could enter without breaking the restriction. It was indeed related to the thing in Shimenli's body. Chapter 11:20. The person who told her the news said that at that time, Shimen Feng and the others were blocked outside by the restriction. They had originally planned to leave, but a woman said to Shimen Feng, "Second brother, there are treasures inside. I can bring you in." The only one who could call Shimen Feng's second brother was Shimenli. Shimenli's biggest secret was the dough ball in her body. That dough cherished its life very much. Now that it was connected to Shimenli's life and death, it would not joke around with her life. From this point of view, Shimen Feng and the others' lives were not in danger now. After confirming this point, Sima Yuyu's heart was more or less relieved. They began to search the ruins to see if they could pick up any scraps. However, after circling around outside, they found that the people who came here before were like locusts passing through, sweeping the place clean. Just when they were about to leave, Sima Yuyue suddenly felt that the Sun Mother stone she gave to Shimen Feng sent out a ripple, as if it was asking them for help. Something happened to Feng, she said to the person beside her. How did you know? Weren't they unable to communicate with the outside world? Sima Yuyue took out the Mother-Sun stone, and the energy waves had yet to dissipate. Feng and the others have been in there for so long, they must know that they can't communicate with the outside world. If something hadn't happened, he definitely wouldn't have used the Sun Mother stone to contact me. Although it was only for a moment, it was a signal for help from him. This place is not far from where they entered. Let's hurry over and take a look. Jiang Junxian said. Yes. They ran all the way to the east and arrived at the place where Shimen Feng and the others disappeared. They discovered that the space here was fluctuating. Someone is breaking the restriction. Han Miaoshuang said. Let's go and take a look. They turned around the canyon and saw a huge courtyard. A group of people was waiting outside. They didn't attack the restriction. Han Miaoshuang said softly. Someone should be coming out. Sima Yue said, let's see who it is. The restrictions here were not destroyed, which meant that there was another person who could ignore restrictions. Looking at the clothes of the people outside, she could roughly guess who was inside. After a while, he came out from the courtyard. He immediately sensed Sima Yue's aura and looked in her direction. Young master. The people of Xianqiu clan surrounded him. Young master, did you succeed? Young master, inside, he raised his hand to silence them. Only then did everyone realize that he had been looking behind him. They looked back and finally noticed Sima Yu and the others in the distance. He patted the wheelchair and the wheelchair rose from the ground, landing not far away from Sima Yue and the rest. Sima Yue walked over and said, Xianqiu, I didn't expect you to be here too. When I heard that you were a girl, I was a little surprised. Xianqiu, he said, I didn't think that it was true. Sima Yue smiled and asked, did you get something good when you came out? Xianqiu, he did not hide it and replied, there are some inheritances inside. I was lucky enough to obtain 1 or 2. Can you go inside directly? Sima Yue asked. Yes. Then any restriction will work. Xianqiu, he was a smart person. When he heard her question, he knew what she was thinking. You want to find your Valley Lord? He asked. Yes, I just received his request for help. There should be danger inside. Sima Yue said, can you help me go in? I can help you, but... Xianqiu, he hesitated. But what? I have something that can allow people to enter and exit the restriction at will. But only one person can use it. Even if I give it to you, you can only go in alone. Xianqiu, he said, but no one knows what's going on inside. There are so many people in Heartbreak Valley who need help. If you go in, it might not be useful. Instead, you will put yourself in danger. Please lend it to me. Sima Yue said, I have no problem. Have you thought about it? Sima Yue nodded and said, I have. Please help me. Xianqiu, he saw that her attitude was firm. He took out something that looked like a leaf, pulled her hand and placed it in her palm. I hope to see you come out. When Sima Yue touched the leaf, she felt comfortable all over and asked, what leaf is this? Bodhi leaf. This is the only one in the world. Xianqiu, he said. Bodhi leaf. Sima Yue was shocked. There really was a Bodhi tree in the world. Legend has it that comprehending Tao under the Bodhi tree could get twice the result with half the effort. Its effect was not inferior to the tree of life. However, the Bodhi tree comprehended Tao more related to Buddhism while the tree of life comprehended Tao more related to life. In the past, the tree of life and the Bodhi tree were legendary divine trees. Now that she had seen the tree of life, she didn't expect to see the Bodhi leaf again. She held the Bodhi leaf in her hand and said, I will come out. I will bring them out together. I owe you one. I already said that we are friends. Friends help each other when they see each other. There's no need to be calculative about this. Xianqiu, he said. Okay. She nodded. However, she didn't think that way. He didn't care, but she couldn't forget. The people from Heartbreak Valley are in the 2 valleys in front. Xianqiu, he said. How do you know? Xianqiu, he was slightly startled and said, when I came in, I heard that they were from your sect. So I asked someone to find out. Thank you. Sima Yue said gratefully. You're welcome. I'll bring you there. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xianqiu, he brought them around 2 corners and came to a valley. He said, it's here. Sima Yue looked around. The valley from the mountain top to the valley was covered in a thin layer of fog. She couldn't see what was going on inside at all. The restriction here is very powerful. It must be more dangerous inside. You have to be careful. If there's danger that you can't handle, escape. No matter what's inside, it won't be able to escape this restriction. As long as you bring it outside, it will be safe. Xianqiu, he said. I got it. Sima Yue nodded. Then, she turned around and said to Han Miaoshuang and the others, do you want to go to other places to take a look? Han Miaoshuang shook her head and said, we'll wait here for you to come out. At the same time, we'll think of a way to open this restriction. That's good too. Sima Yue said, Little Seven, I'm your contracted beast now. I definitely have to go in with you. Little Seven said, just wait for me here. The restriction is useless to me. Qing Yi said. That meant that he wanted to go with Little Seven. After being separated for hundreds of thousands of years, he didn't want her to leave his sight, even for a minute. Chapter 11:21. With Qing Yi's strength, no one would be worried about his safety. Since he was with Sima Yue, they felt more at ease. Although his intention was not to help Yue, if Yue died, Little Seven would die too. Hence, Qing Yi would not let anything happen to Sima Yue. At most, he wouldn't interfere with the previous matters. Sima Yue kept Little Seven into the spirit pagoda. Then, she took the Bodhi leaf and walked towards the valley with Qing Yi. Sima Yue paused for a moment when she arrived at the restrictive formation. Then, she strode in. Qing Yi's footsteps did not change, as if the restriction did not exist to him at all. Xianqiu he and the people from the Xianqiu clan looked at Qing Yi's back with a deep gaze. Once inside the restriction, the white fog disappeared. It seemed like the white fog could only be seen from the outside. She called Little Seven out, then took out the scroll and looked at it. She still didn't find the figures of Shimen Feng and the others. She frowned. Are they not here? However, Xianqiu he and the others said that they were here. He probably wouldn't lie to him. There are ripples in the depths. We will know once we head in. Seven said. Yes. Let's go take a look. Sima Yue kept the scroll. They walked all the way inside and saw some footprints in the valley. They were sure that someone had been here recently. As for whether or not they were from Heartbreak Valley, it was still uncertain. There's nothing here. Why did the Doanli, Er's body ask them to come here? Little Seven held Qing Yi's hand and asked puzzledly. Sima Yue was also puzzled. Although there were some rare herbs in the valley, they were not particularly precious and were not very attractive. At the very least, Shimen Feng and the others, who knew that she had a little realm and a spirit pagoda, looked down on her. That dough ball had stayed in the spirit pagoda with Shimenli before, so it knew how many medicinal herbs and treasures there were inside, so it definitely wouldn't come for these. However, as far as the eye could see, they didn't see any treasures here, nor did they see any fluctuations from rare treasures. What on earth had attracted that dumpling? There are restrictions in front. Little Seven pointed at the other end of the valley. This restriction was different from the one outside. The one outside had a thick layer of fog, but this one was transparent. If they hadn't felt the same fluctuation, they wouldn't have noticed it. There are many footprints here, Sima Yue said. They are messy in the mud, they should have stayed here before. Then let's go in and take a look. They should be inside. Seven said. Wait a minute. What's wrong, Qing Yi? This restriction is stronger than the one outside. I don't know what is inside. After entering, don't leave my side. Qing Yi reminded Little Seven. Qing Yi, you don't have to worry about me. My strength isn't low now. Little Seven said. Qing Yi looked at Little Seven and didn't say anything, silently expressing his thoughts. Little Seven's heart ached from his slightly melancholy gaze. She waved her hand and said, All right, I know. I will. Good. Go. Ching-yi let go of little Seven's hand. She pulled a long face and walked to Sima Yoyue's side. Seeing her smiling eyes, she pouted and said, "If Brother Lingyu wakes up, you will be the same." "But he hasn't woken up yet." Sima Yoyue smiled and said, "All right, let's go in." She kept little Seven into the spirit pagoda and then entered the restriction with Qing-yi. The moment they entered, they immediately realized that this place was different. Ancient aura. Sima Yoyue exclaimed softly as she looked around in shock. Yu, let me out." Little Seven shouted in the spirit pagoda. Yu, let us out too." Little Dream said. Sima Yoyue didn't expect to feel the ancient aura here. Her instincts told her that there was an unknown danger here. She thought for a moment and called Little Seven, Little Dream and Hua Hua out. The rest of the weaker ones stayed in the spirit pagoda. When Hua Hua came out and saw Qing-yi, she was still a little scared. If it wasn't for Little Seven and Sima Yoyue giving her strength, she would have collapsed again. "Hua Hua, you don't have to be afraid of Qing-yi. With me here, he won't dare to bully you." Little Seven patted Hua Hua's shoulder and said. Hua Hua nodded and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Qing-yi glanced at Little Seven and Hua Hua. He didn't care about these little flower kings at all. This lass, she was helping him while living off him. However, looking at the smile on her face, he felt that this was a good feeling. Although there was a sense of a strong woman and a weak man, it was negligible. You, try and see if we can find their location here." Little Dream said. Let me see." Sima Yoyue took out the scroll. The information of Shiman Feng and some Heartbreak Valley disciples appeared on it. It meant that they were in the same restriction now. "Over there." Before Sima Yoyue could speak, Little Seven spoke first. "How did you?" Before she could say the word, Sima Yoyue saw a few Heartbreak Valley disciples being chased by a few monsters. They ran past them not far away. The ones running at the front were Shi Chen and Nine. In their panic, they seemed to have seen Sima Yoyue and thought that they were hallucinating. Why would Boss appear in this place? It must be because the spirit energy in his body was almost used up. He was too tired, that's why he was seeing things. Little Dream, Hua Hua, I'm leaving you guys. Sima Yoyue saw that the two spirit beasts were not weak. Her own strength was not enough, so she could only let Hua Hua and Little Dream go. You, don't worry. Hua Hua and Little Dream flew over at the same time. Seeing that the two disciples behind them were about to be caught, Hua Hua waved her hand and a vine whip flew over quickly. It wrapped around them and pulled them to her side, allowing them to successfully escape from the poisonous mouth of the monsters. At the same time, another vine whip wrapped around one of the monsters. With a strong pull, the monster fell to the other monsters and knocked down the few beside it. The other monsters stopped. When they saw Little Dream and Hua Hua, they stopped chasing the Heartbreak Valley disciples and turned to attack them. "Go to one side and stay there." Hua Hua threw the two people towards Sima Yoyue and the others. She waved her vine whip and attacked the spirit beasts. Little Dream flew in the air, her hands kept forming seals. Black roses flew out from her hands. Those black roses automatically dispersed when they got close to the monsters. Each petal pierced into the monster's body. Nine and the others stopped. When they saw Little Dream and Hua Hua, Sima Yoyue and Little Seven not far away, they immediately jumped up. "That's great. We're saved. Boss is here to save us. Boss is here, we can finally get out." Finally, they did not have to go around in circles in despair. Chapter 11:22. Boss. Vice Valley Lord. They flew towards Sima Yoyue with tears in their eyes. "Please search, Yenet, to see the most complete. When they saw Sima Yue, they felt inexplicably relieved. They didn't know why, but when they saw her, they felt hopeful. Although the current situation was very dangerous, although she was alone, they still believed that if she came, she would be able to bring them out. Boss, woo-woo, you're finally here. If you don't come, you won't be able to see us again. Ni pulled on Sima Yue's clothes and cried loudly. However, other than crying, there were no tears. Sima Yue was initially worried about them, but when she saw this clown, she could not help but want to give him 2 tight slaps. Alright, stop howling. You're disturbing Hua Hua and Xiaoming from dealing with others. She slapped Ni's forehead and pushed him away. She looked at Shi Chen and asked, Shi Chen, why is it only you guys? Where are the others? We've been split up. Most of us are in a valley in front of us. We don't know where the rest of us are. But most of them are running around like us. Shi Chen said. What's going on? Sima Yue frowned. Why are you here? There's such a dense ancient aura here. Is there something? According to what Lin said, they shouldn't be in any danger. Why did they encounter such a dangerous situation after being separated for a short period of time? Those are all ancient spirit beasts. Shi Chen said. They are all ancient spirit beasts. Why are there so many ancient spirit beasts? Little Seven asked. It should be left behind by that monarch. Qing Yi said. Shi Chen and the rest glanced at Qing Yi. Towards this man whose strength they couldn't see clearly, a sense of respect rose from their hearts. At this time, Xiaomeng and Hua Hua finished off the monsters and flew back. Yu, it's done. Thank you for your hard work. Sima Yue said, now tell me what's going on. It's like this, a few months ago. Shimin Feng brought the people of Heartbreak Valley to wander around the remains for a few months without any results. When they reached the valley, Shimin Li suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Li? Shimin Feng saw Shimin Li stop and asked. Second brother, there are treasures here. Shimin Li pointed at the valley and said. Shimin Feng looked at the white mist and said, the restriction here hasn't been broken. We can't go in. Tuanzi said that it can let us in, Shimin Li said. It said that there are good things inside that can greatly increase our strength. When they heard that their strength would increase greatly, everyone was a little moved. Didn't they come to the immortal land to increase their strength? Now that there was a place where they could raise their cultivation, how could they miss it? But the restriction here has never been broken by anyone. Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Shi Chen put forward his idea. Throughout history, opportunities and dangers coexist. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. That's right. What's more, didn't Lord Lin say that there wouldn't be any big problems with our trip to the immortal land this time? Since Lord Lin said so, there shouldn't be any problems here, right? Uncle Bai, what do you think? Shimin Feng asked Bai Xing. Bai Xing was silent for a while and said, I think we can give it a try. Not to mention whether there will be danger, even if there is, on the path of pursuing Tao, risks are inevitable. If we avoid it now, we won't be able to avoid it in the future. Li, did Tuanzi really say that it can let us all in? Shimin Feng asked. Shimin Li nodded and said, Tuanzi said that it can bring us in. Alright, then let's go in and see what treasures there are that attracted it, Shimin Feng said. Shimin Li came in front of the barrier and placed her hand on the barrier. Soon, a hole appeared on the barrier. It's done. Shimin Li retracted her hand and turned back to look at Shimin Feng. Let's go in. Li, you stay by my side. Xiang Yi, you too. After Shimin Feng finished speaking, he pulled a girl and went in first. There weren't any treasures behind the barrier. It was just a very ordinary valley. The herbs in the valley weren't much better than the ones outside. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little disappointed. Didn't they say that there was a treasure? Could it increase their strength? Why was there nothing? Tuanzi said that it wants to go in. Shimenli said, there's a barrier in front. They didn't know what treasure it was, that it actually needed 2 layers of barriers to suppress it. But since they were already here, they couldn't go back without getting anything. Then let's go in and take a look. They came to the other side of the valley and let Shimenli bring them into the barrier. Once they went in, they felt that it was different from the outside. Such rich spiritual energy, they said in surprise. Such rich spiritual energy meant that there must be some kind of treasure here. That was why the barrier formed such an environment. Everyone was very happy. They all thought that they found a treasure. If it could let everyone cultivate, then they could all increase their strength. At that time, there wasn't any ancient aura here, and there weren't any ancient spirit beasts here. Then what happened? How did it become like this? We felt the ancient aura the moment we came in. Did it only appear later? Little Seven blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. It did appear later, Shurchin said. After we came in, we followed the path that Tuanzi pointed and kept walking inside. We found that the deeper we went, the richer the spiritual energy. At that time, when they saw the spiritual energy that was so rich that it could almost turn into water, they were all very excited. If they cultivated here, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. They flew for half a day and came to a sinkhole. They found that the spiritual energy was coming from below. What's down there? It actually emits such rich spiritual energy. We'll know when we go down and take a look. There won't be any danger, right? Let some people go down and take a look first. Ni brought some people down. After a while, he came up and said, Valley Lord, it's all mist formed by spiritual energy. The visibility is very low. But there seems to be some caves at the bottom of the cliff. But we can't get close. We're blocked by something. Is it dangerous? It shouldn't be. There are no spirit beasts down there, nor are there any restrictions or arrays. Ni said, it feels like an empty sinkhole. But I don't know if there's anything in those caves. Once they heard that there was no danger, everyone went down and found a place to start cultivating. At that time, they didn't know why, but the spiritual energy here was more than usual. After a few months, many people began to advance. And the problem appeared after everyone advanced. Chapter 11:23. Originally, everything was going well. Everyone advanced and was very happy. Ni said, especially the people from Blood Fiend City. After they were poisoned by the Blood Demon Tree, they had not advanced for many years. I didn't expect that they would be able to advance so soon after coming out. What does advancement have to do with this? Little Seven asked. In the beginning, those who advanced were all good. But later on, those who advanced later on couldn't stop. Shurchin said. Can't stop. What does that mean? Those who advance later will form a spiritual energy whirlpool above their heads. That whirlpool will continuously absorb the spiritual energy here into their bodies. Some people will advance by 2 levels because of this. 2 people even had their meridians burst because of this. Shurchin still felt a lingering fear when he thought of that scene. Then why did you stop? He didn't stop until all the spiritual energy inside was sucked dry. Shurchin said. Everyone shuddered at the thought of what would happen after the spiritual energy was sucked dry. What happened after it was sucked dry? What scared you so much? Seven asked curiously. A lot of monsters have appeared. Some have physical bodies, some don't. There are all kinds of them. They are all looking at us from Mountain D, Ni said. Yamanori. You mean the Mountain D that I mentioned earlier? Yes. Ni and E said, when we absorbed all the spiritual energy in the sinkhole, we saw a strange stone that seemed to contain a lot of power. Before we had time to study what it was, a dough ball pounced on it. That dough ball should be the one in her body that Miss Lee mentioned. Shi-chen said, that dough ball swallowed that stone, and then the nightmare began. When Tuanzi swallowed the formation stone, the restriction in front of Mountain D disappeared. The whole valley seemed to come alive. A strong ancient aura instantly spewed out. Then the spirit beast ran out and attacked them. Fortunately, Old Bai reacted quickly and lifted the ball up. He took the remaining half of the formation stone from its mouth and put it back. However, the things in Mountain D had come to life, and only half of the stone was left, so the suppression on them was much weaker. Right now, those spirit beasts were constantly attacking the restriction in front of the mountain, wanting to rush out. Later, they discovered that injecting spiritual power into the incomplete formation stone could increase the restriction in front of the mountain. Thus, they took turns injecting spiritual power there. The ones that chased after Ni and E and the others were the ancient spirit beasts that ran out at the very beginning. Since Tuanzi can let you in, why don't you let it take you out? Those spirit beasts shouldn't be able to pass through the restriction, right? Little Seven asked. Everyone wanted to leave, but we realized that there was an invisible net above the sinkhole. That net trapped the spirit beasts and the Valley Lord. We can't go down, and they can't come up. Shi-chen said, now the people below are taking turns to inject spiritual energy, but the amount of spiritual energy injected and the replenishment is not proportional. It won't be long before everyone's spiritual energy is exhausted. Sima Yue was silent. She couldn't go down or up. This was really a headache. How many people are up there? Other than us, there are dozens of them. Because there were a lot of spirit beasts chasing after us, we didn't stick together. Instead, we chose to flee on our own. This way, the spirit beasts can be scattered. Ni and E said. Yu, what should we do now? Little Seven asked. Sima Yue took out the scroll and looked at it. She asked, how are the strength of those spirit beasts? Compared to the ones chasing you? About the same. Ni and E said. Sima Yue thought for a while and said, Hua, Xiaomeng, take this and save the others with Shi-chen. Ni and E and I will go to the sinkhole to have a look. Do you still know where that place is? Ni and E saw Sima Yue looking at him and nodded. That place was easy to find and left a deep impression on him. He would never forget it. Then let's go. We'll split up. Xiaomeng, Hua, find everyone and follow them. If you can't handle it, don't force it. Contact me, okay? Sima Yue reminded Hua and Xiaomeng. We know. Xiaomeng nodded. At this moment, she was no longer the same person as before. Whether it was her intelligence or strength, she had improved a lot. Then be careful. You too. Hua and Xiaomeng left with Shi-chen and the others. They took the scroll and went to save the others. Sima Yue patted Ni and E, who was looking at Xiaomeng's back in a daze, and said, let's go too. Boss. Why does Xiaomeng feel different from before? Ni and E followed Sima Yue and asked as they rushed towards the sinkhole. She remembered something that could change a person. Naturally, she would be different. Sima Yue said, why are you interested in Xiaomeng's matters? Isn't it because I saw her unconscious before? So when I see her again, I will compare her to before. Boss, can you tell me what she remembered? Ni and E said. Lead the way properly. If you pry into Xiaomeng's private affairs, she will make you regret it in the future. Sima Yue said. Ni and E touched his nose. He wanted to see how he would regret it. Sima Yue followed Ni and E and flew for half a day before arriving at the sinkhole they were talking about. It's here. Ni said, "Boss, look." As he spoke, he picked up a stone and threw it down. But as soon as it flew above the sinkhole, it was blocked. A net flashed in mid-air and then disappeared. "It does look like a net." Little Seven said, "What is this thing?" "This should have been set up by the Emperor after he found these ancient spirit beasts." Sima Yue said, "For some reason, those spirit beasts were trapped in the sinkhole and could come back to life at any time. In order to prevent them from coming out and harming people, he set up an array or enchantment at entrance D. He used the thing that was eaten by Tuanzi to suppress it and set up such a thing in the air. Once the array below is destroyed, the one above will be activated." "That's right. They guessed so too." Ni said, "But if this is not opened, they can't come out. But if this is opened, those ancient spirit beasts may come out again. I don't know if the restriction outside can stop them. So the best way is to stop them from coming out." Sima Yue said. "Then what should we do?" Sima Yue stood at the side of the sinkhole and observed for a while. Suddenly, she took a step forward and went into the air. At the same time, a net-like pattern appeared under her feet and blocked her outside. Chapter 11:24. Read 336, Yu, be careful. Little Seven shouted at Sima Yue as she felt the net releasing energy. Sima Yue had already leaped into the air when she sensed the energy wave. "Heavenly net." Qing Yi said. "Qing Yi, what did you say?" Little Seven asked. "This is the heavenly net." Qing Yi said, "A type of net that borrows the power of heaven and earth to form. Once you're trapped inside, you won't be able to get out unless the person who set up the nets of heaven opens it. Then wouldn't Brother Feng and the others be in danger?" Little Seven's eyes widened. "Then can they come out from underground?" Qing Yi shook his head. "The nets of heaven will cover the entire area, even underground." "Oh my God! Then what should we do?" Ni was stunned. "If they couldn't get out, then wouldn't the disciples in the valley? There must be a way." Sima Yue said, "Everything in the world has its counter. Even if you borrow the power of heaven and earth, there must be a way to break it." Qing Yi was stunned. He did not expect Sima Yue to say that, but he admired her quick-wittedness. "You're right. There is indeed a way to break it." "Really? What is that, Qing Yi? Quickly say it." Little Seven urged. "Originally, there wasn't, but your Dao and domain are the bane of Skynet." Qing Yi said. "You can use my spirit realm to break this?" Sima Yue asked. "It's not that I've broken through, but that she's useless to you." Qing Yi explained further, "Your domain and your Dao also bear the power of heaven and earth, similar to the heavenly net. So as long as it acknowledges you, you can go down. Then, put them in your domain and you can bring them out successfully." "That's it?" Seven asked. "Don't think that this is easy." Qing Yi patted Little Seven's head, treating her like a child again. "Although they are both borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the slightest difference can make a difference of 1,000 miles. It won't be that easy for her to gain the approval of Skynet. Then let's give it a try." Sima Yue flew to the side of the sinkhole and sat down cross-legged. She released her domain and summoned the 12 golden words and merged them into her domain. The edge of the domain arrived above the sinkhole and slowly approached the Skynet. The Skynet immediately emitted bursts of white light to block it. At this time, the 12 golden characters that were integrated into the domain emitted a golden light and merged with the white light, beginning a confrontation. "Will that work?" Seven asked. "Whether she can do it or not will depend on her." Qing Yi smirked. He had confidence in Sima Yue. Ni stood at the side, feeling fine. He was worried about the situation below, but there was nothing he could do. He could only walk back and forth at the side. Then, he was really worried. He took out the Sun Mother stone and contacted Feng Ji and the others. Big brother, are you guys alright? Old Six. Where are you? Feng Ji and the others hadn't received any news from the higher-ups for the past 2 days. Now that they had contacted NINE, they were a little excited. Are you alright? I'm fine. Those spirit beasts that were chasing us are all dead. NINE said, how are you guys? Fortunately, I can still hold on for a while. But if I can't think of a way. Big brother, don't worry. Boss is here and is thinking of a way up there. As long as the Skynet is opened, you guys will be fine. NINE comforted. Boss? You said boss is here. Everyone who was originally listless became excited when they heard that Sima Yue was here. Yes. NINE said, boss is trying to open the Skynet above. You guys just have to hold on for a few more days. As long as boss succeeds, everyone will be safe. When did boss come? The Vice Valley Lord is here. We have hope. Yes. Everyone, hold on for a while more. Those who don't have any spirit energy quickly eat pills. Recover a little bit is a little bit. Kong Sangyi grabbed Shimin Fang's hand and said excitedly, Feng, it's Yue. Yue is here. You must have contacted her the last time you tried. Shimin Feng was also very happy. There was finally hope. It was not in vain that he used up all his spirit energy and got injured. But the thing above had no reaction even when we attacked it together. Yue is alone. Can she open it? Bai Xing was still worried. Little Seven jumped over and said, Old Bai, don't worry. Although the Skynet is hard to break, Yu has a way to deal with it. She just needs a little time. Little Seven and Sima Yue were always inseparable. Hearing her voice was like seeing Sima Yue here. Everyone was even more determined. How is she going to break it? Little Seven felt uncomfortable talking like this, so she took the Mother Sun stone from NINE's hand and sat on the floor to explain to everyone. The Skynet is a net that people set up using the power of heaven and earth. It was originally very powerful. As long as someone is trapped inside, other than the person who set up the Skynet, no one else can come out. Hearing Little Seven's explanation, everyone's heart thumped. So powerful. But thinking about it, there were many ancient creatures trapped here. At that time, this place was not a paradise yet. Once they were revived, what kind of disaster would it be to the outside world? It was expected that they would use the Skynet to lock them up. But with such a powerful Skynet, could they really get out? Little Seven guessed the thoughts of the people below and continued, Are you all very worried now? If Yu wasn't here, you all would be worried. But with Yu, this is not a problem. Didn't you say that other than the person who set it up, no one else can open it? Kong Sangyi asked. Elder Sister Xiang Yi, you have to believe that everything is arranged by fate. Little Seven was still pretending, if it was a few months ago, or if Yu was trapped inside with all of you, there would be no hope. But now, there's no problem. Why? What could be changed in a few months? Because Yu has comprehended her own Tao during this time, and it's a Tao that is connected to heaven. She even comprehended her own domain. Little Seven said proudly, this is a close relative of the Skynet. Right now, she is trying to establish a relationship with the Skynet. As long as this relationship is established, she can bring you all out. She had actually comprehended her own Tao. And she had even comprehended a domain that only supremacies could comprehend. There was an uproar in the sinkhole. Their Vice Valley Lord was simply a pervert. But it was because of her perverted nature that they had a chance to live. They liked this kind of pervert. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and a few days had passed. Although most of them had used up their spiritual energy, they were still persevering because they believed that she would be able to save them soon. Chapter 11:25. When Xiao Meng and Hua Hua brought the others over, they saw Sima Yue sitting at the side of the crater, controlling the realm and the heavenly net. Xiao Meng, you guys are back. Little Seven waved at Xiao Meng and Hua Hua. When they flew over, she asked, "Are you guys okay?" "We're fine." "Where is Yu?" Little Seven told them about the heavenly net, so everyone waited together. In the crater, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Valley Lord, everyone's spiritual energy is almost depleted. This thing requires too much spiritual energy, we can't hold on any longer. Baixing came over and said to Shimin Feng, who was meditating to recover from his injuries. Everyone knew that Sima Yue was thinking of a solution, but if they couldn't make it in time, even if she opened the heavenly net, they would have died in the stomach of the spirit beasts. Everyone understood this point. The atmosphere in the crater was at its lowest point. Shimin Li sat beside Shimin Feng. She felt guilty and tears fell down uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me, everyone wouldn't be trapped here." "Li, it's not your fault." Shimin Feng said, "If it wasn't for my orders, everything wouldn't have happened." "That's right, Miss Li, it's not your fault. Everyone didn't know what would be here, it was everyone's own decision." Feng Kai comforted. Shimin Li was different from her brother and sister. Shimin Feng was cold, Yue was perverted. They weren't normal people, only this little girl was obedient and sensible when she was with everyone. They couldn't help but feel pity for her. Sometimes they thought, how could people like Sima Yue and Shimin Feng have such an innocent and cute sister? Shouldn't she be as devious, perverted and inhuman as her brother and sister? Although this happened because of her, everyone didn't blame her. After all, it was their own choice, no one forced them. "That's right, Miss Li, don't blame yourself." The others comforted her too. But the more they were like this, the more Shimin Li blamed herself. She hugged Tuanzi tighter subconsciously. "Ouch, it hurts." Tuanzi suddenly screamed, giving everyone a shock. "This guy can speak now." Everyone gathered around and looked at Tuanzi curiously. The current Tuanzi was no longer as ethereal as before, but as its name suggested, it was still a white Tuanzi. Especially after it ate half of the stone, it became even whiter. "Tuanzi, you brought everyone down. Do you have a way to bring everyone up?" Shimin Li asked. Tuanzi pretended to be dead, as if it wasn't the one who spoke just now. "Dough." Shimin Li was angry. She pinched the dough into various shapes with both hands. Tuanzi still didn't move or speak. "Tuanzi, if you do this again, I'll cancel the contract between us." Shimin Li threatened. Tuanzi still ignored her. The little girl had been spoiled since she was a child and had lived in the valley for more than 10 years. She was very simple and would not really break the contract with her. However, she didn't know that the more innocent a person was, the more they would do crazy things because of self-blame. Seeing that Tuanzi was still like this, Shimin Li really began to cut the contract between her and Tuanzi, trying to cancel the contract with it. Tuanzi saw that Shimin Li was serious and was shocked. It shouted, Oh, I know. Don't be angry." Shimin Li stopped and said, not playing dead anymore. "Ahem, I won't. Tuanzi hurriedly expressed its attitude. At the same time, it sighed in its heart. Although this girl looked simple, her ruthlessness was really like her sister. "Then do you have a way to bring everyone up?" Shimin Li asked. "This is the Skynet. How can I do anything?" Tuanzi said, "Oh, don't cry." "Why are you crying even harder?" "Valley Lord, we can't hold on any longer." The people over there shouted. They kept injecting spiritual power into the stone. There were many of them, but they had already used up all their spiritual power. Once the last bit of spiritual power was exhausted, the ancient spiritual beasts locked in the mountain would rush out. Then they looked up at the intertwined white and golden light. It had been so many days. They were afraid that they couldn't wait for the Skynet to open. Roar, they could already hear the roars of those spiritual beasts. At the entrance of the mountain, they seemed to feel that the restriction was weakening and began to attack the enchantment non-stop. Shimanli was so scared that her face turned pale. If everyone died, how could she forgive herself? Thinking of this, her tears flowed even harder. They dripped on Tuanzi and almost melted it. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. If you cry again, I will turn into flour paste. Tuanzi protested loudly. If it was in normal times, everyone would definitely laugh at this scene. But now, they didn't have the energy to pay attention to this. Their spiritual power was all used up. If these spiritual beasts came out, they would have no power to fight back. Oh, I told you not to cry. Tuanzi saw that Shimanli was crying harder and said helplessly, I said that I couldn't bring them up, but I didn't say that I couldn't alleviate the current situation. Everyone heard the last sentence, and they all looked over. Tuanzi, do you have any ideas? Shimanli asked. Tuanzi saw that the spiritual power of the person who was injecting spiritual power was getting less and less. It was about to dry up. Tuanzi sighed and flew out of Shimanli's arms. Then, it landed on the stone and wrapped the stone in its body. Everyone was stunned by its behavior and thought that it was going to eat the other half of the stone. Just when they wanted to stop it, they found that the inside of the mountain had quieted down. Hey, tell that ruthless woman that I can only hold on for 2 days. Tuanzi snorted. If she doesn't get rid of the heavenly net in 2 days, she can't blame me anymore. Anyway, these spiritual beasts didn't dare to touch her when they came out. Everyone's hearts were temporarily relieved. Although 2 days wasn't long, there was still hope. Fengji contacted Nie and the others and told them about the situation here. Nie was very anxious, but he couldn't urge Sima Yue. He was almost roasted to death by the fire in his heart. Sima Yue also heard the words just now and knew that time didn't wait for anyone. But the heavenly net was as stubborn as a bull. It refused to cooperate and give way to her. Hearing the situation below, she was also angry. She poured out all her spiritual power, shrunk her domain and pressed it on the heavenly net. I don't care who set it up, and I don't care if you have the power of heaven and earth. If you don't get out of my way today, I will turn you into ashes. Chapter 11:26. Sima Yue released crimson flames and fused them with the 12 golden words. The power of the flames increased greatly, and even space was distorted by the heat. Skynet had been here for so many years and had developed its own intelligence. That was why it could fight against Sima Yue for so many days. However, in the face of such flames, it also felt fear. It was a kind of submission, a submission to a power that was stronger than itself. Its heart was crying. It was clearly the darling of heaven and earth, so why was there another one that was even more powerful than it now? Sima Yue did not know about Skynet's internal wailing. She only knew that she had forcefully merged the golden word with Qi Yan's flame, and now her body was being devoured. If this fellow didn't give way, she didn't know how long she could last. Her internal organs began to crack, and her bones began to shatter inch by inch. Her body also began to crack. Are you going to give way or not? Her voice was slow, but it carried a lot of weight. Skynet's little heart couldn't bear it. So be it, why must you be so fierce? The nets above snares below opened up a gap. Sima Yue's territory immediately poured down and surrounded the entire crater. When Little Seven and the others saw Sima Yue in such a state, their tears flowed out. However, in order not to disturb her, they did not dare to cry out loud. When the people of Heartbreak Valley saw Sima Yuyue covered in blood, they could not help but be moved. What did they do to deserve such treatment from such a person? Rise! Sima Yuyue retracted her spirit realm and brought everyone out along the way. Roar! When Do Ball left, it took the remaining half of the stone with it. The moment the formation stone left, the restriction formation outside Mountain D disappeared automatically, and those spirit beasts chased after them. Fortunately, the heavenly net was powerful. With a silver light, the spirit beasts that were chasing after them were all sent flying back. The moment the domain was pulled out, the heavenly net immediately closed. Even if the spirit beasts behind flew up, they would not be able to get out of the sinkhole. PFFF, after Sima Yuyue brought the people of Heartbreak Valley out, she could no longer support her territory. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she fainted. Once the territory was dispersed, the people of Heartbreak Valley appeared above the sinkhole. As soon as they lowered their heads, they saw all kinds of spirit beasts below them. They were so frightened that they nearly lost their balance and fell. Yeah. Little Seven and the rest rushed over, wanting to support Sima Yuyue who had fainted. However, when they saw that she was covered in blood, they didn't dare to touch her. Even Qi Yan couldn't help but come out. He stood at the side and frowned at her. The cries over there woke everyone up from their joy. They looked over and saw Sima Yuyue covered in blood lying in Xiao Mang's arms. They all flew over. Her white dress was already soaked in blood. The red color dyed the eyes of many men red. Sister. Boss. Yuyue. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, they knew that she had become like this in order to save them. Now that they were out, they didn't expect to see her like this. Quickly give Yuyue a healing pill. No, her injuries are too serious. I don't know when the pill will work. Little Seven said, use my blood. Little Seven cut her finger and opened Sima Yuyue's mouth. She wanted to put her finger in, but before she could touch her lips, she stopped in the air. Qing Yi grabbed Little Seven's hand with his left hand and wiped her finger with his right hand. The wound disappeared. Qing Yi. Little Seven looked at him with tears on her face. Qing Yi saw her panicked look and sighed, I'm here, don't be afraid. Don't hurt yourself. After that, he cut his hand and squeezed out a drop of golden blood. He opened Sima Yuyue's mouth and dripped it in. Qing Yi's blood was full of vitality. In terms of healing, his blood was better than Little Seven's. Sima Yuyue didn't need to swallow. The vitality contained in the blood flowed through her meridians and began to repair her body. At the same time, the healing function of the divine devil body began to work, repairing her body together with the vitality. Her condition slowly stabilized. What happened just now? How did she get injured so badly? Shimin Feng asked. Little Seven and the rest weren't in the mood to talk about things. Ni told them everything that Sima Yuyue did these few days. When he reached the end, his eyes turned red. The other disciples who were saved by Little Dream and the rest were the same. Although they could feel Sima Yuyue's feelings for them, it was not as shocking as seeing her do it with their own eyes. Vice Valley Lord. Boss. Sima Yuyue was unconscious. Naturally, she couldn't see their red eyes. However, the faith in her body increased a little. Speaking of which, why is the Vice Valley Lord wearing a skirt? Someone finally noticed. Boss is a girl. It's not strange for her to wear a skirt. Dai Yi said. The Vice Valley Lord is a girl. No way. Oh my god. Although they didn't want to admit it, Sima Yuyue's current appearance had explained everything. This discovery made them regret their decision. They didn't expect that the person who made them follow so loyally was actually a girl. She's a girl. Then should we call her young miss instead of young master? The people from the bird clan said. Should be. Young Miss is really amazing. She's worthy of being our king's contractor. When the people from the four-winged rock saw Chi Yen, they couldn't help but kneel down. Chi Yen glanced at them. Just a glance made the puzzled people from the Sparrowhawk clan and the Egret clan kneel down. Lord Divine Bird, the real king of the bird clan. When Sima Yuyue helped Shui Qing Man give birth in the Little Realm, she didn't let the people from Heartbreak Valley follow her. So they didn't see Chi Yen. Now that he suddenly appeared, they were really shocked. Get up. Chi Yen said faintly, then no longer looked at them. He just looked down at Sima Yuyue's situation. The people from the Sparrowhawk clan and the Egret clan thought of the four-winged rock and knelt down first. They weren't surprised by Chi Yan's identity. They grabbed the people around them and said, "You already knew that our king had appeared." The people from the four-winged rock clan blinked and admitted it. God, you already knew. Why didn't you tell us? Our king didn't let us say it. So don't say it out. Otherwise, if our king gets angry, it will be very serious. Got it. Oh my God, I need to digest these two pieces of news. Me too. The people from Heartbreak Valley saw that the people from the bird clan were so abnormal. They were curious about the contract beast besides Sima Yuyue. They saw that the bird clan didn't act like this when they saw Little Rock. This meant that this person was more powerful than Little Rock. Oh, Sima Yuyue raised her eyebrows and made a sound. Chapter 11:27. Her movement caused the hearts of the people around her to clench. However, after she let out that murmur, she didn't move again. You. Yeah. Sister. However, no matter how much they shouted, Sima Yuyue did not respond. Her injuries were so severe that even with my blood essence, she would still need a day or two to recover. She won't wake up so early. Qingyi said, instead of worrying here, why don't you let her lie down more comfortably? That's right, let's give you a tent. Little Seven said. Let's do it. Shimin Feng and Shimin Li set up a tent for Sima Yuyue, then Qi Yen carried her and placed her on the bed. Little Seven, Little Dream and the rest were accompanying her inside. Shimin Li was also sitting by the side. Looking at her pale face, she felt extremely guilty. This was all because of her. How could she forgive herself? Big sister, get better quickly. She wanted to hold Sima Yuyue's hand, but it was full of scars and she did not dare to touch it. Shimin Feng stood at the entrance of the tent. He couldn't bear to see Sima Yuyue like this. This reminded him of the past. He turned around and went outside. He looked down at the spirit beasts that were continuously ramming into the heavenly net. Valley Lord, look, these spirit beasts are much uglier than the spirit beasts now. The people of Heartbreak Valley were also looking at the spirit beasts at the side of the sinkhole. I wonder who sealed them here, why didn't they just kill them? Bai Xing asked. I'm more curious about which great emperor set up the heavenly net back then. It's really amazing. Shimin Feng looked at those ugly spirit beasts and said, something must have happened in the past for this to appear. However, this has nothing to do with us. When she gets better, we'll leave this place. Valley Lord, how is boss now? Nine asked. In the midst of a stable recovery. Shimin Feng said, although these things have happened, fortunately, everyone has gained something. Although it was extremely thrilling this time, everyone had basically advanced. Moreover, some had even advanced by 2 levels. For people of their level, this was already very difficult. Many people couldn't advance by 1 level in tens of years. They advanced not long after entering, so it was already very difficult. Shimin Feng looked at the spirit beasts below in silence. He didn't know what had happened in the past for so many powerful ancient spirit beasts to survive and even awaken now. Now, they were lucky that they were in the Immortals' land. No matter what happened here, it would not affect them. If they were in the outside, these spirit beasts would give them a headache. Everyone waited here for a day. After a day, Sima Yu finally woke up. Yu, you're awake. Little Seven saw that Sima Yu had woken up and immediately became alert. Yu. Little Dream and the others surrounded her. Sister S, how are you feel? Sima Yu frowned, saying, my whole body hurts. All the bones in your body are broken. Your internal organs are also torn apart. Even your muscles are injured. It's normal to feel pain. Qingyi said, but it's not bad that you can wake up within a day. Although Sima Yu was unconscious, she knew that his essence blood was still in her body. She said gratefully, thank you. I just don't want to see little Seven waste her essence blood. Qingyi said. No matter what the subjective reason is, the objective result is that you helped me. Sima Yu smiled weakly. Sister. Your injuries are still very serious. Don't talk so much. Shimenli said. Sima Yu saw her red eyes and said, why are your eyes as red as a rabbit's? You've been crying for the past 2 days, right? Sister, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. I'll accept whatever punishment you want to punish me. Shimenli bit her lower lip and said self-reproachfully. This happened because of you. But I think you've been suffering for the past 2 days, so I won't punish you. As for what Feng, and the rest will do, I don't care. But I'll punish the real culprit later. The dough in Shimenli's body shrunk its neck subconsciously. Was this ruthless woman talking about it? No, this matter couldn't be blamed on it. It was all those humans who wanted to increase their strength. It wasn't its fault, it wasn't its fault. Dough, do you want to come out yourself or do you want Li, to throw you out? Sima Yu's cold voice cruelly broke its self-comfort. Sob, this ruthless woman really wanted to find trouble with it. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out. Sima Yu threatened. Perhaps it was frightened by her that time. Before she started counting, Dough came out of Shimenli's body. Smart, kind, strong, beautiful and cute Yue, why did you call me out? The moment Dough came out, it hugged Sima Yu's leg and started to flatter her. Sima Yu frowned slightly and Dough was thrown out by Xiaomeng. Dough came back from outside and wanted to hug Sima Yu's leg again. Xiaomeng didn't even look up and said, you hurt Yu. She meant that if it dared to come over again, she would still throw it out. Little Dough stopped 10 centimeters away from Sima Yu, and then came to Shimenli's side obediently, looking obedient. It was acting so obedient and cute now. Sima Yu probably wouldn't punish it. It was said that women liked cute things. Once it acted cute, a woman's heart would melt. It hoped that this trick would work on this ruthless woman too. Kong Xiangyi's mouth twitched when she saw how obedient Dough Ball was, and how arrogant it was in the heaven pit in the modern world. It turned out that this fellow was a bully. Sima Yu wouldn't be fooled by Dough's trick. In terms of cuteness, it was far from Little Roar. She remembered that Little Seven and Xiaomeng immediately took a pillow for her to lean on. She looked at Dough and said coldly, you already knew what was here, didn't you? Dough shook its head and denied it. What a joke, it wouldn't admit it. If it admitted it, this ruthless woman would definitely skin it. But when it saw Sima Yu's eyes that seemed to know everything, it lowered its head and nodded slightly. So you knew. Sima Yu sneered, so you planned all of this. You let everyone help you absorb all the spiritual energy and make them your scapegoat. Her voice became colder and colder, and her tone became stricter. Everyone in the house was shocked, especially Sima Li and Dough. No, I didn't think that way. Dough quickly denied, otherwise it would be punished by this ruthless woman. Sima Yue didn't believe it and released a red flame, saying, "Really? Then tell me, what are you?" Chapter 11:28. Do looked at the fire on Sima Yue's hand and shrunk back. "You're injured. It's better not to play with fire now." "Then do you know who you are?" Sima Yue played with the flame. "Are you willing to tell me?" "If you can't explain it clearly, little seven, I haven't made roasted dough balls for you to eat, right? That one tastes pretty good too. Do you want to eat it?" Okay. As long as it's made by Yu, anything is delicious." Little Seven agreed. Do shrunk its neck and looked at Sima Yue. It did not seem like she was joking. "Well, I say, you can put away the flame first. Let's talk nicely, shall we? If you get hurt again, everyone will be worried, right?" Hee. It said with a smile. "It's all right, I can still handle this small amount of fire." Sima Yue said, "What do you think, or, speak, I'll speak now." Do stole a glance at Crimson Flames, and he was about to cry in his heart. Vicious woman, bullying it because it was weak now. If it was strong, very strong, it would definitely make her crawl at its feet. "Then tell me, my patience is limited." Sima Yue said, "What are you?" Shiminli looked down at Tuanzi. She didn't know who Tuanzi was. Do felt wronged after being yelled at by Sima Yue. Its body moved and grew 4 limbs, then a head, and slowly, facial features. "A tiger." Little Seven looked at Tuanzi. "Why are you pretending to be a tiger?" "I'm not a tiger." Tuanzi protested. "A white tiger." "If you're not a tiger, then what are you? You can't be saying that you're one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger, right?" Little Seven stretched out her hand to poke its head. "I'm not a white tiger either." Tuanzi was very proud of her identity, but when she thought that Sima Yue had Rosefinch by her side, she couldn't show off in front of her. "You are neither a tiger nor a white tiger." "Then what are you?" Sima Yue asked as she played with the flame. Tuanzi twisted its body, and another head grew out from one side of its head, and then another one grew out from the other side. Xiaoqi blinked, looked at Tuanzi and screamed, "You are not a tiger, you are a monster." "I'm not a monster." Tuanzi was sad. It was really not a monster. "You have 3 heads. If you aren't a monster, then what are you?" Little Seven scoffed. No. He wasn't a monster. "If you say I'm a monster again, I'll bite you." After Tuanzi's 3 heads were together, its voice was still a little scary. Unfortunately, the people here were not people who had not seen the world. This little bit of aura was not enough to scare them. "Ancient divine beast Lu Wu," Qing Yi said. Tuanzi turned her head to look at Xing Yi. She didn't expect that someone could recognize her. "How many heads have you grown?" When Qing Yi didn't speak, everyone couldn't feel her presence. Once she spoke, everyone couldn't move their eyes away. Speaking of her own heads, Tuanzi's 3 heads were pulled down. She twisted her body, and her limbs and head were gone. She became the previous Tuanzi. "I haven't completely transformed, it didn't touch the heavens. It was really a sad thing." "So you are still a doe now?" Sima Yue said. "Qing Yi, what kind of divine beast is Lu Wu? Is it powerful?" Little Seven asked. "It's very powerful when it grows 9 heads. As for the others, they are just average." Qing Yi said. "Isn't that the same as Thousand Resonance? When he grows 9 tails, he will be a real 9-tailed spiritual fox." Little Seven said. "We already know who you are. Then, Tuanzi, now tell us why you tricked everyone here." Sima Yue said. I didn't say that I tricked everyone here. I just brought everyone here to find opportunities. Tuanzi said without confidence. Are you sure you want to say that? Tuanzi looked at Sima Yue's eyes and felt even less confident. She was afraid that she would throw the flame at her, so she had to tell the truth. I felt that there was an ancient aura here, so I let them in. But I didn't expect there to be so many ancient spiritual beasts here, and I didn't know there was a heavenly net above. You really didn't know, or are you pretending not to know? Sima Yue asked. I really didn't know. I can swear. Tuanzi said, I thought that they could absorb the spiritual power to increase their strength, and I could also get what I want. Isn't this a win-win situation? Who knew that the spiritual power and that thing were used to suppress those spiritual beasts? I didn't expect that only a few spiritual beasts escaped, and the heavenly net was activated. Really? Really, really? Tuanzi nodded vigorously. My starting point was good, but I didn't think of what would happen next. What do you want? That array stone. Sima Yue asked. That's not an ordinary formation stone. It's an origin stone that contains an ancient aura. That's why I can smell it. As long as I digest that stone, I will definitely grow another head. Tuanzi said. Speaking of which, you said that you could transform. Why haven't you done it yet? Why are you still absorbing Li's spiritual power? Sima Yue narrowed her eyes. Tell me, if I find out that you lied to me, what will I do to you? Braise? Braise? Fry? Roast pork or hot pot? Every time she said something, Tuanzi's body trembled and she felt that the temperature around her dropped a little. I didn't lie to you. Hee, you are so wise and smart. How dare I lie to you? Tuanzi said flatteringly. Then what's wrong with you now? Why haven't you transformed yet? I just want to improve the starting point of me and Li. Tuanzi said, the later I transform, the stronger I will be after transforming. Previously, I said that I could transform, but I could only transform with one head. If I can transform with 4 or 5 heads when I transform, my talent after transforming will be even higher. Li can also get more power. Sima Yue didn't know if what it said was true, so she looked at Xing Yi for help. Since Xing Yi could recognize Tuanzi's identity, it should know about this, right? Xing Yi nodded, indicating that it was true. Well, I'll believe you for the time being. Sima Yue said, I've asked clearly. Now I need to think about how to punish you. Tuanzi shrank its body towards Sima Li and said weakly, I said I didn't do it on purpose. You still need to be punished. Sima Yue said. Then how are you going to punish me? Tuanzi shrank its body into a small ball, obviously frightened. Chapter 1129. Shimonli lowered her head and sat by the bed. She waited anxiously with dough ball for Sima Yue's final verdict. Although she was also very angry with Tuanzi, she was still with Tuanzi. If her sister really wanted to punish Tuanzi, she would bear it together with it. Tuanzi was very scared, but when he felt Shimonli's thoughts, he felt a lot warmer. I just don't know how this vicious woman will deal with me. Truly, one had no choice but to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. It was too tragic. But after waiting for so long, she still didn't say anything. Was she thinking about how to deal with him in her heart? The longer it waited, the more scared it became. Boo-hoo, this vicious woman was too evil. Just when everyone thought that Sima Yue would punish Tuanzi severely, she shrank back and said, I'm tired. He would leave the punishment to Feng Li bring it to your second brother. What? Shimonli and Tuanzi looked up at the same time. Did she mean that she wouldn't punish it? Could it be that this ruthless woman's heart has changed for the better? Tuanzi thought. But looking at Sima Yoyue's pale face, she was indeed tired. Alright, this was even better. That cold second brother was actually much easier to talk to than this smiling tigress. Sister, have a good rest. I'll take Tuanzi to find second brother, Shimanli said. Go ahead, Sima Yue said with her eyes closed. After Shimanli left with Tuanzi, Kong Sangyi said, You don't want to punish it, do you? Sima Yue opened her eyes and said, I don't have the energy now. Then why did you pretend to be so scary to scare that little guy? Aren't you worried about Li? Sima Yue sighed and said, I didn't know anything about that little guy, and now something like this happened. If it's a ferocious beast, I have to think more about it. Kong Sangyi shook his head. You're the elder sister, yet you're already in this state. Don't worry about it. But they're really fortunate to have an elder sister like you. When you and Feng get married, I will officially be your elder sister. Sima Yue closed her eyes again. Her body was still very uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, Kong Sangyi stopped teasing her and said, Rest well. You don't have to worry about anything else. Sima Yue responded weakly and fell asleep again. Although he would lose consciousness while sleeping, his divine devil physique would be able to display its full potential. As for how Shiman Feng would punish Tuanzi, she didn't care at all. Tsing Yi looked at Sima Yue with a different expression. He was accepting her bit by bit. When Sima Yue woke up again, 2 days had passed. This time, she had almost recovered. Tsing Yi, your vitality is really good. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. She stood up, stretched and said to Tsing Yi, who was drinking tea in the corner of the tent. With your physique, it won't take long for you to recover. Tsing Yi said. But without you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Sima Yue said. She went into the spirit pagoda and came out immediately. When she came out again, she had changed into a dress and looked much more energetic. Kong Sangyi came in and saw her in a long dress. He said with a smile, I'm used to seeing you in men's clothes. I'm not used to seeing you in a dress. Then you'll get better after seeing me a few more times. Will I wear women's clothes in the future? Well, since others already know, it's meaningless to wear men's clothes. Sima Yue said. That's good too. As a girl, it's better to dress up prettily. It's not good to wear men's clothes all day. Kong Sangyi said. Your words are quite similar to senior sister. Oh right, the restriction isn't broken. How did you come in? Where's Miao Shuang and the rest? Xian Qiu, he helped me in. Senior sister and the rest are waiting outside. Sima Yue said, if there's nothing else, let's go out earlier. If we don't go out, they'll be worried. Okay. I'll go inform everyone and call them back. Kong Sangyi said. I'll go out with you. Sima Yue came out. The people from Heartbreak Valley saw that she had woken up and surrounded her. Vice Valley Lord, you're finally awake. Everyone was worried to death. Vice Valley Lord, thank you for saving us. Bai Xing looked at Sima Yue and asked, Are you alright? I'm alright now. Sima Yue said, Why are you all here? Why didn't you walk around to see if there are any treasures? Fu Yi and the rest have gone. We're waiting here. We'll see if there are any strange beasts. Did you see anything? Yes. What did you see? The spirit beasts in the ancient times are uglier than the ones now. Sima Yue looked at Nine. He was the one who said that. Alright, everyone pack up. When the others come back, we'll leave this place. Sima Yue said to the rest. Then we'll go and keep the tents. The people dispersed, leaving her and Bai Xing standing at the cliff. I've never seen them so sincere in Blood Fiend City. Bai Xing looked at the people who were smiling. You've made everyone's heart come alive again. I think even if it's the entire Blood Fiend city, they will also be united because of you. Sima Yue smiled. Old Bai, you really think highly of me. You have such ability and charm. Bai Xing continued, this is something I didn't expect. Now I'm glad that I followed you all out. I'm also glad that you helped us. Sima Yue said, without you, Heartbreak Valley wouldn't have developed so well. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They felt like they had found a confidant. These ancient spirit beasts are just like that. Will anything happen to them? Little Seven asked. With the heaven's net, they can't get out. They can only be locked up here forever. Bai Xing said. Ah. That's so pitiful. Little Seven said, they didn't do anything but be locked up here forever. If it was me, I'd probably go crazy. Yu, can we bring them away? Sima Yue looked at the spirit beasts in the valley and frowned, saying, these spirit beasts are too ferocious. If we let them out, I'm afraid it'll bring danger to everyone. What if we can bring them all away? Little Seven asked, as long as there's time, we can tame them one by one. Sima Yue looked at Little Seven in confusion, saying, this isn't like you. What are you planning? Hee hee. Little Seven laughed, I'm just thinking that they caused you to get hurt. If we tame them later on, I can torture them properly and help you vent your anger. Chapter 1130. Sima Yue was happy with Little Seven's thoughts. But they still left without doing anything. Not to mention the fact that the nets above snares below were difficult to overcome. Even if they were able to overcome it, she would not want to release them. When Little Seven left, she looked back at the sinkhole every 3 steps. She wanted to use them to vent the hatred in her heart. Coming to the restriction formation, Tuanzi opened it, and everyone went out one by one. When the people of Heartbreak Valley came out again, many of them could not help but take a deep breath. They were finally out. Sima Yue came out and saw Jiang Junxian, Han Miao Shuang, Su Xiao Xiao and the Xian Qiu clan members outside. She didn't see Shi Qianji and Shi Qiu Shuang. Wait for me here, Sima Yue said to Shimen Feng and the others, then walked towards Xian Qiu He. She walked up to him, took out the Bodhi leaf, and handed it to him. Thank you. She was sincerely grateful to him. If he didn't send her in, then Shimen Feng and the others wouldn't be able to come back. Xian Qiu he took the Bodhi leaf and said, I am very happy to be able to help you. It's good that the people of Heartbreak Valley are fine. Although he didn't know what had happened inside, he believed that it was because of her that they had come out alive. Yue will definitely help if you need anything in the future. Sima Yue said. If I really need your help, Crane will not hesitate. Xian Qiu he said. Since you're fine, we'll take our leave first. Please. Xian Qiu he led the Xian Qiu clan away. Sima Yue then looked at Han Miao Shuang and the others and asked, where's Qiu Shuang and the others? Previously, someone said that there were people pretending to be people from the Divine Dragon sect and wantonly killing people from other sections. Shi Qianji and Shi Qiu Shuang went to settle it. Han Miao Shuang said. Then why didn't you go? Sima Yue looked at Jiang Junxian. Was he also a member of the Divine Dragon sect? Moreover, his status was quite high. I don't really care about the matters of the cult. Jiang Junxian said, and those matters can be settled by the two of them. I think you're worried about senior sister. Su Xiao said. Jiang Junxian didn't deny it. These guys always liked to make fun of them, so there was no need to pay attention to them. He leaned on Han Miao Shuang, he started to doze off. Sima Yue saw him closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep and smiled lightly. It had been a long time since she saw him like this. Vice Valley Master, what should we do now? The people of Heartbreak Valley asked. This place has already been searched thoroughly. The places that people can go have already been searched several times. Han Miao Shuang said. Sima Yu asked the scarlet bees that were still outside, and the news she got was the same. But there were many places that no one went. Yuyue. That Yuyue to Yuyue that was. Yuyue to go. To Yuyue. Yuyue, do you still want to go? Tuanzi shouted. Yuyue. As long as it's not like before. Sima Yu said. But I don't have that much energy left. Tuanzi said, I haven't digested the remaining half of the stone. I don't have enough energy to take so many people in. It's okay, you don't have to bring them all in. You just have to bring me in. Her smile made Tuanzi feel cold. What a terrifying woman. Shimin Li touched her nose speechlessly. Her sister was very gentle. Why did Tuanzi always call her a cruel woman? Seeing Tuanzi's reaction, Sima Yue took it out of Shimin Li's arms and said, This is your punishment. But Shimin Feng has already punished me. Tuanzi protested, Didn't you say that you wouldn't punish me? I said I didn't have the energy to punish you then. Sima Yue said, Your protest is invalid. You'd better obey. Ha! Tuanzi had no limbs, so its body was twisting in her hands. Seeing Sima Yue shoot out red flame, it obediently gave in and said unwillingly, Okay. So, for nearly a year, she held Tuanzi in her arms and shuttled through various inhibitions. She took people into the small realm, and then went in with Tuanzi in places that were not very dangerous. If there was no danger, she would call everyone out to look for treasures. If there was danger, one person and one beast would retreat. Every time Little Doe protested, Sima Yu would start to play with fire and suppress the rest of the guy's words. After some exploration, Tuanzi had a deeper understanding of Sima Yue. It planned to encourage its master to stay away from her in the future. What a terrifying woman. The people who came to the relics came and left. Gradually, no one came to the island. The tree of life was gone, and there was nothing to look for in the relics. It was meaningless for them to come again, so they might as well go to other places. A year later, Sima Yue also left with the people of Heartbreak Valley. Because the emperor's inheritance was obtained by Xian Qiuhe, and the sacred cultivation place was all absorbed by the people of Heartbreak Valley. Occasionally, there were some treasures, but they were also plundered by Sima Yue. Of course, these were not the only things in the relics. There were several inhibitions that they did not enter. It was not that she didn't want to, but Tuanzi said that there was something inside that made it feel horrible. Thinking of the Skynet, she gave up. If there was something horrible that everyone couldn't solve, it would be troublesome. Besides, all the people of Heartbreak Valley had advanced, which was already a good thing. Xiaoqi took everyone back to the land with the ship, and then Shimin Feng left with the people of Heartbreak Valley. Why didn't you go with the group? Jiang Junxian opened his eyelids slightly and asked sleepily. They have their opportunities, and I have mine. If we go together, we will break up each other's opportunities. Sima Yue said. How do you know? Lin said it. Speaking of which, although the people of Heartbreak Valley encountered danger this time, they still had a lot of gains. However, didn't Lin say that there wouldn't be any danger? Could it be that when he said that there wouldn't be too much danger, he meant that she would go and save them in the end and let them be scared but not in danger? But no matter what, it was good to have gains. After Shimin Feng and the others left, Sima Yue and Han Miao Shuang went in the same direction. This way, the distance between them would not be too far. If anything happened to them, they could take care of each other. But Lin's words were not in vain. After that, until everyone left the immortal land, the people of Heartbreak Valley did not send her a signal for help. After the group of people swept through the immortal land, they returned with a full load before the immortal land closed. And for some reason, the opening of the immortal land this time took longer than before. From opening to closing, it took about 20 years. This was something that Lin did not expect at the beginning. Chapter 1131. Sima Yue took out the scroll and saw that there were fewer people on it. Are the Zongjing clansmen still alive? Little Seven asked. When we left the island, the old apes said that they were all gone. Sima Yue said, you were in the cabin then, so you didn't know. Oh, they're already dead. They didn't have time to wait for us to take revenge. Little Seven sighed in disappointment. You still like to fight so much even with Qing Yi, why, can't Qing Yi control you? Han Miao Shuang teased. You're still so talkative even with senior brother, why, can't senior brother control you? Little Seven immediately retorted. Han Miao Shuang was stunned, how did this guy react so quickly? She didn't think that she would get herself into trouble just because she wanted to tease her. Little Seven saw Han Miao Shuang's reaction, as if she had won a battle. She went to Sima Yue and asked, Yu, where are we going now? Use your little nose to smell, is there any treasure in front? Sima Yue said. No. I'm not a dog. Little Seven snorted. Your attributes are similar to that. Sima Yue smiled and said, so, come on, try it. Annoying. I'm ignoring you. Little Seven ran to Qing Yi's side and ignored her. Haha everyone laughed, even if she looked like she had grown up, her personality was still the same. Sima Yue turned her gaze to Little Dream and said, Little Dream, let's go to a crowded place and see if we'll meet the devil clansmen. If you have enemies, we'll take revenge for you. Little Dream's body trembled, she thought of the past. She nodded, if she met those people, she wouldn't be merciful. Sima Yue looked at the scroll and found a place with the most dots. She got Chongming to bring everyone there. They flew for many days and didn't meet anyone, but they saw many corpses. They died very tragically, seems to be done by the devil clan. There's still some devil aura lingering on them. They concluded after checking the corpses. Little Dream looked at the corpses and was stunned. Little Meng, what's wrong? Hua Hua tugged at her clothes. Little Meng flew to the side of the corpses and sniffed carefully, saying, this is the aura of the Demon Wolf clan. The Demon Wolf race was one of those races back then. Little Seven asked. Yes. They were the ones who experimented on me the most. I will never forget their smell. Xiao Meng clenched her fists, her body trembling from restraint. Sima Yue came to her side and hugged her. She stroked her hair and said, it's okay now. Since those people are here, then let's find them and take revenge for you. Little Seven said. That's right. Little Dream, can you sense where they are? Han Miao Shuang asked. Xiao Meng got out of Sima Yue's arms and shook her head. Let me try. Sima Yue took out a scroll and used her spirit energy to sweep away the devil aura on those people's wounds. A few faint dots appeared on the scroll. This scroll can be used like that. Han Miao Shuang said in shock, such a good treasure. Junior sister, where did you get this? Senior brother Ling Yu gave it to me. Sima Yue said. As the holy son of the Sage Pavilion and the former Demon King, it wasn't strange for him to have this. In the northwest direction. Little Seven came over and looked at the faint black dots, saying, Yu, let's go over now. Sima Yue looked at the many dots around them and said, there are more people there than other places, and they are very concentrated. It seems that there might be some treasure there. Su Xiaomeng said. Sima Yue kept the scroll and said, since that's the case, let's go take a look. Chongming flew them for a few days before they slowly got close to that place. For safety reasons, Sima Yue released many scarlet bees and got them to scout for information. Very quickly, the scarlet bees sent back news that there were many people gathered there, but they weren't looking for treasure, but for a confrontation. Confrontation. Everyone was shocked by this news. Every minute and every second in the immortal land was precious. These people didn't use it to look for opportunities, but used it to confront others. But because there were very strong people there, the scarlet bees couldn't get close, so they didn't know what was going on there. Let's go over and take a look. In order to narrow down the target, the group got off Chongming and walked over. Chongming transformed into his human form and followed. What a dense devil aura. There's also the aura of the ghost clan. Qing Yi said. Could it be a war between the three clans? Little Seven's eyes lit up. She had always been interested in such things. The bees in front didn't dare to get close, so we don't know what's going on. Everyone, be careful. Sima Yue said. That, Little Seven, bring Qing Yi into the spirit pagoda. Qing Yi wasn't an ordinary person after all. If he was seen by someone strong, it would bring trouble to Yue. She was alone in Heartbreak Valley and wasn't around. If something happened, it would be troublesome. Okay. Qing Yi, let's go in. Little Seven said. Qing Yi wasn't interested in these things and followed Little Seven into the spirit pagoda. Sima Yue and the others walked forward slowly. They went over the call in front and saw that there were people everywhere. The call and the valley were densely packed with people. And on the call in the distance, there were also people, but they were all from the Devil clan. On the other side, the Ghost clan had taken over many mountains. Human, Devil and Ghost clan were in a triangular confrontation. The strong people felt that they were coming and turned back to take a look. Seeing that it was a few people with average strength, they didn't take it to heart. Sima Yue and the others came to the call in the distance. The terrain here was higher and they could see the situation below clearly. But because they had their backs to most people, only the Ghost clan opposite them could see them. When they saw Sima Yue's face, the people opposite them were stunned. Is that the princess? Impossible, that's obviously a human. Deja saw Sima Yue and his body shook. Ghost Master, is that her? Why did she look so familiar? Ghost Master looked at Sima Yue. She really looked like the Dark Princess when she was dressed as a female. It's her. There's a mark left on her body. But it's being suppressed by something, so it's not easy to feel. Ghost Master, why does she look so familiar? Dizhou looked at Sima Yue in female clothes and felt that there was something familiar between her eyebrows. I heard that when the Dark Princess went to the human world, she fell in love with a human. She even pledged to marry him and gave birth to a child. Chapter 1132. Dizhou was stunned. You're not saying that she's my cousin, are you? He looked at Sima Yue. When he thought of this possibility, he could not accept it. This fellow had killed many of his ghost soldiers back then, and he had always wanted to take revenge on her. Ghost Master, could it be that you've got the wrong person? No, the Ghost Master said with certainty. He looked at Sima Yue. Even though they were so far apart, even though the ghost aura in her body was suppressed, he could still smell the unique scent on Yue's body. Yukoluo, Master, why are you so sure? Deja felt even more depressed. The Ghost Master always had a sense of propriety. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have said it with such certainty. However, that was his cousin. He felt that he had to digest this news properly. If it was any other cousin, he would have killed her. The king would not blame him, and no one would dare to cause trouble for him. But this was his aunt's woman. He couldn't do it. He must have owed her in his previous life, which was why he was being bullied by her in this life. Sima Yue noticed that Deja's gaze slowly changed from anger and hatred to shock and helplessness. In the end, he looked as if he had been bullied by her. She was very confused. She should be the one who was angry, right? Wasn't she the one who was being bullied? The last time he saw them, he was almost killed. How could she still look at him like that? Where was his face? However, was this guy crazy? Why was she looking at him like that? Could it be, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that this fellow had seen through her identity as a ghost? That wasn't right either. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at an acquaintance. Furthermore, it was as if he was looking at a relative. F***ck, could it be? Sima Yue was shocked by her own thoughts. If he was really related to that guy, wouldn't he be depressed to death? No way, it shouldn't be that tragic, right? However, the way Deja looked at her made her more and more certain of her thoughts. However, Sima Yue recalled what Lin said before she came in. The 100 Ghosts banner must be in her hands. Wasn't this 100 Ghost streamer Deja's treasure? If he snatched it away, would he be so angry that he would vomit blood? Thinking about how he had almost died last time, it was fine to make him vomit blood. Little junior sister, who is that person? You look at me strangely. Han Miao Shuang said. An enemy. Sima Yue said. Deja almost vomited blood when he saw Sima Yue's mouth. What enemy? He was her family. Family. This girl, after we meet, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Master, is she really your cousin? A guard behind Deja asked. That's right. Master, she can't really be my cousin, right? Deja also hoped to hear a different answer. She's obviously a human, she doesn't have any ghost clan's aura at all. The ghost master seemed to have just recovered from his memories. He glanced at them and said, the last time when I branded her, I triggered the ghost clan's aura in her body. At that time, I knew that one of her parents must be from the ghost clan. However, we left too quickly, so I didn't feel whose aura was in her body. At that time, I thought she wouldn't live for long. I didn't expect to see her again and feel a familiar aura. It's really her. He couldn't tell if it was surprise or sadness. However, no matter what it was, in Deja's ears, it was a joke. If it's any other cousin, master, you can ignore it. However, this is the Dark Princess child, you, stop talking. Deja turned around and glared at that person. The Dark Princess child. What a sad sentence. Yuko Luo was only a few years older than him and the two of them had a very good relationship. In the past, when his talent had not been activated and he was looked down upon by others, she was the only one who accompanied him, encouraged him, and helped him start another life. He once said that he could betray the D family, the royal family, the entire ghost clan, and even the world, but he would never betray her. As long as it was something she wanted, he would definitely give it to her. Even this 100 Ghost banner was because he heard that it could save her, so he spent a lot of effort to find it. If he knew that she had a child, he didn't know how happy he would be. However, the prerequisite was that it wasn't that person in front of him. When he thought about how he had sent people to kill her daughter, and how her daughter had killed so many of his ghost soldiers, he wanted to curse. Sigh. No matter how unhappy he was, no matter how conflicted he was, he couldn't change this matter. The only thing he could do now was to accept it. In view of what had happened before, he felt that it would be difficult for them to get along peacefully. Sima Yue watched as Deja's expression changed again and again. She didn't know what he was thinking. However, it didn't matter what he was thinking. What she needed to do now was to snatch the 100 Ghost banner. If she hadn't met him, it would have been fine. Now that she met him, she wouldn't let go of this opportunity. What are these people in a deadlock for? Su Xiao looked at the three parties below and asked. I don't know. There seems to be a group of people below discussing something. The people above are waiting for the results. Han Miao Shuang said. Let's wait and see. Sima Yue said, Little Dream, have you seen the Devil Wolf clan? Little Seven nodded and looked behind the Devil clan. Sima Yue followed her gaze and saw a few hundred people with wolf heads embroidered on their clothes. Those are the Devil Wolf clan. I don't know the others, but I know the leader. Little Dream looked at the person in the middle. When they experimented on me, he was still a young wolf. However, his position in the clan wasn't low, so he often came to watch. I remember that he even helped them with a knife. Those damn devil wolves. I want to eat them all. Hua Hua looked at those people hatefully. We won't let them go. Sima Yue said. But they have a lot of people. If it's just the few of us, I'm afraid it won't work. Su Xiao said. Don't worry. It's still early to get out. We'll think of a way. Sima Yue said, sometimes, you don't have to have a lot of people. As long as you have the right time and the right people, it's not impossible to fight with fewer people. You're talking about the time at the Shisha mountain range. You used an array to exterminate the Zongjing clan and Huaiyang Palace. Han Miao Shuang asked. Sima Yu curled her lips into a smile, silently agreeing with her words. Array formations, that's a really good thing. They've come to a conclusion. Su Xiao said. Everyone looked over and saw that the group of people who were gathered together had dispersed and retreated. Chapter 1133. It was only then that Sima Yu noticed that the three people who were chatting below were all very powerful. The humans, demons, and ghosts are all at the Paragon level. Hua Hua said. What's going on? Why would the elders of the three clans come out? Su Xiao frowned. Sima Yu's expression was solemn as well. It was definitely not an ordinary matter for the three tribes to gather for a discussion. Who is that human? If I'm not wrong, that's someone from the Sage Pavilion. Su Xiao said. Someone from the Sage Pavilion. Sima Yue was stunned. If Wu Lingyu woke up, he should be able to recognize this person. Deputy Pavilion Master. When Yu Qingbi saw the Deputy Pavilion Master return, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Sage Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master Tang Yun. Even if Wu Lingyu was awake, he would be surprised to see him. This was because among the many Vice Pavilion Masters and Elders of the Sage Pavilion, Tang Yun, who was the youngest, rarely came out. He didn't expect to come to the immortal land this time. Tang Yun looked as gentle as jade. He was dressed in white and looked as holy as he was. His long black hair was casually draped behind his back, making him look like an immortal. Let's go back. Tang Yun said to the people from the Sage Pavilion. When the Sage Pavilion's people returned to their original positions, the other powers then surrounded them. Vice Pavilion Master, what's the result of the discussion? Tang Yun waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. After everyone quieted down, he said, our final conclusion is that the humans, devils, and devils will all go in together. Enter at the same time. That won't do. We disagree. How can we be with the devil race and the ghost race? That's right. Seeing those people become so agitated, Tang Yun was not in a hurry to explain. Vice Pavilion Master, we asked you to negotiate because we respect you. We didn't ask you to show weakness to the devil race and ghost race. Tang Yun raised his eyebrows and said, so you're saying that you have the confidence to completely annihilate the devil clan and ghost clan? Everyone was silent. None of them had the confidence to say that they could kill everyone from the other two clans. Or should I say, you have the confidence to make the Devil Clan or Ghost Clan cooperate with you to deal with the other clan? Tang Yun said. Everyone fell silent again. They were still not sure about this. What a joke. They had always been enemies with the ghost race and the devil race. How could they possibly cooperate with them to deal with another race? If they worked together, they would be able to deal with the humans. After all, the ghost clan and the devil clan would occasionally interact with each other. Tang Yun saw that they were silent and said, "All of you aren't talking. Wasn't everyone talking excitedly just now? Now you're not going to say anything." Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. "Since you can't kill the devil clan and the ghost clan, and you can't kill the other group that cooperated with them, then tell me, should we give up on this place or go in with them?" It seemed that this was the only way. The immortal realm is different from the continent. Here, the devil race and ghost race are equal in strength. Don't always think that this is the world that we inform. Yu Qingbai said. In the continent outside, in the blood tunnel, there were many humans and they were strong. Naturally, they wouldn't care about the ghost clan and the devil clan. However, it was different here. They could enter as many people as the humans could enter. They could enter as many people as the human lord could send in. In this place, they had no advantage, so they had to keep their sense of superiority. Sima Yue looked at Tang Yun. Everyone was very excited just now. If they weren't careful, something could have happened and the Sage Pavilion would become the target of public criticism. However, he only needed to ask 2 questions to solve this problem. This person is powerful. The highest realm of battle was to subdue the enemy without fighting. His 2 sentences made everyone fall silent. This was even higher than that. Tang Yun, the youngest vice pavilion master of the Sage Pavilion. The youngest paragon rank expert. If he can't even settle such a small matter, his reputation would be undeserved. Jiang Junxian opened his eyes and said slowly. He's Tang Yun. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao were surprised. They had only heard of his name, but they had never seen him before. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they knew this person. The youngest vice pavilion master, the youngest paragon rank expert. She had developed quite a bit of interest in him. But they still didn't know what was going on here. The ghost clan and the devil clan's reaction was similar to the humans. At first, they were against cooperating with the other 2 clans. But just like the humans, the devil clan and the nobles had the same concerns. Without absolute certainty, they couldn't take the risk. So, everyone temporarily decided to search for treasures together. Although they were unwilling, they had to agree. After talking so much, you still haven't said what it is. Han Miao Shuang said. It's nothing more than finding a treasure place. The 3 clans found it at the same time and decided to go in together. Jiang Junxian said lazily. This possibility is very high. Sima Yue said, we just don't know where it is. Yu. A slightly familiar voice was heard. Sima Yue turned her head to look. It was the baby-faced girl Zhou Lan that she met at Bright Red Mountain Peak. Zhou Lan, you're here too. She was surprised and happy to see Zhou Lan. Everyone went through thick and thin together at Bright Red Mountain Peak. It's really you. Zhou Lan jumped up and looked at Sima Yue in surprise. I didn't dare to recognize you when I saw you in female clothes. I didn't expect it to be you. We heard that the Vice Valley Lord of Heartbreak Valley is a female with the same name as you. We thought it was just a name. Zhou Lan said, so when we saw you just now, we didn't dare to recognize you. In the end, everyone made a bet. I lost, so I came to ask if it was you. If it was, they would come over. If it wasn't, they wouldn't come over to embarrass themselves. This group of bad people. Their original words were, if you want to embarrass yourself, you can do it alone. So, the others are here too? Sima Yue asked. They're all here. They're below. I'll ask them to come up. Zhou Lan turned her head and waved at the sect she was in. The others immediately ran over. Heroic Sword Sect wasn't far from here, so they arrived quickly. Qi Wei ran the fastest. He came in front of Sima Yu and danced with his hands and feet. He circled around Sima Yu a few times. His face was filled with all kinds of expressions. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. After a while, he said something with a sobbing tone. "Boss, you're actually a girl." Chapter 1134. PFFF, Qi Wei's expression made everyone burst out laughing. "If you continue to give me that expression, don't call me boss anymore," Sima Yue said with a dark face. Alright, boss." Qi Wei tried his best not to dwell on the fact that Sima Yue was a girl. "Little junior sister, these are." Han Miao Shuang looked at these people in confusion. "Let me introduce you. This is Blue Blade, Qi Wei, Zhou Lan, Yu Qing, and Xian Minglang. They are the friends I told you about in Bright Red Mountain Peak." Sima Yue introduced Blue Blade and the others, then pointed to Han Miao Shuang and the others, saying, "This is my senior sister Han Miao Shuang, senior brothers Jiang Jun Xian and Su Xiao Xiao. I've heard about the Bright Red Mountain Peak from little junior sister many times. I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you for taking care of junior sister at that time." Han Miao Shuang said. "Miss Han is too polite. Back then, it was you who took care of us. If it wasn't for her, we would have died in Red Mountain Peak." Blue Blade said. "What Miss Han or Miss Han, you can just call me Miao Shuang." Han Miao Shuang said. "Alright. Just call us by our names." Blue Blade nodded. "So, Heartbreak Valley was really built by you guys." Xian Minglang looked at Sima Yue. "You are the Deputy Valley Lord." "Yes." Sima Yue nodded. "I heard that Lord Lin spent a long time alone with you. Is it true that he asked you to take care of the divinators?" "It's not that exaggerated. He only said that I'll take care of his disciple in the future." Sima Yue said, "But that's just because he thought too highly of me. No matter what, you are different in other people's hearts." Sima Yue did not want to continue the topic and asked, "How long have you been here? Do you know what happened? Why are the Devil Clan and the Ghost Clan here? What did Tang Yun mean by going in together? We came half a day earlier than you, but we've already found out what happened here." Zhou Lan said, "Do you see that empty valley below?" Sima Yue nodded. Previously, they had noticed that there were people everywhere except for the valley. It said that someone went in and discovered that it was a relic of a real celestial emperor. What happened on the small island was just a cover. Back then, the great emperor had actually lived here before. They also said that this is the mausoleum of that great emperor." Zhou Lan said, "No matter what it is, the person who came out obtained a treasure inside." Then the news spread out, and the surrounding people, devils, and demons all rushed over. "Then why are we waiting here?" Han Miao Shuang asked. "Because everyone arrived around the same time. The human race claimed that it was a human sovereign emperor. The devil race claimed that it was a devil sovereign emperor and that only they could enter. The ghost race claimed that it was a ghost sovereign emperor and that only the ghost race could enter. That's why the three clans are stuck here," Blue Blade explained. "It doesn't matter if it's the Imperial Emperor ruins or the tomb. With so many people entering, I'm afraid there won't be enough to go around." Su Xiao said. Sima Yue nodded in agreement. Also, was the small island really just a cover? Not necessarily. If it was just a cover, then how did Xian Qiu he obtain the inheritance of the emperor? Could it be that the emperor would place the inheritance in a cover that he set up and not in his real residence? This was too impossible. Also, if this happened to someone else, as long as they found the treasure, they would want to hide the place and not let anyone know. How could it be that everyone knew about it? So, it was highly possible that this place was just a cover. And a cover actually attracted so many people over. The person who found the treasure and leaked the news at the beginning had a very suspicious motive. She thought of this point, and so did Han Miao Shuang and the others. Their expressions were solemn. Why do you all have such expressions? Qi Wei saw that Sima Yuyue and the others knew that this place was a relic. Not only was he not happy, he even frowned and asked curiously. Do you really think that the relic on the island is a cover and this is the real relic? Sima Yuyue asked Blue Blade and the others. Blue Blade and the others were very sure before, but seeing Sima Yuyue's expression, they were a little uncertain. That's what everyone said. The one on the island said that it was the Emperor ruins, but everyone went in and didn't get any treasures, so they all felt that they were cheated. And when the Emperor's treasure appeared here, everyone believed it. Before you asked this question, I thought so too. Blue Blade said. Why, is there a problem? There is indeed a problem. Sima Yuyue said, do you all know that Xian Qiu he obtained the Emperor's inheritance in the relic on the island? What? Are you sure? Zhou Lan asked. I saw it with my own eyes. He admitted it himself. Sima Yuyue said. If the Emperor's inheritance is there, then why aren't there any other treasures? Yu Qing asked. That's because we're not the only ones who came to this immortal land. Sima Yuyue said, many people came here, and the things in the relic were taken by others. Others? Who? Qi Wei asked. Outsiders. Sima Yuyue said. How do you know? Qing Yi said it. Who is Qing Yi? The Tree of Life. If the Tree of Life said it, then it shouldn't be wrong. Zhou Lan said, if that's really the case, then the one on the island is the real relic. Then what is this place? What do you think this is? Sima Yuyue asked back. Zhou Lan and Blue Blade thought of something, and their expressions changed. If that's really the case, then if the people from the sect go in. No, I have to hurry and inform Master about this. Blue Blade said as he wanted to go back. Blue Blade, you should know what to say, right? Some people don't want others to know about them. Sima Yuyue said. Blue Blade was stunned, she was talking about Xian Qiu He. He nodded, saying, I understand. Also, we can't be sure about this. Just tell your master and the others secretly. Sima Yuyue reminded him again. Okay. Blue Blade turned and left. Qi Wei and the others still didn't understand, and asked curiously, what's wrong with Blue Blade? I haven't seen his face change like that in a long time. The three of them still didn't understand the severity of the situation. Zhou Lan understood them better, they had simple personalities and thought of things simply. If she didn't remind them, they wouldn't be able to connect the dots. If the one on the island is the real relic, then what is this place? She asked. That should be a fake relic. A emperor can't have two relics so close to each other. Yu Qing said. She understood a little, and took a deep breath, could it be? Chapter 1135. Xian Ming Lang understood a little, but he didn't think that deeply. Qi Wei still didn't understand. Could it be? He asked. Zhou Lan sighed, saying, if that place is real, then this place is fake. Since it's fake, why would someone find a treasure here and say that this is the real emperor's remains? What's the benefit of saying that? Get everyone to come here. Qi Wei said, but this could be real. Yu Yu has already confirmed that the island is the real remains, could this be the real remains? Zhou Lan asked. Impossible, unless that emperor is an idiot. Qi Wei said. Of course the emperor wasn't an idiot. So. We've been here for so long, but have we heard who discovered this place first? Which power does it belong to? Zhou Lan asked again. Yu Qing and the others shook their heads. When a normal person obtains a treasure, they can't wait for the whole world to not know. Why would that person release the news? Zhou Lan continued to ask. It must be to attract people here on purpose. Qi Wei said. But why? Yu Qing asked. No matter what the reason is, this news is enough to make people tremble. Zhou Lan said. Blue Blade understood this, so he went back to inform Master and the others. I just don't know if Master and the others will believe it. Zhou Lan was a little worried. They believed that there was an inside story because they believed in Sima Yue, but the sect might not believe it. In front of treasures and opportunities, everyone's rationality was pitifully low. What if, this place has nothing to do with the Emperor's remains? Or, is this another opportunity? Xian Minglang said. We can't rule out that possibility. Zhou Lan said, that's why I'm worried that Master and the others won't believe it. As expected, Blue Blade had an argument with someone beside his master, and finally left after saying some angry words. They don't believe you, right? Zhou Lan asked. My master is fine, but the hateful people at Red Blade's side keep saying that I'm a coward and that there's no inside story at all. I made up such a lousy excuse because I didn't dare to go. Blue Blade said, I can't say anything about Xian Qiuhe, so it's normal that they don't believe me. Since you've already said it, it's none of your business whether they listen or not. Han Miao Shuang said. Even so, we're still from the same sect. If something happens to them, we can't just ignore it. Blue Blade said. Although there were internal disagreements within a sect, they were all united to the outside world. Everyone knew that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. But, if they insist on dying, will you follow them? Han Miao Shuang asked. If there really is something, we will go together. Blue Blade said. Are you stupid? Sima Yue rolled her eyes at Blue Blade. She had thought that he was a good person before, but now it seemed that he was really stupid. What? Instead of thinking about how to save the lives of your sect members, you want to die with them. If you're not stupid, what are you? Sima Yue said. You don't know, but our sect has some stubborn old people who won't listen to us. Zhou Lan said somewhat helplessly. Then let those old fogies go in themselves. Han Miao Shuang said. That's not realistic. Zhou Lan shook her head. If we go in, we can be more alert if anything happens. I hope that we can avoid some things. I hope so. At this moment, the heroic sword sect members waved at them, indicating that they should go back. They're calling us, they should be going in soon. You guys go ahead. Sima Yue smiled. Qi Wei pulled Sima Yue's clothes and said, Boss, if anything happens, you have to come and save us. Sima Yue used 2 fingers to pinch her clothes and pulled it out gently. She smiled at Qi Wei. If I don't go in, how can I save you? As my little brother, you have to be smart, don't die in there. Boss, I feel that your smile is a little scary. Qi Wei said with a frown. Is it? Sima Yue's smile deepened. The Qi clan should have prepared many good things for you. Use them well, don't die in there. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you as my little brother. All right. Qi Wei left feeling wronged. He believed in Sima Yue. If she said that something bad would happen, then nothing good would happen. Save his life. Save his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be her little brother. When Blue Blade and the others walked far away, Han Miao Shuang asked, Little junior sister, are we really not going in? We'll see. But we definitely won't go in with them. Sima Yue said. Then should we inform the others? Sima Yue looked at the people below, some of whom she had some relations with, and said, We can inform them, but whether they believe it or not, it's none of our business. How do we inform them? Sima Yue took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a few words. Then, she divided them into small pieces and called out the scarlet bees, letting them fly towards the forces that she wanted to inform. People were already entering from the entrance. Those who received the paper did not take her words to heart. Big Wei and Little Wei were talking to the people in the sect when a scarlet bee flew in front of them and stopped. What is this? The person who was talking to them asked. Yoyue's scarlet bee. Big Wei said. He stretched out his hand and the scarlet bee stopped in his hand. A faint white light flashed and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. He picked up the piece of paper and the scarlet bee flapped its wings and flew away. Is she sending us a message? Little Wei saw that Big Wei didn't say anything after reading the piece of paper and asked. Big Wei opened the piece of paper and everyone could see the words on it. Real and fake historical remains, beware of traps. Little Wei read it and said, she's saying that this is a fake historical remains and there's a trap here. No matter if it's a trap or not, we have to be careful. Big Wei said, it's not like you don't know Yue, that child, she wouldn't say things that she isn't confident in. Yue. The array genius in the sect that you were talking about? The people beside him asked. That's her. She seems to be quite popular recently. I often hear people talking about her. Indeed, heroes come from the youth. If only this person was from our sect. With her talent, I believe that our 100 changing doors will be able to regain our former glory. But that's just wishful thinking. The power that she just established is quite big. It's not realistic to ask her to give up her position as the Vice Valley Lord to join us. Big Wei and Little Wei looked at each other. They had not announced that Sima Yue had the array book. Only the sect leader knew about it. If these people knew that the book was with her, they would not think this way. Chapter 1136. CPA 300_4, Big Wei kept the paper. Big Wei, Little Wei, you guys have interacted with Sima Yue before. What do you think of this matter? The 100 changing doors people asked. I think it's highly possible. Little Wei said, I've been suspicious about this since the beginning. Why would a ruin appear out of nowhere? Now it seems that there really is a problem. But how did Sima Yue find out? Someone questioned. Is this news reliable? I think it's good to believe in some things. But we can't give up on this opportunity. Then we'll still go in, but everyone must remain vigilant. Big Wei said, inform the inner sect disciples that if anything happens, immediately activate the array and leave. All right. Sima Yue was not surprised to see those people enter after reading the note. They didn't listen to you, Hua Hua said. Everything is within my expectations. Sima Yue said, a note can only alert them, but it can't stop them. You already knew. Then why did you tell them? Hua Hua didn't understand. Some relationships can be considered passable. It's up to us to tell them, but it's up to them to listen. Sima Yue said, I'll be happy if they can prevent this from happening. But if they don't listen and something happens in the end, I won't blame myself. Hua Hua nodded, somewhat understanding what she meant. They're going in too. Little Dream had been paying attention to the Demon Wolf clan the entire time. Seeing them walk down the mountain, she clenched her fists and said. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Sima Yue patted Xiao Meng's head. What did you do? Han Miao Shuang asked. It's nothing much. I just got Chi Feng to sprinkle something on them during the chaos. Sima Yue said. Is the poison effective? Will they find out? Su Xiaoxiao felt a little worried. If they found out, then they couldn't take them by surprise. The Devil Clan is more sensitive to these smells. If you really use poison, I'm afraid it won't escape their noses. Jiang Junxian said. Who said I poisoned it? Sima Yue said. If it isn't poison, then what is it? It's just some pollen, some Huahua's pollen. Sima Yue said, it's not strange to have some pollen on your body in the Wonderland, right? The scent of Huahua lingered on their bodies for a long time without dissipating. As long as Chief Feng was there, he would be able to find them. Besides, don't we have scrolls? It's just that these scrolls are sometimes unreliable. Unreliable. Our aura is decreasing. Once it completely disappears, we probably won't be able to sense their whereabouts. Sima Yue said, after all, this is a Dharma treasure that targets humans. Now that we have Huahua's pollen, we have another form of protection. Han Miao Shuang said. When are we going in? Let's wait until they've all gone in. The humans, devils, and ghosts went in one after another. In order to be the first to get the treasures, everyone was fighting to be the first to go in. Many people started to fight at the entrance again, giving other people a chance to enter. Master, they've all gone in. Are we still not moving? A guard behind Dizhe asked. Dizhe looked at Sima Yue who was on the opposite mountain. His eyes darkened as he said, wait a while more. The people behind him understood that he wanted to wait for Sima Yue to come down and go in together. Even if they didn't go in together, at least they wouldn't be too far apart. They hadn't officially acknowledged each other, but he was already worried about her safety. It was a pity that Sima Yue didn't care about his feelings. After a while, the ghost clansmen had all gone in. There weren't many people left from the other two clans. But she still didn't have any intention to move. Dizhe was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Are you going in or not? If I'm not going in, don't stand outside and tease me. Master, they've all gone in. We, go in. Dizhe looked at Sima Yue. She didn't look like she wanted to go in. He could only order everyone to go in. At this moment, they were the last few. That ghost clansman is really strange. He only went in when the other ghost clansmen went in. Could it be that he knew something was going on? I feel like he's waiting for us. Jiang Junxian said, do you know him? Speaking of the ghost clan. Everyone looked at Sima Yue. She was the only one who had interacted with the ghost clan. And the other half of her body also had the aura of the ghost clan. Sima Yue looked at them and said, why are you looking at us? Don't tell me he's waiting for me. Junior sister, do you know him? Han Miao Shuang asked. I know him. Sima Yue admitted. You actually know him. Why haven't I heard you mention him? Didn't I mention him? Sima Yue said in surprise, he's the ghost clan from Bright Red Mountain Peak. The last time I came back from Bright Red Mountain Peak, I almost died because of them. The three senior brothers and senior sisters were silent. Then, Han Miao Shuang cursed, damn, you should have said it earlier. We'll go and kill them. Senior sister, calm down. Sima Yue saw how agitated she was and held her back. Don't worry, I won't let him off so easily. No wonder I was wondering why they kept looking at us. So they're enemies. Su Xiao was also furious. Master and Teacher Gu left the academy because Sima Yue's physique was completely activated. They knew her secret and went to find a solution for her. At the same time, the ghost clan's aura was activated and pushed her body to the brink of collapse. So, it was all because of the ghost clan. They stared at her. Why didn't she say it earlier? Alright, you guys don't have to be so angry. Sima Yue smiled, I already said that I won't let them off. When I take my revenge, you guys can take care of them. She didn't expect them to be like this when they found out. Instantly, she felt warmth in her heart. Then let's go in. Han Miao Shuang said. Don't be anxious. Since we're not going in to look for treasures, let's wait a little longer. Sima Yue said. What are we waiting for? Now that everyone has gone in, the ghost clan didn't leave any marks. What if we can't find them when we go in? Sima Yue looked at the anxious person and said, if we can't find them, we can wait for them to come out. Senior sister, calm down. The bees said that someone is coming. Let's hide. She brought people into the spirit pagoda and heard little spirit observing the situation outside. A group of masked men in black flew over from afar. Looking at the empty valley, a lady said, they went in once they went in. Looking at these footprints, there should be a lot of people who went in. Is everything ready? A hoarse voice asked. Yes, everything has been set up inside. That lady said. Then let's go in and take a look. Remember to cut off their escape route. We'll open it half a year later. Yes. After speaking, those men in black all went in, leaving only a few to guard the entrance. Chapter 1137. Do you guys smell anything? I feel a little dizzy, dong. The men in black fell down one after another. Then, Sima Yue and the rest appeared on the spot. Let's go and take a look. They came to the men in black and pulled down their masks. Eldest senior brother, do you know him? Sima Yue looked at Jiang Junxian. Jiang Junxian shook his head. Sima Yue threw away the mask in her hand. It seemed like someone was up to something again. She just didn't know if these people were in cahoots with those who framed the God Dragon sect and those who started killing people everywhere. What is this? Come over and take a look. Han Miao Shuang beckoned everyone over. Sima Yue walked over and saw a turntable embedded in the soil. The turntable didn't have any energy fluctuations. If it wasn't for the black-clothed men removing the soil on it, they definitely wouldn't have discovered it. Little junior sister, do you know what this is? Han Miao Shuang asked when she saw how engrossed Sima Yue was. This is the first time I've seen this, but I'm sure I've seen it in a book before. Sima Yue said, I'll go look for it. She sent her divine sense into the spirit pagoda and started rummaging through the library. Little spirit appeared and looked at Sima Yue's spirit body. Sima Yue noticed that there was something wrong with little spirit's gaze. She shifted her gaze away from the book and asked, Little spirit, what's wrong? The fourth floor of the spirit pagoda is open. The book in Sima Yue's hand almost fell to the ground as she looked at little spirit and asked, It was activated when I advanced. Little spirit nodded his head. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Sima Yue stared at him. Seeing that there was something wrong with his expression, she said, What's wrong? Whenever you are alone, you can come in and look at the things on the fourth floor. Little spirit said. All right. Sima Yue nodded. Seeing him like this, it seemed that the things on the fourth floor were a little scary. Seeing that little spirit had not told her about it for so long, it was probably because he did not want others to know about it. She had been with someone else recently. It seemed like he would have to come in and take a look when he had the time. Now, it was better to deal with the matter at hand. She continued to look for books, flipping through each one a few times before putting them down. Little spirit came to her side and asked, What are you looking for? Do you remember a book that was quite old and thin? It talked about some weird things. Sima Yue asked. The books here are all relatively old. There are even books from ancient times. Secondly, those books were very thin. Third, more than half of the books here were about strange books. Which book are you looking for? Little spirit asked. Sima Yue was speechless. This guy, Sima Yue drew a rough picture of the turntable in the air and said, There's a record of this. Little spirit thought for a moment and all the books on the bookshelf flew up and flipped through them. Soon, a book floated in front of Sima Yue. This book. Sima Yue took the book and flipped through 2 pages. saying, "This is it. Thank you, little spirit." Her divine sense returned outside and Sima Yuyue had an ancient book in her hand. "This is it?" Han Miao Shuang asked. Sima Yuyue nodded. She flipped open the book and found the place where the turntable was described. "Hiss, it's actually a Rubik's Cube sky." Han Miao Shuang cried out in surprise when she saw the description. "What's a Rubik's Cube sky?" Su Xiao asked. "It's something that can create a space. It's just that this space has to be built on top of a real space." Han Miao Shuang said. "What's the use of this space?" "It can create anything you want. It's similar to an illusion array. But it's more advanced than an illusion array. The things created inside are all real." Sima Yuyue said. Hiss, everyone took a deep breath. There was actually such an advanced thing here. If I want to kill someone inside, won't it be easy? If that was the case, wouldn't those people who went in be dead for sure? It's not that easy. Sima Yuyue said, the things that are consumed inside need to be supported by spiritual energy. The stronger the spiritual energy, the more powerful the things created. The range will also be larger. That's still good. If it's really unrestrained, then this thing is too scary. But this thing is already closed. If there's no external force to open it, or if the original owner opens it, the people inside can forget about coming out. Sima Yuyue said. Those people just now said that they cut off their escape route. They should be saying that they closed it. Little Dream guessed, the owner of this thing should be that person. It's highly possible. Sima Yuyue said. If that's the case, then everyone inside is like a turtle in a jar. Seems like it's really a fake historical remains. Jiang Junxian sighed. Then do we still go in? This Rubik's Cube sky is already closed. Unless we open it first, we can't go in. Then can you open it? No. Then what should we do? There were quite a lot of people in black just now. With the help of this thing, it was not impossible to kill everyone inside. Think of a way to open it. Sima Yuyue said. Didn't you say that we can't open it? I can't open it now. But there's a way. Sima Yuyue raised the ancient book in her hand and pointed at a line of small words below. Everyone looked at the small words and said, then hurry up and study it. They now felt that this person was still a little naughty. She liked to tease them when she had nothing to do. Sima Yuyue hugged the book and sat at the side to study it. Following the method written in the book, she rearranged the array stones that were originally messy on the turntable. Although there was a chant in the book to arrange the array stones, every step had to be done carefully. So when she opened it again, 2 to 3 days had already passed. A wave of energy came. Just like the wave at the entrance, it attracted everyone over. It's done. Yes. We can go in now. Sima Yuyue said. Then let's go in. Wait. Sima Yuyue stopped them. What are we waiting for? If we go in and get locked up, what will we do? Sima Yuyue asked, so, we have to do something outside. She first set up a few arrays outside to hide this place. Then, she called Little Rock and Thousand Resonance out. I've set up an array. Most people won't find this place. You guys stay here and guard. No matter what happens, you can't let this place close. Understand? Little Rock and Thousand Resonance understood the importance of this. They nodded and said, You, don't worry. If there's a need, I will gather the bird clans nearby. Okay, then I'll leave the outside to you guys. After speaking, she brought everyone into the space. Chapter 1138. When Sima Yuyue and the rest arrived at the Rubik's Cube, they realized that it was no different from the outside world. If they didn't know beforehand, they wouldn't have noticed it. Those people have been here for so long. I wonder where they are now, Hua Hua said. Let's take care of the Devil Wolf clan first. Sima Yue said. Even if they had been here for a day, they wouldn't be too far away. She called out the Scarlet Bees and sent them out to scout for information. She also called Little Seven and Qing Yi out. The space here is quite big. Seven sensed around and said. It is indeed not small. Otherwise, how could it accommodate so many people? Sima Yue said. There are corpses over there. Little Seven pointed not far ahead. They flew over and saw a pile of corpses. It's a human. The person who killed them is also a human. Su Xiaoxiao checked and said. It should be those black-clothed men who chased after us. Han Miao Shuang said. To them, this is a hunting plan. What is the purpose of these people coming in? They keep stirring up trouble in the continent. What exactly do they want to do? Sima Yu frowned. Every time we catch a dead person, we can't get anything out of them. Little Seven pouted. The Scarlet Bees have smelled the scent of Huahua pollen. Sima Yu said, that direction. They followed the directions given by the Scarlet Bees and caught up to the Devil Wolf clan in less than 2 days. It really is them. At this moment, the Demon Wolf race was fighting with a group of humans. Sima Yue noticed that these people's expressions were somewhat sluggish. They didn't seem to be normal. The Demon Wolf clan seemed to be too excited. It was as if they had eaten stimulants. They kept attacking the humans, as if they didn't know pain. They watched from afar and had no intention of making a move. With their current strength, it would be useless even if they attacked. Why do I feel like they aren't normal? Little Seven said. It's indeed abnormal, as if it's being controlled by someone. Han Miao Shuang said. They're poisoned. Sima Yue could guess that something was wrong when she saw their expressions. She sniffed hard and smelled a different fragrance. She took out a few antidote pills and gave them to them, saying, eat this. They were all alchemists, so they could tell at a glance that it was an antidote. Each of them took one and ate it. Those people must have been poisoned by the smell when they passed by. Then they lost their minds and started fighting. The battle strength of the Devil Wolf clan is quite strong. Han Miao Shuang said. The battle prowess of the Demon Wolf clan is ranked among the top in the demon realm. Little Dream said, it's precisely because their combat power is strong that they have a rich clan land in the cruel demon realm. However, most of their things were stolen. There are so many of them and they are so excited. It won't be easy to deal with them. Right now, we don't have the right time, the right place, and the right people. Of course it won't be easy. Sima Yue said. She felt the movement beside her and reached out to hold Little Dream's hand, saying, don't worry, we will kill them all. Little Dream's hand clenched into a fist. She looked at Sima Yue and nodded heavily. She believed in her master. If she said that she would take revenge for her, then she definitely would. The battle in the distance was quickly decided. The humans were all killed while the Devil Wolf clan didn't suffer too many losses. It was clear that their battle prowess was strong. Looking at the ferocious Devil Wolf clan, Sima Yue felt a headache coming on. She had to come up with a good plan. After the Devil Wolf clan killed everyone, they continued to walk forward. When they were far away, they gradually regained their senses. What happened to us just now? We went through a battle just now. Haha, that killing was so satisfying. But why can't I remember clearly? I think you were too excited from the killing that you can't remember. No, we were indeed a little abnormal just now. Someone said, as expected of the Emperor's remains. Just a random place can make us feel dazed. So you're saying that this is really the Emperor's remains? That's right. Let's go. Let's see if we can get any treasures. Ha ha ha, those people flew away. Sima Yue heard their words through the Scarlet Bee and was speechless. Could it be that they were really from the Beast clan and didn't have brains? This clearly wasn't the effect of the remains, alright. Looking at how happy they were, it really made one. Little Dream saw those people laughing so happily and the evil aura in her eyes became stronger. Back then, after they destroyed the Nightmare Clan, they also laughed so wantonly on her clan's land, declaring their victory. Thinking about those who had died, she clenched her fists. She swore that she would kill these people with her own hands. Her nails dug into her palms and fresh blood dripped down, just like her heart. Little Seven was beside Little Dream and felt her pain. She pried her fingers away and said, "Don't be sad, we'll be with you. They've gone far away. Follow them." Sima Yue waved her hand and everyone followed the Devil Wolf clan from afar. During this period, the Devil Wolf clan went through 2 battles. One was with the Devil clan and the other was with the Ghost clan. Both ended in their victory. From this, one could see how strong their battle strength was. After following them for 2 days, she finally found an opportunity. The Devil Wolf clan met with a human powerhouse. Coincidentally, that powerhouse came out from the canyon in front. During the battle, those people accidentally said something about retreating into the remains, letting the Devil Wolf clan know about the canyon in front. The Scarlet Bees had already discovered the canyon. Sima Yue was worried about how to trick them into the canyon. It was really like someone giving her a pillow when she was sleepy. Let's go ahead and set it up first. Sima Yue took out a one-time use array and brought everyone to the canyon. I'll go set up the array. Sima Yue threw the people on the canyon and went to set up the array on both sides of the canyon. She first set up a dragon trapping array. She wanted these people to not be able to leave once they entered. Then, she set up an illusion array and put enough poison at the entrance. As long as those people entered and the dragon trapping array was activated, the poison would spread. What kind of poison did you put in? Little Seven ran to Sima Yue and asked. A poison that will let them enjoy. Sima Yue said. Is it the poison that poisoned Wyong Palace last time? No. Sima Yue kept the jade bottle. This is the upgraded version of that poison. That one can only be used against humans. This one will definitely make the Devil Clan and Ghost Clan surrender. When everyone saw Sima Yue like this, they all had the same thought. In the future, they should never provoke an array master or poison master, especially a petty and evil one. Chapter 1139. CPA 300_4. After Sima Yue had arranged everything properly, she brought everyone to the side of the cliff. She used a small array to hide them and waited for the Devil Wolf clansmen to come in. Half a day later, the Scarlet Bees guarding outside sent news that the Devil Wolf race had arrived. Sima Yue immediately activated the small array, completely concealing their figures and aura. Soon, they saw the Devil Wolf clan members running over excitedly. Is this the canyon those humans were talking about? This is part of the ruins. Why does it look so ordinary? Have you forgotten what the humans said? There's an illusion formation outside. We have to break it before we can see what's inside. We don't know anything about formations. How can we break that illusion formation? We don't understand formations, but we have power. Smash it. Smash everything outside. Let's see how long that formation can last. Yes. We have the power. Go, smash all these things. The people of the Demon Wolf clan were all excited. They condensed their magic power and turned the stones and flowers outside into ashes. The Devil Wolf race could not see Sima Yue, but Yue and the rest could see the Devil Wolf race clearly. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch as she watched the demon wolves attack in a disorderly manner. Fortunately, the array she had set up was relatively sturdy. Otherwise, with their disturbance, she would not be able to open it. She injected some spirit energy into the array to activate it. After the magic energy dissipated, another scene appeared in the canyon. What a dense demonic aura. Could it be that the Emperor here is really from the demon race? If that's the case, then we can use everything here. Quick, let's go in and see what treasures are inside. The demonic wolves rushed into the canyon. When they were all in the canyon, Sima Yue activated the dragon trapping array. Once the dragon trapping array was activated, the illusory array completed its mission. The scene in front of him instantly disappeared, and so did the dense demonic chi. What's going on? Demon Wolf looked at the changes around him and was astonished. Young Patriarch, it's a formation. They raised their heads and saw a layer of ripples on top of the canyon. The same was true for the entrance and exit. Clearly, the entire canyon was enveloped by a formation. Who's messing around? Maroon Wolf shouted as he looked into the sky. Junior Valley Master, there is no demonic chi here. We have been deceived. This young master knows. Maroon Wolf roared at the clansmen. If he still couldn't tell that they had been deceived, then he didn't need to stay in the Devil Realm anymore. Who's behind this? Demon Wolf's men shouted again. Sima Yue undid the array and they immediately saw the figure on the cliff. Who are you? Why did you scheme against us? Maroon Wolf asked. You may not know us, but you should understand when you see her, Sima Yue said and moved aside, revealing Xiao Meng behind her. The moment he saw Little Dream, Winged Wolf was shocked speechless. Dream, Nightmare Beast, Maroon Wolf, do you still remember me? Xiao Meng coldly looked at him. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. You are that Nightmare Beast. Maroon Wolf remembered that when he was young, he had seen his clansmen dissect her with others. So many years had passed, but she was still the same. She was still the same in his memories. It's rare that you still remember me. Impossible, weren't you suppressed? How could you be here? Maroon Wolf shouted. I have to thank you for suppressing me in the human world. Otherwise, how could I know my master and save me? Xiao Meng coldly laughed. Humph, even if you have an undying body, with a human as your master, do you think you can beat us? Maroon Wolf saw that Sima Yue's group didn't have many people and they weren't very strong, so he didn't put them in his eyes. After a short moment of shock, he returned to his usual arrogant self. When did we say that we would fight with you? You idiots! Little Seven placed her hands on her hips with a look of disdain. You want to use this array to deal with us? Maroon Wolf said, What, do you want to use this to trap us for a lifetime, or do you want to come in and fight with us? Seeing Sima Yue and the others above, he guessed that they wouldn't come in. If they came down, they could catch them all in one fell swoop and then slowly break the array. You want to use reverse psychology to lure us down. It's a pity that it's useless against us. Sima Yue said. Maroon Wolf's eyes narrowed. It seemed like these people were planning on wasting time with them. You guys, go and break the array for me. He ordered the clansmen beside him. Yes, young clan leader. Those people flew into the air and attacked the array. However, no matter how much strength they used, they couldn't break the array at all. After attacking a few times, those demon wolves felt dizzy. Their stamina was depleted and they fell to the ground with a dong sound. Useless things. Maroon Wolf didn't think that there was anything wrong with those people. He pointed at the other clansmen and said, You guys go. Those clansmen went up to attack, but like the others before, they fell down after a few attacks. Useless things. You guys go up. Maroon Wolf roared. Young clan leader, I feel like something is strange. A person beside Maroon Wolf said. What's strange? Maroon Wolf asked. The clansmen we brought in are all very strong. It's impossible for them to become like this after just a few attacks. That person said. Maroon Wolf calmed down and thought about it. It was true. The Demon Wolf clansmen couldn't be so weak that they would become like this after just a few attacks. Go and take a look. What's wrong with them? Yes. That person went to check and came back, saying, Young clan leader, they should have been poisoned. Poisoned? How could they have been poisoned? Are you sure? No, they really were poisoned. Ha, 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 Little Seven's voice came from the cliff. She covered her mouth as she laughed. We just wanted to see when you guys would realize that you were poisoned. You really are a group of idiots, taking you this long to realize that you were poisoned. The Demon Wolf clansmen's faces changed. Not only did these people trap them in the array, they even poisoned them. They were already prepared. What kind of poison did you give us? It's a poison that will make your entire body weak and you won't be able to use your magic. However, it won't take effect that quickly at first, but once you use your magic, it will take effect faster. Sima Yue explained. Once she said this, those who were preparing to use their magic to attack quickly retracted it. Even Maroon Wolf was the same. Hee, you group of idiots. Even if you don't use your magic, this poison will take effect in half an hour. It's already been 10 minutes, you still have 10 minutes of free time. Little Seven kindly reminded them. Chapter 1140. CPA 300_4, Little Seven's words caused the expressions of the Devil Wolf clan members to change. They were all poisoned. Impossible. They were the valiant Devil Wolf clan, so how could they be poisoned by a human? You don't believe me. Little Seven said, you can try circulating your magic and see if you can be like those people. No one tried. They subconsciously believed Little Seven's words. In order to prevent the poison from taking effect prematurely, none of them moved. What do you want to do? Winged Wolf asked with a dark face. Do you still need to ask? Little Seven had an expression that said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Whatever you did to Little Meng back then, you'll have to pay it back today. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Do you think that this is still the demon realm? Do you think it's still under your rule? Nightmare Beast, if you dare to kill us, my Devil Wolf clan will not let you off. Even if you hide in the human world, they will dig 3 feet into the ground to find you. Maroon Wolf threatened. Really? Then let them dig 3 feet into the ground. Sima Yue said, perhaps, before they can dig 3 feet into the ground, we will have already attacked the Devil Realm and destroyed your nest. You should worry about yourselves now. Maroon Wolf looked at Sima Yue. He didn't know why, but when he looked at this weak human, he felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? Little Meng, it's almost time. Sima Yue said, be careful. Okay. Little Dream nodded and was about to fly down. Wait. Sima Yue pulled her back and took out Ling Long, let her accompany you. Ling Long flew out of Sima Yue's hand and rubbed against Xiao Meng. Little Dream grabbed Ling Long and flew down. The dragon trapping array allowed entry but not exit. When Little Dream flew in, the ripples moved and then calmed down. The members of the Devil Wolf clan looked at her warily. When she took a step forward, they took a step back. Nightmare Beast, I advise you not to act recklessly. You know my Devil Wolf clan, you. I know. Of course I know that your Devil Wolf clan is cruel by nature and will not shrink from any crime. Their favorite thing to do is to exterminate other people's clans. Little Dream said. But so what? You've already killed all of my clansmen. Do you think you can destroy my clan a second time? As she spoke, she waved Ling Long in her hand, and sword chi spread out, killing those who had fallen to the ground. Nightmare Beast, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. With the passage of time, they now felt that their movements were slowing down and their magic power was obstructed. Facing Little Dream, even with so many of them, they were powerless to fight back. Talk nicely. Back then, when you exterminated my nightmare clan, did you ever think that we could talk things over? Back then, you conducted thousands of experiments on my body and skinned me alive over and over again. Have you ever thought of talking nicely? It was the first time Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao heard Little Dream talk about what happened back then. Thinking of the scene she described, they couldn't help but tear up. They simply couldn't imagine that she watched her clansmen die because of her. She was skinned alive over and over again, but she couldn't die. Little Dream was so young back then, how did she survive? Little Dream didn't say a word. She waved Ling Long once and a group of devil wolves died under her sword. Fresh blood splattered on her face and body. That fierce gaze made her look like she crawled out from hell. Back then, you couldn't kill me, and you couldn't take out the things in my body. You sealed my strength and memories, and then suppressed me in the Yilan continent for hundreds of years. Have you ever thought of talking nicely? Little Dream waved her sword again. Now, you tell me, we can talk things over. Tell me, how should we talk things over? When Little Dream recovered her memories, Little Seven wasn't by her side. She didn't see her crazy look. Hearing her say this today, she felt that her heart was going to break. Little Dream, don't kill them with one strike. She stomped her little feet and flew down. She came to Little Dream's side and looked at those people. Killing them with one strike is too easy for them. I'll go too. Hua Hua also flew in and stood on the other side of Little Dream. No matter what you do, count me in. Although the name Hua Hua was given to her by Little Dream and she always felt that this name was too low, it didn't erase the friendship between them. Little Dream looked at Little Seven and then looked at Hua Hua. She nodded and said, Little Seven is right. Killing them like this is too easy for them. I said an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I can't let you die so easily, right, Maroon Wolf? Maroon Wolf saw Little Dream's bloody smile and wanted to retreat. However, because his body was numb, he fell down. What do you want to do? He trembled as he asked. Didn't I say it already? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Whatever you did to me, I will return it to you bit by bit. Maroon Wolf thought about how he had seen her being dissected alive by those people. He was so scared that his face turned white. He shouted, No. You think I'll stop just because you say no? This isn't the time for you to have the final say. Little Seven went up and stepped on his chest, saying, Humph, how many times did Little Dream say no in the past? Did you agree? Don't ask others to do what you didn't do in the past. Pa, a vine appeared in Hua Hua's hand. With a wave of her hand, the vine viciously whipped those people. Are we going to dissect them? I don't have a knife yet. Little Seven raised her head and shouted at Sima Yue. Sima Yue looked at her silly appearance and speechlessly shook her head. She took out 2 daggers and threw them over. Hua Hua waved her vine and it wrapped around the 2 daggers, pulling them back. She gave one to Little Seven. Ling Long twisted her body and turned into a dagger as well. Now the 3 of them each had a dagger. Then, let's begin. Little Seven looked at Little Dream and retreated to the side. This person who had hurt Little Dream before naturally had to be dealt with by her own hands. Little Dream slowly walked over and squatted down beside Maroon Wolf, playing with the dagger in her hand. Don't worry, Ling Long is very sharp. Although it's going to cut through your body, you definitely won't feel any pain. Those organs of yours, even if I cut them all off, they'll still look like they're connected. Maroon Wolf's body began to tremble as he heard this. He finally understood the expression that little girl had when she had laid on the chopping board that year. That was fear, despair, pain, and struggle. But what he didn't know was that after being tortured hundreds and thousands of times, when she saw those daggers again, that feeling was doubled. Chapter 1141. Little Dream placed her left hand on Winged Wolf's stomach, and with a thought, a ball of flame instantly wrapped around his upper body, burning his clothes clean. Who would have thought that this demonic wolf's humanoid figure was actually quite attractive? It was a pity that such a good figure did not attract their attention at all. PFFF, without any warning, Xiao Meng stabbed the dagger into his chest. Rip, Little Dream held the dagger and pulled it from his chest to his abdomen. Blood continued to gush out, but there was no more blood to be spat out. Winged Wolf's mouth was agape and his eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he had really been disemboweled. Back then, you cut open my stomach like this. Xiao Meng said, "Look, I still remember how you handed them the knife and how you stood by the side and asked why there was nothing in my stomach." Maroon Wolf's eyes finally turned. He looked at Little Dream's angry eyes and remembered the first time he had seen them dissect Little Dream. Rip, similarly, the sound of our body being cut open was exceptionally clear in the dim room. Little Winged Wolf leaned over and saw Little Dream's empty stomach. He asked curiously, "Clan leader, why is there nothing in this person's body?" "Because she has already been dissected by others too many times. They have removed all her internal organs, and they have yet to regrow them," an old man said. "Her internal organs are gone, so why isn't she dead yet?" Little Winged Wolf asked. "Because there's something in her heart. That thing can guarantee that no matter what kind of injury she receives, she will not die," the Devil Wolf clan leader said. "Then shall we take that thing out?" "I can't. Every time it approached the heart, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Therefore, we can't move her heart, and she won't die." At this time, Little Dream opened her eyes on the chopping board. Little Winged Wolf would forever remember those eyes. So clear, so pained, so desperate. PFFF, Xiao Meng stabbed down and pulled hard. His liver was pulled out by her, followed by his internal organs and intestines. "Back then, you thought it was fun that I didn't have any internal organs. Today, you should also experience that feeling of emptiness in your stomach." The light in Winged Wolf's eyes slowly dissipated, and the life force in his body also quickly drained away. He was not Little Dream. He did not have Little Dream's undying body. Little Dream's internal organs were gone, but her heart was still hanging, waiting for the other organs to be reborn. As for him, without her, he had nothing. When Maroon Wolf took his last breath, a white light flashed and he returned to his original form, a giant demon wolf. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his trip to the immortal realm would cost him his life. And in the Devil world, in the Devil Wolf clan, the shattering of Maroon Wolf's life card caused a huge commotion in the Devil Wolf clan. Blood tracking, break. A stream of energy was injected into the shattered life card, and an image appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw the little face covered in blood on the screen. "Patriarch, isn't that?" That person couldn't finish his sentence. They were all too familiar with that face. Nightmare Beast. It really is a Nightmare Beast. "Patriarch, isn't that Nightmare Beast suppressed in the captive continent? Why would he appear in the immortal realm? Isn't that obvious? He must have been saved by someone. Patriarch, should we tell this news to the other powers?" "No." The Patriarch waved his hand. "Why? Did you notice? The Nightmare Beast has been contracted by someone. The Devil Wolf Patriarch said. It seems so. Wasn't she unkillable before? Now that she has contracted with someone, I want to know if that thing is stronger or if the contract is stronger. If her contracted master was killed, would the nightmare beast, who had an undying body, die? If she died, wouldn't his Devil Wolf clan be able to obtain that treasure? That treasure that was rumored to be able to rule the entire devil world, according to the information of the two people beside him, find out who contracted the nightmare beast. The Devil Wolf Patriarch ordered. Yes, Patriarch. Also, be careful not to be discovered by the other powers. Understood. We understand. Patriarch, rest assured, we will be careful. You may leave. Yes. Poochie, the image suddenly disappeared, but it had already been engraved into everyone's hearts. They were so shocked by the news of the nightmare beast that they even forgot that their young patriarch had been killed. Little Seven looked at Ching Yi, who suddenly made a move and blinked, asking, Ching Yi, what's wrong? There's a secret technique on the corpse. The other side will see the scene of his death through the secret technique. Ching Yi explained. He didn't care if Little Dream was seen or not, but he didn't want others to see Little Seven. That means the other side might already know that Little Dream has come out. Jiang Junxian said. Sima Yuyue also knew this. If the other side didn't use a secret technique, Ching Yi wouldn't have found out. You're not worried? Jiang Junxian asked. What's there to worry about? Sima Yuyue said, not to mention that they can't come over now. Even if they did, would we be afraid of them? Even if they don't come, we will find them one day. Her words made their hearts tremble. Her confidence made them feel that if those people came to find her, they were simply seeking death. What should we do with the remaining people? Do we really have to wait for them to all be disemboweled? Su Xiao asked. Of course, if we don't let them do it, they will make a fuss. Sima Yuyue said dotingly. How long will that take? Don't worry, they're very fast. Sima Yuyue said with a smile. They didn't understand what she meant at first, but then they saw how crazy the three of them were. In less than half an hour, they disemboweled all the wolf clansmen. This efficiency. Han Miao Shuang and the others stuttered. After dealing with the last demon wolf, Hua Hua and Little Seven came to Little Dream's side and asked, do you want to clean up the corpses? According to past experience, Little Seven's cleanup was to burn them all with fire. Little Dream thought about it and shook her head. Let them be a warning to the other demon clansmen. Let them tell those people that I'm back. I will take revenge on them one by one. All right then. The demon wolves were all dead. Sima Yuyue released the array and they returned to the cliff. I'll go and remove the array first. In order to prevent the demon clansmen from shifting their attention to them, it was better to erase all traces here. After cleaning up, they received a call for help. Boss, help! Chi Wei shouted from the Mother-Sun Stone. Sima Yuyue heard that there seemed to be a huge battle at the Mother-Sun Stone. Chapter 1142. Read 336, Sima Yuyue was speechless. This request for help was too unreliable. If she hadn't followed them here, who would they have asked for help? For the sake of treasure hunting, I can disregard everything, she said. Boss, I'm doing my best to stay alive. But if you don't come, we'll all be dead. Chi Wei shouted. Seeing how your voice is so loud and clear, and how spirited you are, it should be enough to deal with those people. Sima Yu said this, but she took out a scroll and started reading. Boss. Chi Wei was on the verge of tears. People were dying around him, and even his master was heavily injured. All right, stop acting like that. Where are you guys? Sima Yue asked. How am I supposed to know which direction it is? Chi Wei said. There's no reference point here. Then look at your shadow. Is it long or short? Which direction? Sima Yue asked. Northwest. The shadow is only a foot long, Chi Wei said. Alright, I got it. Sima Yue cut off the connection with him and looked at the position of her own shadow to determine the location of each other. Their shadows were facing the southeast. The shadows were not long, which meant that the sun was between them and they were not far away. They are in the northwest of us. According to the distance, there should be more people here. They should be here. Sima Yue pointed at a bunch of red dots. Very likely. Let's hurry over, or they'll be done for. There's no rush. Sharpening the blade won't delay the work of cutting wood. What are you going to do? Han Miaoshuang asked. Sima Yue took out a pile of array stones and said, this is when the role of an array master is revealed. Without the formation, it's like abandoning the plane to take the green train. Plane or train? Everyone looked at her. What was going on? Cough, cough. That, I'll tell you next time. Sima Yue said, let me set up the array first. Setting up a teleportation array at this distance was a piece of cake for her. It took her less than an hour to set it up. Can this bring us there? Little Seven asked. We don't have the exact coordinates, but we can get a rough estimate based on the distance and direction. Sima Yue said, we can at least shorten the distance by half. Alright, the formation is done. Let's go. The group of people entered the array. After Sima Yue activated the array, they all disappeared. Due to the exhaustion of their spiritual power, the formation stones had all turned into powder. Not long after they left, a group of demons passed by. When they saw the disemboweled demon wolf clan, they turned pale with fright. The devil wolf clan was a clan with very strong fighting strength. Now that they were all killed by someone, and in such a way, it was unknown who they had offended. Especially the internal organs that were thrown all over the ground. Even as demons, they couldn't bear to look at it. Boss, should we teach them a lesson? One of the lackeys asked. Clean up what? Wasn't the demon wolf clan very arrogant in the demon realm? Then let them stay here for a few more days. Someone will collect their corpses. Boss is right. Not only will we not collect their corpses, when we go back, we will spread their faces. It would be strange if the demon wolf clan didn't suffer from internal injuries this time. Boss is wise. Then let's go. If those people come back and kill us all, that would be terrible. Right, let's hurry and leave this place. If even the demon wolf clan can't deal with them, then we definitely won't be their match. Wait a moment, use a recording stone to record this place. When we go back, we can show it to others. That so-called boss took out a stone and injected magic into it. He recorded the scene here, especially a close-up of wolf wings. After that, he left with satisfaction. Sima Yue and the rest came out of the array and realized that the red dot on the scroll was beside them. This meant that they were less than 100 kilometers away. There's a strong energy fluctuation over there. Little Seven sensed it and said. Let's go over and take a look. Sima Yue called out Chongming and flew in that direction. Very quickly, they saw the intense battle situation. Even though they were far away, they could see the heroic sword sect and a few other sects fighting with a group of spirit beasts. Wait. Qing Yi said. Sima Yue immediately stopped Chongming. What's wrong, Qing Yi? Those spirit beasts, their bodies don't have life. They aren't real spirit beasts. Qing Yi said, they are fake. Fake. Qing Yi nodded. As a tree of life, whether there was life or not could not be hidden from him. So you're saying that these spirit beasts were created by those people? Jiang Junxian said. Sima Yue looked around and said, if these people wanted to create and control these spirit beasts, they wouldn't be too far away. Go and find out where those black-robed people are. Move quickly, they can't hold on much longer. Thousands of scarlet bees flew up and flew in all directions. Senior sister, go and help them block for a while. Before we get rid of those people, these spirit beasts can't be killed. Sima Yue said. Okay. Take this. Sima Yue took out a few thunderbolt bombs and handed it to them. This thing is fun. Let's go. Han Miao Shuang took the thunderbolt bombs and went over with Su Xiao Xiao and the others. Let's go too. When the scarlet bees found those people, they would have a tough battle. The heroic sword sect people could not hold on much longer. It wasn't that they were not strong enough, but these spirit beasts could not be killed. They were constantly using up their stamina and spirit energy, and these spirit beasts would revive after being killed. They could not be killed at all. If this goes on, everyone's spirit energy will be used up. Zhou Lan led a group of disciples and surrounded a few masters who were heavily injured in the middle, confronting those spirit beasts. Qi Wei, didn't you ask Yu for help? Can she rush over? Yu Qing asked. Now, Sima Yue was their last hope. Let's not talk about whether or not she can rush over. Even if she can, with their strength, they might not be able to deal with these people. A disciple from the heroic sword sect said. You don't understand her. As long as she can come, she will definitely save us. It's all our fault. We didn't believe you. A few elders were injured and were surrounded by disciples to protect them. But if they were injured, how long could these disciples last? If they had believed Blue Blade's words before they came in, they would not have encountered such a situation. They were all mesmerized by the word ruins. Master, don't worry. Boss said she will come, so she will definitely come. As long as she comes, we will be saved. Qi Wei said. These people did not have much hope. It was not that they did not believe in Sima Yue, but these spirit beasts were too strange. Who could deal with something that could not be killed? Chapter 1143. By the time Han Miao Shuang and the others arrived, more than half of the heroic sword sect members had died. The remaining ones were still stubbornly resisting, but it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In the distance, another large group of spirit beasts came out. Looking from afar, they were densely packed. When the heroic sword sect members saw those spirit beasts, their hearts were filled with despair. Right now, the spirit beasts were already too busy to fend for themselves. Now that so many of them had arrived, they were afraid that they would really die here today. These spirit beasts really look alive. Han Miao Shuang's crisp voice fell into the ears of the heroic sword sect members. It was simply the sound of nature. Boom! Boom! A few thunderbolt bombs were thrown over, and the spirit beasts behind were directly blown into thin air, greatly relieving the pressure on this side. Qi Wei and the others looked over, but they only saw Han Miao Shuang and the others. They didn't see Sima Yue. Where's boss? He went to look for the source. Everyone, come back and stay away from these spirit beasts. Han Miao Shuang and the others flew in and fought the spirit beasts with them. The people from the heroic sword sect knew the power of the thunderbolt bullet. They called back their spirit beasts and ran towards the back. They ran, and the spirit beasts chased. The spirit beasts gradually gathered together. So obedient, Han Miao Shuang smiled and took out a few thunderbolt bombs to distribute to everyone. Then, she injected spirit energy into them and threw them at the spirit beasts. There were a few more deafening explosions, and those spirit beasts were thrown to the ground. After this round of bombardment, more than half of the spirit beasts were killed. However, new spirit beasts soon appeared. F*CK, are you done yet? Chi Wei shouted. We won't be able to kill all these spirit beasts if we don't take care of the people behind them. Han Miao Shuang said. Little friend, what do you mean? An old man asked. To put it simply, this isn't a relic at all. It's a man-made space similar to an illusion. In this space, those people can create whatever they want. These spirit beasts didn't have any life force and were created by someone. As long as that person didn't die, these spirit beasts wouldn't die. Got it? Those people nodded. If only we had believed you earlier. Blue Blade's master sighed. But when did you find out? We only suspected it at first, but we didn't know what it was. Han Miao Shuang said. Later, after you went in, another group of black-robed men came. We saw them dig out the Rubik's Cube sky, and it just so happened that Junior Sister knew about this, so we completely understood what was going on. If these people had believed them a little and hesitated a little, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, they had all been blinded by treasures and opportunities, and no one believed their words. The heroic sword sect members were ashamed, but since things had already come to this, there was no point in regretting. It was a pity that so many sect disciples had died. The spirit beasts disappeared. Han Miao Shuang said. At first, only 1 or 2 disappeared. Later on, they disappeared in droves. In the end, not a single one was left. Seems like little Junior Sister has already settled those people. Han Miao Shuang took out the Mother-Son Stone and contacted Sima Yue. Wait here, we'll be right there. Before Han Miao Shuang could speak, Sima Yue's voice was heard. They waited for a while, and Sima Yue, Little Seven and the others brought 2 black-robed men over. These are the people in Command C. Su Xiao asked. Nope. Sima Yue threw the 2 of them to the ground. The people in Command C are dead, or else these spirit beasts wouldn't have disappeared. These 2 are his lackeys. Chi Wei and the others jumped down, wanting to take care of these people, but they were stopped by Sima Yue. I haven't gotten any information out of him yet. If you kill him, will you compensate me? Hearing Sima Yue's words, Chi Wei decisively gave up, turned around and ran to Sima Yue, saying, Boss, I knew you would come to save us. Sima Yue saw his flattering smile and pushed his face away, saying, Didn't I say to settle things on your own? If I didn't come in, who would you ask for help? We had no choice, we could only try. I didn't expect it to work. Chi Wei said with a smile. The few elders from the heroic sword sect came over and bowed to Sima Yue, Han Miao Shuang and the others, saying, Thank you, little friends, for saving us. The disciples of the heroic sword sect are eternally grateful. If you need anything in the future, the heroic sword sect will definitely help. Sima Yue didn't take these elders' words to heart. Although she saved them, she didn't think that people who only wanted to find treasures would really be grateful to her. She saved them just to save a few of her friends. However, since they said it so courteously, then if there's anything, I will definitely help the heroic sword sect. Han Miao Shuang saw Sima Yue's courteous words and came over to ask, Little Junior Sister, what did you do for these people? Nothing much, I just stopped them from killing themselves temporarily. Sima Yue said. Then do we need to interrogate them? No, we'll leave these 2 people to the heroic sword sect. I think you'll want to know more than us. Sima Yue said, now that the danger has been resolved, we'll take our leave. Those elders opened their mouths, but because of their feelings, they didn't dare to speak. Boss, aren't you coming with us? Chi Wei asked what everyone was thinking. I still have things to do. Now that you know what this place is, you should know what to do. Sima Yue said, if you find out anything from the interrogation, please spread the news. After all, there seems to be a big why plotting behind this immortal land opportunity. Goodbye. After speaking, she and Han Miaoshuang jumped onto Chongming's back and left without looking back. Master, what do we do now? Master Blue Blade sighed, saying, since there's no historical remains, let's go out. Bring these two people along, we'll ask them what's going on outside. Yes, Master. After Sima Yuyue and the others flew far away, Han Miaoshuang couldn't hold back her curiosity, saying, Junior sister, you're just going to give them away like that? Aren't we going to interrogate them ourselves? These people are all death warriors, even if we interrogate them, we won't be able to get anything out of them. Sima Yuyue said, I've already gotten the information I wanted. You've already interrogated them. The information from the interrogation might be fake, but their memories won't lie. Sima Yuyue laughed evilly. What did you do? Actually, it's nothing much, I just used my divine sense to enter their consciousness and walk around. Only someone with your abnormal mental strength would dare to do such a thing. Sima Yuyue laughed. This was all thanks to the realm she comprehended previously, which allowed her mental strength to increase by quite a bit. She could directly enter a living person's consciousness. Chapter 1144. Then what did you find in those people's sea of consciousness? Su Xiaoxiao asked. They're just small fries. They don't know anything about the organization. Sima Yuyue frowned. That organization is very strict. Everyone only listens to the orders of their superiors, and they know very little about what to stop. All the actions could only be known at the time, and they had been wearing masks to isolate the divine sense, so they were not familiar with each other. Only people who spend a lot of time together can tell the difference. So you're saying that you didn't get any news? Han Miaoshuang said. Yes, there are still some details that I need to analyze before I can come to a conclusion. Sima Yuyue said, but they do know something about this incident. What do you have? First of all, this Rubik's Cube is controlled by several people. The one that was killed by Little Seven was one of them. If we want to solve this problem once and for all, we have to get rid of all the people who are controlling it. Sima Yuyue said. That's easy. As long as he could find them, everything would be settled. What else? Also, it was this organization that was responsible for the killings. Sima Yuyue said, they organized a competition called the Immortal Land Massacre. A few groups were sent out to see who could kill the most. As expected, it was done by this organization. Han Miaoshuang said, then what happened in Cloud Sea City, was it done by them as well? It's not in their memories, Sima Yuyue said, but it's highly possible based on their way of doing things. Immortal Land Massacre, this is interesting. Jiang Junxian said, but they shouldn't be just a simple massacre, right? Are they being framed? That's right. Sima Yuyue said, different groups set up different forces. The group in our area set up your mythical dragon sect. As for who the others are, these people don't know. Who exactly is this power? To be able to do something like this, the average power in the inner regions wouldn't be able to do it. Han Miaoshuang said. Everyone was silent. None of them had an answer to this. Let's settle the things here first. We might be able to get more information later. Sima Yuyue said. This was the only way now. Since they had a target, they also had a direction of action. Once they killed the people controlling the Rubik's Cube would automatically be broken. From the memories of the man in black, she knew that there were a total of 5 people controlling this place. After entering this place, they were in charge of the east, south, west, and central areas. They had just killed the one in the west, and now there were still those in the east, south, and central areas left. The person in the middle was the strongest, so Sima Yuyue did not dare to provoke him. She had to deal with the other 3 first. Therefore, in the next few days, Sima Yuyue and the others managed to get rid of the men in black in the 3 directions and saved many people from other forces. Some of these forces had been warned by Sima Yuyue before, but they didn't take heed and were defeated. After being saved by Sima Yue, they felt ashamed. The best that Sima Yue saw were the people from the 100 changing doors. Compared to the other powers, they were still rather calm. However, he still couldn't get rid of those pestering spirit beasts. These spirit beasts are so strange. No matter where we teleport to, they will catch up very quickly. De Wei said. Really, we didn't even see the ruins, and we're being pestered by these spirit beasts. I don't think this is the ruins at all. Little Wei said, Yue is right, this is a fake ruins. It's a pity that we didn't believe her. If it wasn't for her warning us, we would have been killed by those poisons. De Wei said. In the end, we didn't listen to her advice. Little Wei sighed. Luckily we have enough arrays, or else these spirit beasts would be enough for us to deal with. They're here again. Can't they let us catch our breath? Little Wei shouted. They had just come out of the array for a while and hadn't recovered their spirit energy, but these spirit beasts were chasing after them again. They had arrays, but did these spirit beasts have arrays as well? What a pain in the ass. They had already used up all their spirit energy, and now that they had recovered a little, they had used it all to activate the teleportation array. What would they do when they ran out of teleportation arrays? Alright, let's not talk about that. Let's quickly think of a way to get rid of these spirit beasts. De Wei said. How do we get rid of them? If we use a teleportation array to leave, they'll catch up again. Even if we leave again, they'll still catch up. It's useless. We have to think of a way to get rid of them completely. Little Wei said. But these spirit beasts can't be killed. I thought of something, but I don't know if you guys have. De Wei said. What? Rubik's Cube Sky. De Wei said. What? That thing. Isn't that thing already lost? But this and that are too similar. If it's really that thing, then we have to find the person who controls C, or else we won't be able to get rid of these spirit beasts. I also think that these spirit beasts are man-made. Heavens, if it's really that thing, we're in trouble. Once they were targeted by the person who controls the Rubik's Cube Sky, if they didn't get rid of them, things wouldn't end. We still don't know where that person who controls C is. We still have to find him. De Wei said. Alright, you guys are the most knowledgeable about this. Tell us how we can find those people. We've already used up all our spirit energy, what can we do even if we find them? If we can't beat them, we'll still die. De Wei's words made everyone silent. That was the truth. Even if they found those people now, they wouldn't be able to beat them and would still die in the end. Little Wei saw something in the bushes and suddenly laughed. Ha, we might not die. What's wrong? Scarlet Bee. Yoyue's Scarlet Bee. That means she's nearby. Little Wei said excitedly. Isn't it just a junior? Look at how excited you are. Hee hee, just wait and see. Little Wei said with a smile. They escaped 2 more times, but when the spirit beasts caught up again, they suddenly disappeared. Gone. Looks like the person who controls them has been killed. It must be Yoyue's doing. Little Wei said. Teacher Little Wei, you really believe in me. The space tunnel opened, and Sima Yue walked out with a few men in black. Yue, it's really you. Little Wei said, I knew it, you would definitely be able to handle this. You guys believe in me too easily. What if I didn't kill that person? Sima Yue said. We still have some understanding of you. Little Wei said. He was referring to the fact that they had broken the array together. Sima Yue threw them to the ground and said, Alright, I'm here to tell you guys something.